Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Naruto the Instinctive Shinobi in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 19, War Begins, The Fall of a Sunin. 4 months have passed since the Cage Summit and ultimately since IWA and Kumo have declared war on the Leaf. True to Naruto's word, his spies have found out that his attack on Orochimaru's base with the DNA needed for his reanimated army did in fact set back Kumo, IWA, and Oto by 4 months. Tsunade used this to set up medical stations throughout Fire Country. Each station had 15 medics along with an enormous amount of supplies. The supplies came from Spring Country. When Princess Koyuki found out about Konoha going to war, she had a fleet of 50 airships deliver medical supplies to help out. She claimed it was for her future husband Naruto, but she was joking. She told them it was for them being allies and payback for Naruto making her see the light and defeating her uncle, freeing her country. It was interesting when Samui found out. "Naruto, why didn't you tell me you were friends with Princess Koyuki? You know I'm a fan of the Princess Gale movies." Samui asked. "Well, I honestly forgot. We haven't sent many messages since she runs an entire country and I'm kind of getting ready for war. Plus you never said you wanted to meet her," he said. "I said that I wanted to the last time we watched her movies, which was last week." "I can't believe you forgot," she said. "Well, you should have reminded me." "Not my fault, it's clear that you didn't want to meet her as much as you claim you do," he said, and the room was silent. She didn't say a word to him and he was scared. She simply grabbed some clothes and left the room, but not before telling him his punishment for what he said. Silent treatment 1 week. Sleep by yourself, cook for yourself and play with yourself, she said and walked out. True to her word, she didn't talk to him for a week. She had almost cracked a few times and almost went to their room to sleep with him. After the week was up, they had some of the best sex ever, so much that she thought she would get pregnant. However, that would not be the case. She didn't get pregnant. Speaking of pregnant, Iruka had to sleep in one of their extra rooms a few times because Anko would kick him out during one of her mood swings. She's almost 5 months pregnant and she's having 2 girls. Naruto felt bad for Iruka. Kurane gave birth to a daughter 2 weeks ago. She named her Mirai Biwako Sarutobi. She chose the name Biwako to honor Asuma's mother, who died during the Kyuubi attack 17 years ago. Mirai had black hair like her parents but had Kurane's skin and eye color. Fu also gave birth the next day after Kurane did, but she was stubborn about not letting the baby out unless Naruto was there to see his godchild born. She didn't want to know the gender of her child until it was born. They had to send an Umbu to find Naruto. He was out on a date at the time with Samui and they were having lunch when they were told Fu didn't want to have the baby without the godfather there. So Naruto and Samui left without paying, but the owner didn't mind. This wasn't the first time they did that. Naruto always came back to pay later though. They arrived at the hospital so Fu was able to have the baby. Naruto placed his hand on the seal to keep Komei from escaping, however Komei pulled him into what looked like a meeting place. Komei was able to do that because Naruto was in contact with the seal. He was surrounded by all of the tailed beasts who introduced themselves. Shukaku, Madatabi, Isabu, Sungaku, Kokuo, Seiken, Komei, Jayaki. You already know my name. Naruto just sweat dropped at this. You still could have said your name again. Komei did, I already knew his name. Nope, didn't feel like it. Kurama said. Anyway, for why we are here. Naruto, you have our thanks for stopping that masked man and Zetsu from capturing all of us. Madatabi said. Although you couldn't save us all, we do realize you are only one person. Some of us were taken while you were out on your training trip, Kurama told us about. Oh yeah, do not worry about me escaping the seal. Fu has informed me that you can release me without killing her after she heals from childbirth. I can wait. Komei said. Now we have a gift for you. We will transfer some of our chakra to you. If you are to free us from the Gadamazo, you will need our power to do so. Please step forward and accept our chakra. Kokuo said. All of the tailed beasts put their hand on top of one another. Naruto looked up at them with uncertainty in his eyes, however they all nodded and he walked up connecting his fist to them. He saw a man wearing a white cloak surrounded by what he recognizes as the tailed beasts but as children. He heard the man tell them he was dying and he wanted them to find happiness in life. He noticed a younger version of Kurama was taking it the hardest but tried to be brave. After the man finished speaking, Naruto swore he turned around and looked at where he was floating and smiled at him and sent a pulse of chakra at him before he faded away. Naruto opened his eyes and he was back in the tailed beast meeting place. You have our story and our power. Now it is up to you to find us and free us. I must warn you, my Jinchuriki has complete control over my power and can transform into me while pushing my conscience to the back. I need you to free me from him. He is too loyal to Kumo and I will not stand for a pointless war. Beware, Kumo has spies in the Leaf Village already. They are working on a way to kidnap a Hyuga clan member. You can find them at night. It's a group of 10 who are at the Hyuga compound. One thing Killer B is good for is that he is an idiot and forgot to cut the connection during that part of the meeting. It's a squad of 5 Jonin and 5 Umbu. Stop them and you can get information on when they plan to strike. Good luck, Naruto. Jayaki said as Naruto disappeared from the meeting place. He came back and Fu was staring at him in shock with everybody else doing the same. What? He asked, but as soon as he did his left eye started to burn and he grabbed it and collapsed to his knees. Samui was right by his side in an instant. Naruto-kun, are you okay? What's going on with your eye? She asked, worried about him. They don't know what happened, but as soon as he touches the seal on Fu he spaced out and then his eye started to bleed. He didn't answer her, only screaming out from the pain he was feeling. Samui just did what she could. She tried to ease the pain with her medical ninjutsu skills she picked up from Tsunade. Tsunade even tried, but it didn't work. Samui just sat on the floor holding his head in her lap. He passed out after 5 minutes of pain. A puff of smoke appeared in the room and a small fox with 9 tails appeared. Samui and Tsunade knew it was Kurama. Kurama, why are you here? Why are you so small? Tsunade asked. Well, if you must know, I'm here to check on Naruto. I know what is going on, and as for why I'm small, well, I'm usually a giant fox. I don't think you would want me to show up in my full size. Anyway, the pain is over with now, he should be getting up soon. Kurama said, and true enough, Naruto woke up. Kurama, I'm going to kick your ass next time I see you, Naruto said. Oh yeah, why don't you try it now? I'll kick your ass all around Konoha before you can even land a hit. Kurama taunted. Naruto looked at him and they both squinted their eyes and were about to leap at each other until Samui spoke up. If you fight in this hospital room with Fu having a baby, Naruto gets no sex for a month, and Kurama, I will use the special seal Narumi gave me to summon her and tell her you're causing problems. She said. They both stopped and looked at her with a shocked face. You wouldn't. Naruto and Kurama said at the same time. I would now behave. Kurama, what the hell happened to my boyfriend's eye? Why does it look like that? She asked. Naruto looked in the mirror and his left eye was the Rinnegan, but he had 6 tomo around his pupil. That would be because he has essentially become the new sage of 6 paths. He has Senju and Uchiha DNA inside of him, so he was reincarnated as both sons of the sage of 6 paths. He contains the power of all 9-tailed beasts, so he can enter 6 paths sage mode and create truth seeker orbs in that form. His eye is because he has the power of both Indra and Ashura inside of him. Why it was only one eye that got the Rinnegan I cannot say. However, I guess the sage gave it to him after he looked at him before disappearing from our meeting place. I would guess that one of the spirits of Indra and Ashura tried to take over the other, so he balanced it out. He gave you one Rinnegan and also let you keep the 6 paths sage mode. The 6 tomo in your eye are from you being able to now gather an incredible amount of sage. I could be wrong. However, you have this power for a reason, so don't let it go to waste, Kurama said before leaving. Samui was about to kiss when Fu screamed and they looked over to see Tsunade holding a child in her arms and handing it to Fu. The baby had Shivuki's hair but had Fu's skin and eye color. Congratulations, Fu, you have a healthy baby girl. Tsunade said. She's so beautiful. I love her. Fu said, holding her daughter. What's her name, Fu? Samui asked her. Fu looked at Shivuki, who nodded his head. Hoshi is her name. She said, and everyone smiled at this. Can I hold her? Naruto asked. Fu nodded and handed him his goddaughter. The baby was still crying, but as soon as Naruto held her, she stopped immediately and fell asleep from Naruto rocking her to sleep. "You're a natural at that, Naruto. Can I be expecting grandbabies soon?" Tsunade asked. "Maybe after the war is over. I'm only 17, but I can assure you that I'll give you some grandkids from the way me and Samui go at it," he said, causing Samui to blush. That was 2 weeks ago. Now Naruto is on his way to the front lines. Orochimaru decided to come in first. Samui doesn't want him to go. These past 4 months they've really connected and things have been great between them. "Do you have to go?" she asked. "Yeah, I do. I know you don't want me to go, but you were chosen to stay back and protect the Hyuga clan. Besides, if I'm lucky, Orochimaru may show up. If I can take him out, we deal another heavy blow to the enemy. It's a no-brainer that he is the brains behind the operation now. With him gone, Iwa and Kumo won't have anyone to guide them through the terrain, and I've been sending clones out to set up traps the past 4 months," he said. "When do you leave?" she asked while hugging him. "In the morning. I have to get some sleep. I'm heading straight to the border to meet up with my platoon," he answered. "Can you promise me you'll come back? Remember, we are supposed to have kids and get married," she said. "I promise. Now let's get some sleep, we've been training all day," he said. She nodded and gave him a passionate kiss with everything she could. He got up early the next morning and got dressed in his usual attire. He gave her a kiss on the forehead since she was still asleep and left out the room. He got outside and then took off to the northern border. On his way he passed Teiwa and Karen, who are coming back from their medical camps. "Hey Naruto, what's up?" Karen asked. "Yeah, where are you headed, fuckface?" Teiwa asked. "I'm heading to the front lines to take on Orochimaru's army," he said, shocking them. "Are you serious?" Karen asked. She knew how big Orochimaru's army was. They weren't that skilled, but they made that up with numbers. "You know he has 20,000 soldiers, all of them with the curse mark, right?" Teiwa asked. "Yeah, I know, my spy told me before I pulled her out of Oto," he said. "That's gonna take you more than a month to defeat even with your skills. Most likely about 6 to 7 months you'll be gone." "Did you tell Samui you would be gone that long?" Karen asked. Naruto didn't answer, he just shook his head. "She's going to kick your ass when you get back. You're going to be here fighting on your 18th birthday and might miss her 18th birthday. You better have one hell of a gift for her," Teiwa said. "I do, but can you guys just check up on her for me from time to time until I get back? She likes you two the most out of all the kunoichi we have around our age," Naruto said. "Yeah, we can do that, don't worry," Karen said. "Yeah, we can make sure she doesn't feel like shit while you're gone. You better come back alive, fuckface, or I'll revive you and kill you myself," Teiwa told him. "Thank you," he said. He hugged them and then took off. "You know, if I wasn't with Lee and he didn't date Samui, I would totally ride him into the sunset," Teiwa said. "Yeah, me too. I would have had sex with him at the hotel, but he said he had a girlfriend," Karen said. "Well, let's get back. I know Samui's been getting some from him. It must be great because she doesn't have that cold aura about her anymore," Teiwa said, and they took off to Konoha. Naruto arrived at the border and made his way into the camp. He noticed the Jonin and Chunin in this platoon were all meditating, but he could tell they were on high alert. He looked around for the leader and it was Shikaku. "Jonin Naruto Namikaze reporting in," Naruto said to Shikaku. "Alright, you got here kind of early, but I should have expected that," Shikaku said. "Has anyone encountered the enemy?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, we had a Chunin get ambushed, but he took out the 3 enemies with ease. It doesn't make sense. I thought Orochimaru's forces all had curse marks," Shikaku said. "They do, but it's certain levels that certain ones can access. You have some that can only use a taste of the power using level 1, resulting in black marks spreading across their face. Then you have the second level where the user accesses the full amount of power, transforming into some kind of beast. The power can range from anywhere between mid-Chunin to high Jonin. The first wave will most likely be a lot of cannon fodder sent to weaken us," Naruto said. "Now that is helpful. I can use that to make plans for attacks," Shikaku said. Not really, I set up more traps for the cannon fodder to take out. They are all set at 2 miles in front of the border. If you didn't hear any explosions when the Chunin fought, they didn't make it 2 miles in. The amount of traps I have set can take out the entire wave of cannon fodder he sends at us. I know how Orochimaru operates. He will send all the useless pawns first at once, then after about a month or two he will send the next wave that will come. Then he sends the third and final wave, which he should be a part of. If he is a part of the third wave, leave him to me. No offense, but none of you can handle him. Naruto said. That's what I was going to do. When the third wave hits, I might have to go out and join the fight. The second wave should be able to be handled by our Chunin and some Jonin. Shikaku said. That's true, but how many Chunin and Jonin do we have? My spy told me Orochimaru has 1,500 pawns, 8,500 level 1 cursed seal users and 10,000 level 2 users. That is a lot of people to mark over his life. Naruto said. While you were away, we've had ninja leaving other villages like Taki and Kiri coming to us, so that greatly boosted our ninja ranks. Kumo and IWA, thanks to your spies, have almost 150,000 shinobi between them. However, we have the advantage with our medical stations that we hid underground, and since you've protected each of them with seals, we can heal our troops and send them out. But overall in our platoon we have maybe 10,000 Chunin and Jonin with us combined. But overall throughout Konoha, due to the ninja we gained and some civilians that know how to fight with swords and decided to join in the war, I would say we have about 75,000 fighters on our side, half of what the IWA and Kumo have all together. Shikaku said. If I were to make those medical seals again but have them able to be applied to the skin and used during battle, how much do you think our winning percentage would increase by? Naruto asked. I'd say by 20% due to our troops not needing to retreat to get healed. They would only need to retreat for the major wounds. But the civilians will have to go to the medical camps since they don't know how to channel chakra like we do to activate the seals. But if we could get them to be able to activate the seal, then I would say our fighting chances go up by 35%. Essentially we would have people that could fight non-stop if those seals work and everyone could use them. Shikaku said. Now that leaves only one thing. Once the Raikage and Tsuchikage join the battle, Granny and Pervy Sage will have to join in, since I have to deal with the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. He can control his tailed beast's full power and transform into the 8 Tails and push its consciousness to the back and take over. I'll either have to use the Susanoo or summon the Kyuubi to fight him. Alright, that works. Make some clones and have them train the civilians on channeling chakra so they can use the seals you are going to make. We have 500 civilians fighting, so you would need a clone for each person. Shikaku said. That's not a problem, I can create thousands of clones. I have as much chakra as the Kyuubi, maybe more, so I'll be fine. Now let's get started. Naruto said and made 500 clones. Shikaku called for the troops to discuss the plan. Alright, listen up, we should be expecting an attack sometime next week. It will mostly be cannon fodder, so I want 2,000 Chunin to head out and set up for a fight or return as soon as the fight is over. However, Naruto has set traps 2 miles from the border, so set up camp about 500 meters from the 2-mile mark and attack after the traps are finished. He said, and the Chunin nodded. Another thing, Naruto will create some medical seals to put on everyone so you can access them during your fights. It will heal you as you fight, so you don't have to slow down. Only go to the medical camps if you have a serious injury. Now for all civilians, Naruto has created a clone for each of you to teach you how to channel chakra so we can apply the seal to you. Now all civilians grab a clone and get to work. All Chunin that wish to head out and take out the first wave, you have 30 minutes to leave, now go. Shikaku said. Naruto went off to get working on the seals. The civilians went with the clones to learn how to channel chakra and some minor chakra control exercises, and the Chunin left to get ready to head out. True to Shikaku's word, the following week Orochimaru did indeed send out the cannon fodder to take out the traps, but he also sent out 500 level 1 curse mark users. The cannon fodder was easily defeated since they lost about 700 due to the traps Naruto set. However, the level 1 curse mark users were difficult because they were backed up by the remaining 800 pawns Orochimaru sent. The fight lasted 4 days until the final Oto troop fell. They did however kill one of their own. He has been writing down information to pass on to Kumo about their defenses and locations, but he was stopped before the letter could be sent out. They had a Yamanaka in the group, so they had her go inside the trader's mind and take out whatever information they could. It turns out that IWA and Kumo weren't going to attack right away. They were going to wait 3 weeks before attacking. So what the troops did was send false information to the Raikage and Tsuchikage. Told them that most of the troops would be at the southern border defending an attack from the south. A few days later the Raikage sent a reply to have the spies in Konoha capture Samui as well. However, the spies were already dead. Naruto was currently placing the seals on everyone when he felt a pull from far away. It was in the direction of Kumo. He made a clone and had it continue the work and tell Shikaku what was going on. He teleported to the seal and he was in some kind of jail cell. He looked around and saw Umwa bloody and unconscious while Karui was looking like she was beaten. "Karui, what happened?" he asked as he was undoing her chains. "The Raikage tried to give me the same B-rank mission he would try to give Samui. I declined and he tried to rape me, but he only had one arm, so I took advantage of it. I ran away, but he caught me and beat me and threw me in here. He told me I was either going to rot in here or become obedient and take the mission. Umwa was beaten worse. He had the 8 Tails Jinchuriki fight Umwa and he nearly killed him. Can you take us to Konoha, please?" she asked. "Yeah, I can do that. Tsunade already knows about the situation." "Did you do what Samui told you to do?" he asked. "Yeah, me and Umwa did it as soon as we got back to Kumo." She said. He finished her chains and walked over to Umwa and placed a medical seal on him and activated it. He just cut through Umwa's chains with a wind-coated kunai. He felt a chakra signature coming. He got them both free, then teleported back to Konoha to Tsunade's office. "Granny, they're here. You need to heal Umwa yourself, he has some broken bones and possibly tore muscles," Naruto said. "Okay, I'll do it." "Are you going to visit Samui?" she asked. "No, I'm heading back. I can't get distracted yet, no offense to her," he said. "Okay, I'll tell her you had to leave immediately," she said. He hugged her and teleported back to his platoon. "Your clone informed me of where you had to go and the circumstances behind it. Was the mission complete?" Shikaku asked. "Yeah, mission complete, although I didn't have them interrogated. They were already beaten and one of them was an inch away from dying," he said. "Okay, good. By the way, I've been thinking, how are we going to deal with the combined army of IWA and Kumo? They still outnumber us. Even with the medical strategies we have, it's still not in our favor," Shikaku asked. "It will be time for IWA to relieve its darkest day when they attack," Naruto said, holding up a tri-pronged kunai, and Shikaku immediately understood. "Alright, that will work. By the way, the last of the civilians finished tree walking. I want you to teach them water walking and then that's it. I have Jonin teaching them hand-to-hand combat and the Chunin are teaching them the substitution jutsu, but they are only teaching them using one-hand signs. I figured they should be able to use it in an instant. I've already had a Jonin clear a big enough hole to fill with water and have all civilians fit on it. They're all waiting for you," Shikaku said. Naruto nodded and walked to the empty hole in the ground. It was huge. It was basically in the shape of a trench, but he could tell it was big enough to hold 500 people. He used his water manipulation to pull a large amount of water out of the air and fill the hole. "Alright, since you've already learned tree walking today, I'm going to teach you water walking to help you have better control over your chakra. Now, water walking, to do this you have to be emitting a constant stream of chakra from the bottom of your feet and using the repellent force to walk across the water's surface. This technique is more difficult to master than tree climbing, because the amount of chakra that needs to be emitted changes constantly. Also, the more you train with this technique, you can get to a point where you stand on water without even noticing it or even trying. I'm going to have a clone work with each of you. If you don't get this one in a week, do not worry about it. It's a lot harder than tree walking," he said, and then created 500 clones to work individually with the civilians. 3 months later. In the past 3 months the civilians have been trained in taijutsu and kenjutsu. All of them excelled at it. They didn't bother with ninjutsu except the substitution jutsu. They focused on that because a well-timed substitution could save you or an ally's life. They didn't know the jutsu took more than one hand sign, so they all used one hand sign for it. They haven't had any fights except for the occasional group of bandits, but the civilians would deal with the bandits. They looked at it like training and gaining fighting experience. The civilians were at a level that is equal to a mid-level chunin, which was good. They pushed themselves every day in training. The Jonin were all at the elite Jonin level while all the Chunin managed to get from mid Chunin to low Jonin level. The training they went through was torture. Naruto on the other hand, nobody can really be sure about what level he was at. Nobody in the platoon could beat him, but he never bragged about it. Suna also sent over their ninja. Now they had a total of 20,000 troops with them. Naruto was sitting around when the alarm seal went off. He placed one on Oto's side of the border to warn them when the enemy was attacking. He looked at Shikaku, who spoke up. "Alright, listen up. The enemy is on the move. This is the level 1 cursed seal users. All Chunin and civilians get ready to head out. I want 500 Jonin to go as well, but hide and conceal yourselves. Remember, these are level 1 curse seal users. If they have a level 2 user, whoever is fighting it, back off, and I want a Jonin to take over. After this, the next wave will be level 2 curse mark users, and Orochimaru may be there as well. That means all of us are heading out in the third wave of Oto Shinobi. We take out Oto and we will have the tactical advantage over IWA and Kumo. Despite them outnumbering us, Suna only spared 10,000 shinobi. They sent some to Kiri to help take out Kumo ships, and the rest are in Suna protecting the village. They still outnumber our total count of troops. We have 85,500 troops and they have about 150,000. Remember to watch your allies' back and your own. Now move out," Shikaku said. The Chunin, Jonin, and civilians all head out within the hour and head towards the enemy. They all have the medical seal placed on them, even the Suna ninja that came. They should have no problem with the level 1 curse seal users. Naruto was with Shikaku going over battle strategies when a voice spoke up from behind them. "So you two are running things smoothly. I'm hearing nothing but good news coming from this camp. Which is funny because your camp is the first line of defense before the others have to do anything." They turned around and saw Tsunade. Naruto activates his Sharingan and checks for a henge or anything but finds nothing. "Yeah, we really are going good. We just sent out troops to take on the level 1 cursed seal users. We sent all of our Chunin, 500 Jonin, and the 500 civilians that volunteered to fight in this war," Shikaku said. "How strong are the civilians? I know you didn't have them sitting around for 3 months. Tsunade said. "No, we didn't. They are all mid-Chunin level. They pushed themselves each and every day for the past 3 months. We had them take out the bandits as practice for fighting," Naruto said. "Okay, so what about Orochimaru? Has he showed up yet?" she asked. "No, he will most likely be with his third and final wave of curse seal fighters. Naruto is taking him on by himself," Shikaku said. "I figured as much. But I came to bring good news. The Suna and Kiri shinobi have set back the plans for Kumo and IWA. All of their supply ships have been destroyed. So thanks to Jiraiya's spy in the Kumo camp, he found out they won't be able to attack until January, so that gives us about 2 to 3 months to prepare more depending on when Orochimaru's third wave hits. After the third wave I'm pulling everyone back, but I want Naruto to place the alarm seal on every point of the border between Fire Country and Oto and have a seal set up that would be heard all over the Leaf Village so we can head out immediately. I want all civilians that are fighting to return home after this fight. When we face Kumo and IWA, I'm ordering all civilians that fought to stay back in the village to protect it. By the way, Naruto, Samui said you better not miss her birthday or she will never forgive you. I'll tell her to cut you some slack since you have to wait for the third wave and Orochimaru, but she still might punish you when you come back. Good luck, guys." Tsunade left and went back to the village. "So, your girl gives you the same problems as my wife, huh? Welcome to married life, even though you aren't married," Shikaku said. "She can be naggy sometimes, but I shut her up with mind-blowing sex and she doesn't complain anymore. Perhaps you should give it a try. She might just leave you alone if you make her pass out just one time from sex," Naruto said. "That's what you do?" Shikaku asked. "Yup. When Samui gets into her naggy moods I just listen, then I take her to the bedroom and bang her till she can't feel her legs anymore or until she passes out," Naruto said. "I might have to try that. If I can get her off my back for just a day I'll take it," Shikaku said. "Trust me, if you do it right she'll leave you alone for a week. Here I have something that might work for you," he said, and unsealed a box of cards and gave them to Shikaku. "What are these?" Shikaku asked. Sex cards. Read them, you might find some interesting stuff in that box. Naruto said and walked off. 2 weeks passed and the group of shinobi and civilians have not returned. Naruto is sensing the fight from where he is and all of their troops are still alive. He sensed for the enemy and they are down to the last 100 curse seal shinobi. The fight should be over within the next day. He hadn't seen Shikaku much lately. He knew why though, anything that could get his wife to leave him alone for even an hour and he would take it seriously. But to be left alone for a week is like him laying down on clouds. He was broken out of his thoughts when one of the curse mark shinobi chakra increased. He was going to go but he noticed it was now 2 new people fighting the level 2 shinobi. It took the 2 Jonin 2 hours to beat that shinobi but they did it. He was going over a battle strategy for Orochimaru. He could just kill him quickly, by then Orochimaru wouldn't really learn anything. I think I'll toy with him for a while before I kick his ass and kill him. Samui is going to kill me. I already know I'm not going to make it back for her birthday. He thought. He looked up at the sky and noticed the sun go down and he felt the team that had been sent out finish the last of the curse seal shinobi and started to come back to camp. They arrived in a few hours and they looked pretty beat up, mainly the civilians and some Chunin. Naruto decided to break the news to them. "Alright, listen up," he exclaimed, getting everyone's attention. "Tsunade has informed me and Shikaka that after the fight you just had, she wants all civilians to return to the village. She knows the next wave will be the toughest, then we move on to Kumo and Iwa. She wants the trained civilians to stay and protect the village with Jonin that are staying back. As for all of the shinobi, due to Kiri destroying Kumo and Iwa's supply ships, they are set back by 2 to 3 months, so depending on when Orochimaru's 3rd wave hits we are to head back home until the real part of the war begins. I'll be placing alarm seals on the border to let us know when the enemy is moving toward us. Even though we will be in the Leaf Village, I'm setting up a seal that will sound after the enemy activates my seals on the border. That's all now, civilians. It's been an honor working with you. When you get home, make sure you hug your wife and kids or your husband and kids. You're all dismissed. Civilians are allowed to leave tonight or in the morning," Naruto said and walked off to get some sleep. Next day, Naruto and Shikaku are leaving their planning tent when they notice all 500 civilians are bent down on one knee with their heads bowed. Naruto looked at Shikaku, who just had a smile on his face. He knew what it meant. "Naruto-san, it has been an honor to serve and train under your command these last 3 months. If there is ever a battle and you need fighters, we will be ready to fight till the death. If our children are to ever choose to become a ninja, we hope they turn out just like you. You are an inspiration to us all despite being the youngest person here. We are proud to call you our leader," said a civilian with black hair and brown eyes. After that was said, all the civilians stood up, bowed one more time and left camp to return home. "What was that about? I'm not even the leader here, you are," Naruto said. "I believe you just got 500 soldiers that will willingly go into battle with you. Also, you just got about 500 votes to become the 6th Hokage. Naruto, I don't know if you've noticed, but despite me being in charge, I've always come to you to discuss a problem and only allowed you to give out orders. That has essentially made you second in command here. I've been testing you to see if you can handle leading an army. It's what you will have to do if you become Hokage. Before I was sent out, Shikamaru spoke very highly of you. He never speaks like that about anybody. He told me you give him strength and desire to get stronger to protect what he holds dearly. It was a surprise to me because most Nara men don't really try to become stronger after they reach his age. After his talk, I went to Lady Tsunade and personally requested you be sent to my camp. You've got my vote as the Jonin commander for Hokage, and if I had to make a suggestion, Shikamaru should be your assistant if you take office," Shikaku said, and Naruto was frozen to the spot. "Get some sleep, Naruto, we've got planning and training to do in the morning," Shikaku said, walking away. Meanwhile in Oto, Orochimaru is pissed off. "Damn it, how the hell are they defeating us so easily? The warriors I'm sending out can easily take on 4 Jonin level opponents single-handedly," Orochimaru said. "I guess your troops aren't as good as you say they are," Oniki said. "I knew it was a mistake letting you join our side. Your men have been nothing but a disappointment. Had we attacked ourselves, this war would have been over by now," I said. "Oh, and how were you going to attack? All of the borders are closed and you can't get any ships to come help, so that left you with only one option, me. But please do not act like my warriors are weak. After all, you've had to seek out medical help for a good amount of your troops since they decided to test my own. Now I'm personally going to join in with the next wave. I want to know what is going on and how they are easily being defeated. I know Tsunade and Jiraiya aren't there. Orochimaru said. It's probably the Namikaze brat. He managed to cut off my arm, so he might be leading them. I said, holding his stump. His best medics couldn't reattach his arm. Although that is a good guess, I doubt it's him. He is easily a cage-level shinobi. The Leaf would not waste his talents on something as pitiful as a couple of foot soldiers. The logical choice would be they have squads of Umbu that are taking them out. However, that Namikaze spawn belongs to IWA. We will kill him personally. Onaki said. My spies in Konoha haven't reported back yet, so everything must be tight-lipped around there. I'll send another message to see what is going on. I said. You do that. I'm going to get my men ready. They will most likely expect me to attack within the week, however I'll wait 4 months. Give them time to get paranoid and let their guard down. After that you can invade Konoha directly. Onaki gets to kill the brat and Kumo gets a whole clan full of Byakugan users. After you kill the brat Onaki, please remember his eyes are mine. Orochimaru said and walked away. If we didn't need to go through his borders, I would have killed him by now. I said. I have a feeling he will die when he attacks, but that just means we can take over Oto for our own. If he doesn't die, we just kill him when he returns. Onaki said and nodded. Little did they know Naruto and Shikaku already planned for Orochimaru's attack. Orochimaru would soon find out the reason his attacks have failed. In Konoha, Tsunade was in her office with Jiraiya, Shizune and Elder Homura. Jiraiya, have you heard anything from your spies in Oto or Kumo? Tsunade asked. No, I haven't. The last thing I heard was what I told you before. I pulled my spies out like Naruto did. I'd rather have them alive and safe than possibly dead. Jiraiya said. Wouldn't them being in with the enemy be helpful right now? Shizune said. You are right, young Shizune. However, like all nations during the past wars have done, there is a code that gets passed around and it changes every month. With the spies having to leave to send off a message every month, they would be caught and interrogated until they tell everything they know. Jiraiya and Naruto pulling them out was a smart thing to do. We know their battle strategy already, as well as Kumo and IWA being delayed. We have no need to keep the spies in enemy territory. By the way, did we get anything else from the spies from Kumo? Homura asked. No, they were only sent here to get battle plans and kidnap some Hyuga members as well as Samui. However, the spies decided to stay too close to the Hyuga compound and were caught, interrogated and then executed. They wouldn't have gotten any battle plans because outside of the camps we have set up, I don't know what's going on except from the last visit I got. I left the planning to Shikaku. Tsunade said, and somebody knocked on the door. Enter. Tsunade said, and walked Hanabi, who was recently made Chunin after the Pain invasion. Lady Tsunade, the 500 civilians you sent out to fight have returned. This is the report that I collected for them. Hanabi said, handing Tsunade the report. It was 3 pages long, and usually reports are shorter than that for her. Thank you, Hanabi, you may leave now. Tsunade said. Hanabi bowed and left, but Jiraiya spoke up before she could leave out the door. Hanabi, what do you think about toads? He asked, and they all saw her freeze for a second before answering. They are disgusting creatures and I wouldn't be caught near one ever in my life, Lord Jiraiya. She replied before leaving. She went to check up on the toads she took care of at a pond hidden behind the Hyuga compound. Oh yeah, she's the one. Jiraiya said. What do you mean, Jiraiya? Homura asked. She's getting the toad contract. Gamabunta asked Naruto to find a toad contract successor, and he found Hanabi. She actually loves toads but doesn't want anybody to know. I'll give it to her when Naruto's back from the front lines. Jiraiya said. Well, Naruto will be getting a lot of praise when he gets back, that's for sure. Read this report from the civilians. Tsunade said, handing the report to Jiraiya and Homura to read. They both had a shocked look on their face. It seems Hiruzen was right to leave the village in his hands. Homura said. So, when are you giving him the hat, Tsunade? Jiraiya asked. Maybe in about 2 years. There are still some things he needs to learn. He can lead a team that's proven, but running an entire village is something else. Besides, I'm in no rush to give up the hat. It pays good money, although I don't need it. Plus Shizun isn't financially stable yet, with Izumo constantly declining the promotion. He thinks I'll take him off gate duty," she said. "I can't believe him and Kotetsu actually like that job. The amount of time they spend sleeping there, you would think they hate it." Jiraiya said. "Actually, Izumo likes to sleep there because according to him, Shizun keeps him up all night." "You have quite the sex drive, Shizun. I'm surprised you aren't pregnant yet," Tsunade said. "I'll have you know Izumo is just like me in that department. As for the pregnancy, I use the contraceptive jutsu unlike you, Lady Tsunade. However, kids are in my future. I just wish you would give me a dem raise," Shizun said. "Well, why didn't you just ask me for a raise? I would have given it to you," Tsunade said, causing Shizun's jaw to drop. "Okay, anyway, Tsunade, I take it you didn't know about the plan to move the healing bases underground and protect them with seals, as well as the medical seals being placed on all the troops to conserve medical supplies, leaving them for the severely wounded. Which by the look of this had been extremely low," Jiraiya said. "I knew Naruto had medical seals, but I did not know that he put them on all of the troops to conserve medical supplies. He surprised me with that one. I wouldn't have thought about doing that," Tsunade said, and they spent the rest of the night talking and drinking. 4 months later. For the past 4 months, Shikaku and Naruto have been going over battle strategies for this last wave of attack. However, it was difficult because Orochimaru's army didn't really have a set attack due to them being transformed into some kind of beast. They just rushed in, feeling the power of the level 2 curse mark. "Shikaku, it's been 4 months since you've tried to come up with a battle plan for this last wave. You won't be able to come up with one. These level 2 curse seal fighters are mainly going to use taijutsu, and it's unpredictable. The best thing to do is have a long-range fighter and a short-range fighter on each enemy. That way, the enemy will have to exert themselves even more, and with our total up to 20,000 thanks to Gaara sending over some troops, we can easily do it." "I've thought about this 2 months ago," Naruto said. "If you had that idea in your brain, why didn't you tell me about it 2 months ago?" Shikaku asked, annoyed. "I honestly thought you would have come up with that idea. Then again, you are a Nara, so simple plans aren't really your thing. For a clan full of lazy people, you guys sure do put a lot of unnecessary work on your shoulders coming up with plans and ideas," Naruto said. "I can see why you get slapped a lot," Shikaku said with an eye twitch. Naruto was going to respond, but the alarm went off and they both got serious. "Alright everybody, listen up. This is the final wave and everybody is moving out. This will be dangerous due to this group having all level 2 curse seal users. Now I want the medics on standby to be prepared for anything. Orochimaru will be with this group now, so remember, Naruto fights him alone. There will most likely be snake summons, so Naruto will use his summons to counter. I want 2 people on each enemy, a long-range fighter and a close-range fighter. Remember to have your allies back if you are injured. Remember to use the medical seals attached to you. If the wound is severe, you are to head back to camp for medical treatment. I want to win this battle with no casualties on our side. Now move out, the enemy will be here quicker than usual," Shikaku said. "Orochimaru is there, I can feel him," Naruto said. "You can take him. I've heard about your encounter with him during your Chunin exams. Now I'm going out as well. I can fight at any range thanks to my shadows. Let's go," Shikaku said. He took off with the troops. Naruto was about to take off when he felt a chakra spike from the way the enemy was coming. Orochimaru must have used the summoning jutsu, and given the amount of chakra I felt, he must have summoned a lot of battle snakes and another that feels like a boss summon. But the dragons told me Manda was dead. He thought he summoned his dragons and foxes. In front of him was Helios, Vice-Ryan, Bob, and Shadow for the dragons. For the foxes he had Narumi, Scarlet, the 3 Omega brothers, and the other 2 battle foxes he summoned during the Oto invasion. "Naruto, it's good to see you again. How may we help you?" Helios asked. "I'm in the middle of a war and Orochimaru's attacking. He summoned his snakes and I figured you all could use a good fight. I'm heading to the battlefield now. All of the other fighters have already left and started fighting. The summons haven't gotten there yet, but they will be soon," Naruto said. I like you more and more every day, Naruto, let's go. Helios said, and Naruto jumped on Scarlet's head and they all took off towards the battlefield. They arrived and Naruto spotted the snake summons, and it was enough for each of his summons to fight twice. What got him confused was the snake Orochimaru was standing on. It seems I've figured out why my minions have always died so quickly. It seems you are the reason, Naruto. Orochimaru said. That's where you're wrong. This is my first time coming to a fight. Your minions, as you called them, were taken out by civilians, Chunin, and some Jonin. Naruto said. You expect me to believe that civilians had a part in eliminating my forces? Kukyuku, you must think I'm crazy. Orochimaru said. Nope, it's the truth, but believe what you want. So who's your new friend? He looks like Manda, but I know Manda is dead. Naruto said. This is Manda the Second. Orochimaru said. Seriously, that's the best name you could come up with? So what's so great about this one? Naruto asked. This one, unlike the first Manda, is extremely loyal to me. I created him from Manda's cells I've collected. As you can see, he is a lot larger than the original, however that's not the best part. You see, he has claws along his body and his fangs are poisonous. This one is bigger, faster and has better senses than the original one. Orochimaru said. Okay then, Helios, you take Manda Jr. over there, the rest of you take out the other snakes, after that you guys can leave. Naruto said. His summons took off to fight and he jumped off Shadow. Orochimaru, seeing Helios flying towards Manda the Second, jumped off of him to the ground. You've been around long enough, Naruto, it's time to die. Maybe I'll take your eyes for myself, especially your left one. I haven't seen a Rinnegan like that before. Makes me want it even more. Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Alright, then how about you get a closer look at it, because after this fight you won't live to see another day. Naruto said and appeared in front of Orochimaru. What? Was all he got out before Naruto kicked him away. Orochimaru corrected himself in the air and landed. Kukyuka, very impressive. Naruto, it's too bad I couldn't have your body. Now that I am back to full strength and can use my arms thanks to the Shinigami mask in the Uzumaki temple, I can keep my promise from many years ago and kill you. For your unasked, I was brought back to life when some fool used the reversed cursed mark sealing jutsu on one of my precious subjects. I thanked him by taking his life, using his body as my own. Orochimaru said. Okay, so now that you're alive and whole again, you think you can beat me? You're not even stronger than Itaki, and he isn't even close to being on my level. Besides, you haven't even noticed the genjutsu you're in. I don't know how someone so keen on getting the Sharingan keeps forgetting that you shouldn't look a Sharingan user in the eye. Naruto said, and Orochimaru quickly tried to release the genjutsu in him. It was difficult, but when he did, he noticed his arm was on the ground. That was a lucky shot, brat. I won't be falling for that so easily again. Orochimaru said as he shed his skin, and another Orochimaru climbed out of his mouth. That's fine with me. I don't need genjutsu to defeat you. Naruto said. Universal pull. Orochimaru didn't know what was going on. His body suddenly started to move towards Naruto at an extremely fast pace. Wind style, pressurized fist. Next thing Orochimaru knew, he was hit in the stomach and sent flying back, coughing up blood. He landed on the ground in pain. I'll have to deal with the pain. I don't want to shed my skin again so early. I should use Manda the Second, but he is busy fighting right now. Orochimaru thought as he looked and saw Manda the Second getting manhandled by Helios. Are you going to lay there all day? Or are you going to get up and fight? Naruto asked. Orochimaru stood up and went through hand signs. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru sent his 10,000 snakes at Naruto, and all of them had a blade sticking out of their mouth. Wind style, sonic boom. Fire style, dragon rain jutsu. Naruto channeled a huge amount of chakra into both attacks, and once they combined, the snakes stood no chance and were instantly disintegrated. Orochimaru had to jump back in order to not get hit. Once the jutsu was done, Orochimaru created 3 earth clones and charged into the smoke to surprise Naruto. He kicked Naruto in the head and he stumbled back a bit but corrected himself. He instantly activated his Ultra Instinct, but only the ability to dodge, and every attack Orochimaru sent at Naruto was easily dodged, and Naruto would punch him with chakra enhanced punches, leaving bruises on Orochimaru's body. How does he keep hitting me and not my clones? Of course he is used to using shadow clones, so Earth clones won't even faze him. I guess he can tell which ones have Earth chakra and the original. Orochimaru thought all 4 Orochimarus jumped away, but all 4 of them were quickly pulled back to Naruto. Universal pull. All 4 Orochimarus came flying at Naruto, but the next jutsu made their eyes widen. Inferno style, fire lightning. Naruto surrounded himself with the Amaterasu flames, shaped them into spikes with the use of his Kagutsuki ability, and made them shoot out, stabbing all 4 Orochimarus at once. Orochimaru, feeling the pain from this, shed his skin again for the second time this fight. Damn it, this is getting annoying. I'm supposed to weaken Konoha's forces, but this boy is easily beating me. Orochimaru thought. He looked over to his forces and saw they were losing, and the only summons left alive from his side was Manda II, but he wasn't doing too good. As you can see, Orochimaru, you are out of your league. You can't beat me and your forces will be gone in a few days. It's time you pay for what you did to the 3rd Hokage. Naruto said. He raised his chakra levels and blurred out of sight. Orochimaru, sensing it was bad, activated his next jutsu. Slithering snake mode. His lower body turned into that of a snake to increase his speed and agility, but it was of no use. Naruto was already pummeling him into the ground by the time he finished saying his jutsu. Naruto grabbed Orochimaru by the face and repeatedly slammed the back of his head into the ground. Wind style, great breakthrough. Orochimaru blasted Naruto away with a strong gust of wind. Naruto flipped in the air and landed. Both he and Orochimaru disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto still had the advantage. Lightning style, hammer of the thunder god. Naruto created his hammer of lightning and smacked Orochimaru away with it. He looked up at the sky and noticed it was sprinkling water. He lifted his hammer up in the air and slammed it to the ground. Next thing everyone knew was a huge bolt of lightning came from the sky, hitting Orochimaru, making him scream out in agony. A curse mark warrior charged at Naruto. Naruto ducked out of the way and threw the hammer at the warrior and made it explode in a burst of red lightning. 2 Jonin came and took over and started to fight the cursed mark warrior. Sorry about that, Naruto, he managed to sneak away from us, said one of the Jonin. It's fine. How many level 2 cursed mark users are left? Naruto asked. We've taken out about 1,000 of them so far, but 100 of our troops had to go back to camp for medical attention. We had to send 30 people with them to make sure they made it. The other Jonin said. That's alright, we still have the advantage with 1,000 of them being dead already. Take care of that one and then meet up with Shikaku, he may need help. Naruto said as he saw Orochimaru shed his skin. The Jonin nodded and continued to fight the cursed mark warrior. You're starting to piss me off, Naruto. I will have those eyes. Orochimaru said. Ninja art, cadaver puppet jutsu. Orochimaru then absorbed the body of one of his cursed mark warriors into his body, and it grew out of his back and grew with arms that resembled some kind of sword. He charged at Naruto with great speeds. Naruto pulls out the Kyubikaribasho and channels wind chakra into it. He waited for Orochimaru to get closer to him. Once he was close enough, he called out his jutsu. Wind style, air cutter jutsu. He swung the Kyubikaribasho in a horizontal motion, and a blade of wind chakra came rushing towards Orochimaru. He ducked, but the corpse on his back was cut off. Due to it being a part of Orochimaru, he felt the pain and screamed out in pain. He dropped the jutsu and leapt back. I should not be losing to some brat Uchiha eyes or not. I can only shed my skin 2 more times before I have to use that jutsu. If I have to use it, I'll for sure win this fight. To hell what Oniki says, this boy dies by my hands. Orochimaru said as he began to shed his skin. He did not see Naruto prepare his jutsu. Orbiting Raise Non. He shot his hands forward and the jutsu came rushing at Orochimaru, who just finished shedding his skin. Orochimaru, seeing the jutsu heading towards him, used his own wind style, great breakthrough. The 2 jutsus collided, creating a smoke cloud, but Naruto knew only the outer layer was destroyed. Orochimaru was catching his breath when the 5 Raise Nons came flying at him. He crossed his arms, bracing for impact. He didn't want to shed his skin again, because after this there was only 1 jutsu left for him to do. The Raise Nons hit and exploded on contact. Orochimaru was bloody on the ground and shed his skin. Naruto noticed him breathing heavy and spoke up. Looks like you're on your last leg, Orochimaru. What will you do now? I told you that I would kill you before this fight is over, and that's what I'm going to do," Naruto said as he created a clone. Orochimaru had no choice but to prepare his next jutsu. Living corpse reincarnation. Orochimaru left his current host's body and revealed his true form. A giant white snake made up of smaller white snakes. "Kukyuku, it's time to die, Naruto. However, I'll be taking your body as my own." Orochimaru said he got ready to charge when a screeching sound was heard coming from Naruto's jutsu. "This is my ultimate jutsu. You should be honored. This is only the third time it's been used in battle. However, I know you're tricky, so I'll add something else to it to make sure you die," Naruto said. He nodded to his clone who used Kagutsuka to add the flames of the Amaterasu flames to the jutsu, turning it pitch black. "I don't care what jutsu that is. It's time you die," Orochimaru said and lunged at Naruto with his jaws wide open. However, he wasn't prepared for what Naruto did with his jutsu. Inferno style, Raisin Shuriken. He threw the jutsu at Orochimaru, who was shocked by him being able to throw it. It should be impossible to throw a jutsu that dense, he thought as the jutsu made contact, causing him to hiss in pain. "Explode," Naruto said. The Raisin Shuriken exploded in a dome of black flames and wind chakra needles, severing Orochimaru's chakra network and killing him at the same time. The dome lasted for 5 minutes and Naruto knew Orochimaru couldn't escape. The dome of black flames ended and Naruto only saw the head of Orochimaru's snake form without a body. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a white snake trying to slither away. "Amaterasu." He set the white snake on fire and heard it hiss out in pain. He relaxed and felt for any sign of Orochimaru, and the head still had life in it. Naruto walked up to the head and stabbed it through the brain with the Kubikuri Basho. He left and joined Shikaku. He was surrounded by 500 curse mark users and his shadow possession was not holding up. Naruto jumped next to him and activated his Susanoo in its half-body humanoid form. It grew and the Susanoo version of the Kubikuri Basho formed in its hand. "Release the shadow possession," he told Shikaku, who nodded as soon as he released it. All of the curse mark users charged. Naruto used the Susanoo to cut through all of them by spinning around and slicing all of them in half. More came and Naruto did it again. He killed off 1,000 of the warriors and noticed the shinobi forces were working faster than he thought. With the 1,000 he took out, they were down to less than 3,000 enemies. "I must have overestimated the strength of the enemy. With this, if they fight all night they will be done in the morning," Naruto thought. "You know, if they fight through the night they should be done in the morning, right?" Shikaku said. "Yeah, I know. Instead of us heading back right away, we should wait a week and relax to give the troops a break. We won the first major fight of the war and with no deaths, only critically wounded who were immediately taken off the battlefield to the medical camp," Naruto said. "I can use a week off. I've actually had to do work. I don't want to go home and get yelled at by my wife. I love Yoshino and all, but I need my space from her. Speaking of which, you missed Samui's birthday. I feel bad for you," Shikaku said. "Don't worry, I'll be fine, hopefully. She'll probably make me sleep in another room. I just seal the room when I feel her coming to the room with an angry aura to her," Naruto said. "Yeah, I'm not doing that. Anyway, let's get back to the fight. I want to finish this up and get back to camp to relax," Shikaku said. "You go ahead, we have a spy running towards Oto. Most likely a Kumo spy. I'll take care of him, then join the rest of you." Shikaku nodded and took off. Naruto activated his 6th path Sage mode and took off towards the spy. He reached the spy in a matter of seconds and the spy had no time to react as Naruto killed him. He turned the body over and took off the mask. It was C from the Cage Summit. "You shouldn't send one of your best fighters out to spy. You should use a pawn you don't mind losing. Now let's see what you have," Naruto thought as he searched the body of C and found his mission. He was to spy on the battle and if possible kill Orochimaru and sneak into Konoha's camp. Naruto also found out they have an extra month to prepare, so instead of expecting an attack in February, they won't be attacked until March. Naruto burned the body of C and returned to the battle. The next morning all of the shinobi from Suna and Konoha were heading back to camp. They defeated all of the curse mark users and made sure to burn all of the bodies. It took them a few hours to arrive and once they did, Shikaku spoke up. Okay, good work everybody. With that wave we have defeated the entire Oto shinobi army. Naruto also killed Orochimaru in battle. Now listen, Naruto has set up seals along the border so we can all go home now. The next attack was delayed another month so we have until February to relax and be with our families. We decided to stay for an extra week to rest before heading back, however if you wish to go home today you may leave in a few hours. You can also leave at any time during the week, just let me or Naruto know you are leaving. Medics, I can't thank you enough for what you did. If any of you want a hospital job or need a reference, feel free to put your actions during the war on the slip and add either me or Naruto's name as a referral. After today I am no longer the leader of you all, next time the Hokage will be handing out orders before heading to the battlefield. Now get some rest, you all earned it. Shikaku said and walked away. Naruto stayed back to keep track of who already left. The entire medic team left. Most of them were civilians trained in the medic program and had families to go home to. All of the Suna shinobi left, they wanted to return home quickly, and half of the shinobi from Konoha left. So only Shikaku, Naruto, and 5,000 Leaf shinobi remained. A few days go by and all the other shinobi have left, leaving Shikaku and Naruto behind to clean up any important files. So, are you ready to go home and face your girlfriend, who will undoubtedly be pissed off at you for missing her birthday that was last week? Then you decided to stay an extra week. I feel as if you are going to be sleeping by yourself the entire time we're back. Shikaku said as he sealed up more documents. You're worried about me, you should be more concerned about your skull. Shikamaru told me about how your wife uses a frying pan on your head. Samui just yells at me a lot when she's angry, never uses physical contact. I can easily make up to her when she's mad. I have the perfect gift for her when I get back. By the way, I never asked. How did Yoshino take it when Shikamaru brought Temari over? Naruto asked. They bonded instantly, but I must say I like her as well. Strong women, independent, and she lets Shikamaru have his quiet time even if it's for an hour. He appreciates it. I've never heard them argue other than the typical Nara forgetting about a date or something. Other than that, they are doing really well together. Shikaku said. Shikamaru told me about how she lets him use his privacy barrier, good for him. Naruto said. Yeah, I used mine one time and Yoshino thought I was abducted since she couldn't see me. I like it since we're in a war, maybe she'll let me use it more often. Shikaku said. Naruto just nodded his head and left to seal up the medical supplies and seal the entrance to the medic station. 3 days pass and they are headed back to Konoha. Are you ready to go to Shikaku? Naruto asked. No, but I have no choice but to get back. Otherwise Yoshino will come hunt me down and drag me back. Shikaku said, and Naruto laughed at him and they left. In Konoha, Teiwa, Karin, Kurane, who had Mirai with her, who was now 7 months old, Samui, and Tsunade were all enjoying a nice lunch at Ayam's restaurant when a huge crowd of civilians ran by shouting about the front gate. Lady Tsunade, do you know what's going on? Teiwa asked. Yeah, I've never seen civilians run this excited about anything. Karin said. I don't know, but I'm not getting in the middle of it. I need to head back to the office. Samui, can you be my bodyguard to the office? I don't want to hear Shizun's mouth about me being out with no backup. Tsunade said. Yeah, I can do that. Samui said. Lady Tsunade, can I speak with you? Tsunade looked up to see Yoshino Nara standing there with a worried and pissed off look on her face. Sure, me and Samui, we're heading to my office, you can join us. Tsunade said, and the 3 of them left. So, do you want to go see what the crowd is about? Karin asked. Nope, Lee just got back 2 days ago. I gave him a break, now it's time for me to rock his world. Teiwa said. Okay, I'm gonna go home now. I didn't need to know that. Karin said. You know, Karin, if you want, me and Lee can always use an extra body. Teiwa said. Sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. Karin said and left quickly. Who the hell is she dating? Oh well, not important right now. I have a boyfriend at home that I need to get some attention from. Teiwa said as she went home. Meanwhile, Shikaku and Naruto just reached the front gate and were met with cheers and confetti was thrown. It's not every day that a group of random civilians join the war and come back strong enough to become a Chunin. Even the medics were in the crowd. Naruto couldn't help but smile at this. As much fun as this has been, we need to hand in our report. So can you all please head back to what you were doing? Shikaku asked. Hi Captain. Was all he got in return, and the civilians and medics left. Wanna shunshin to the office to avoid another mob? Naruto asked. Shikaku nodded, and melted into his own shadow. Okay, now that was cool. Naruto said, and disappeared in a swirl of water and lightning. In Tsunade's office, Yoshino was asking questions. Didn't you say that the first battle was officially over? Why isn't Shikaku back? You think he ran off with some war slut? When he gets back, I'm going to beat him so bad with my pan he won't want to leave the house again. She said. Before Tsunade could respond, two voices were heard. I'm telling you, water and lightning is way better than just sinking into a shadow. Naruto said. I'm telling you that just sinking away gives off a more mysterious feeling. Shikaku said as they both arrived in the office. As soon as Shikaku appeared, he was her upside the head with a frying pan. Shikaku Nara, where have you been? Yoshino yelled. I was at the camp cleaning and making sure everything was secure with Naruto. We sent the troops home first since we didn't need to do any more fighting. Shikaku asked. You sure you weren't with any war sluts that I'm sure you've ran into? She asked. Yoshino, we've been together for 20 years. Why would I cheat on you now? Besides, when we did run into the war sluts, as you call them, only the single shinobi or civilians hooked up with them in a separate shelter we set up 5 miles from camp. He said. It's true, we were too busy planning and training the civilians to even think about getting with one of the war sluts. Naruto said. Okay Naruto, I know you want to see Samui, so hand in your report and you can leave. Same goes for you Shikaku. Tsunade said, and they handed her the reports. Shikaku scooped up Yoshino in his arms, surprising her, and nodded to Naruto, who gave him a thumbs up. Shikaku then left in a traditional leaf shunshin. What was that about? Tsunade asked. Well, Yoshino may give birth in 9 months, or she will be unable to walk for a few days. Now where is Samui? I want to see her. Naruto asked. She went home about 30 minutes ago. I guess that large crowd was for you and Shikaku? She asked. Yeah, it was. Sorry about that, we didn't know it was coming. But I have a lovely girlfriend to go see, so I'll see you later, Granny. He said, and gave her a hug and kiss on the cheek before he used the hydration mark he placed on his front door. He arrived at the house in less than a second and unlocked the door and went in. He moved quietly so Samui didn't hear him. He reached the living room and she was laying down reading a book. He stood there for 10 minutes just staring at her, since he hasn't seen her in 7 months. She gets up but doesn't notice him and goes into the kitchen. He uses this time to sneak upstairs. He placed a privacy barrier on the bathroom to their room and took a shower. 20 minutes later he was out of the shower and got dressed in some sweatpants and went downstairs. She was really into that book that he just walked up to her and spoke. That must be a really good book if you haven't noticed me home already. He said, and she froze. She turned around and jumped on him, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. I can't believe it. You're actually here. She said, crying into his neck. Don't cry Samui-chan, I'm here. I told you I would come back. I made a promise to remember. He said, and she nodded. She looked at him and gave him the most passionate kiss she could. Can we go upstairs? I just want you to hold me right now. She said. Of course. He said, and carried her to their bedroom. He opened and closed the door with his foot, since they both liked sleeping with the door closed. They laid down and she had her back to him with his arms wrapped around her. She fell asleep instantly and he joined her 5 minutes later. They woke up after a few hours and it was almost 8 p.m. and they didn't want to get out of bed, so they just laid there with her head on his chest. I'm not mad at you, Naruto. Samui said. That's good, I thought I was going to get the silent treatment and have to sleep in a different room. He said. I wanted to be mad at you, I really did, but I just couldn't. I know you didn't miss my birthday on purpose. I had to remind myself even after Tsunade told me what was going on, that you're fighting to protect the village and by association me. She said. I would have came back if I had a choice. I didn't want to miss it, but I had to. I thought about you every day for the past 7 months. He said. I thought about you too, Naruto-kun. You didn't let any of those war sluts touch you, right? She asked. You must have been hanging around Yoshino. But to answer your question, no, I didn't let them touch me. I didn't even leave the camp until I went to save Amwa and Karui and had to go fight Orochimaru. He said. Yeah, I know. Speaking of Amwa and Karui, they have picked out a house here and moved in. Turns out on their way back to Kumo they got together during a storm that hit. The hotel room only had one bed and Karui was cold, so Amwa offered to hold her, and then from what Karui told me she looked up and just started to kiss him. Samui said. I always knew they would get together. I felt the emotions that they had for each other when you first arrived. Naruto said. Well, can you tell what I'm feeling? She asked and slid her hand down his pants. I think I might know. It's probably the same thing I've been feeling for the last 7 months. He said as he took off his clothes, and she did the same. They went at it like rabbits in heat until 2 a.m. and Samui couldn't feel her legs and knew she would be walking with a limp the next day. Before I pass out, you need to go see Kurane and Anko tomorrow. She said, and after that she was out cold. I guess I'm going to see my sisters tomorrow. He said before falling asleep as well. Chapter 20, Kids and Proposals. The next day Naruto woke up, he looked at the clock and it was 6 a.m. He wanted to get up, but Samui had her back to Naruto up against his chest while he was holding her breasts and his dick was stuck between her legs. He could feel her juices running on him and he tried to move, but then Samui moaned in her sleep and woke up. She started to move her hips back and forth and Naruto started to kiss her neck while massaging her breasts and pinching her nipples. She moaned some more, then lifted her leg up. Put it in me, Naruto-kun. She said, moaning. He reached down, grabbed his dick and in one quick motion thrust it into her, getting a screaming moan from her. Fuck the shit out of my pussy, baby. She said, and he began thrusting in and out of her at a steady pace, but then he picked up speed and he could feel her insides begin to tighten up on his dick. He started thrusting harder and he could hear how wet she was getting from being fucked like this. Keep going just like that, I'm close, I'm so close, I'm about to she it, I'm coming. She yelled and Naruto felt her juices squirt all out onto him and the sheets. He pulled out and she rolled on top of him, lining him up with her pussy before she just dropped down, making it go in deeper than she thought it would. Shit. She yelled as the impact of him hitting her deeply inside made her come again. She started bouncing on his dick, making a slapping noise be heard throughout the room. Shit, that feels good, Samui-chan. Have you been practicing while I've been gone? He asked and reached up and pinched her nipples. Yes. I bought a sex toy to hold me over until you got back. I couldn't find one close to your size, so I had to use what I had. She said as she kept bouncing on his dick. Shit, you feel so good. He said as he sat up and started to kiss and suck on her nipples, making her come again. Fuck me from behind, Naruto-kun. Fuck me doggy style. She said as she got up and turned around on all fours with her back arched and her ass in the air. Naruto went behind her and lined himself up with her pussy and didn't waste any time before thrusting into her. He was holding her hips with both hands and was going hard and fast that her ass had red marks on it. He began to slap her ass, making her scream out in pleasure. Yes, keep slapping my ass. I love it. Go harder. She yelled. She reached a hand underneath her and began to rub her clit, making her come again. Shit, I'm coming again. She yelled as she felt herself squirt all over her hand. She moved her fingers to her mouth to taste herself and moaned at the taste. She began throwing her hips back to meet each thrust he did vigorously. He shocked her next by sticking his thumb in her ass and he began to fuck her at a pace so fast that her eyes rolled to the back of her head and her arms were stretched outwards in front of her. She let out a loud moan into the bed sheets her face was buried in. He felt himself getting close and she felt him twitch inside of her. Come in, baby, come for me, come inside my dirty little pussy. Let me feel that warm cum inside me. She moaned out. She had just enough sense to do the contraception jutsu and he sped up some more, going harder and harder. I'm about to come, Samui-chan. I'm about to fill this pussy up. Here it comes. He said, and with one final hard thrust they both came at the same time. He pushed in as hard as he could as he came inside of her and she moaned at the feeling of him filling her up with his cum. He thrusted into her some more, getting moans from both of them. He kept going until he felt a second load coming. He pulled out and she turned around with her mouth open while he jerked himself off. After a minute he blew his second load of cum into her mouth. After he was done coming she sucked the tip of his dick making sure she got every last drop of cum out of him. She let go of his dick making a wet popping sound. Naruto fell back onto the bed breathing heavy with her falling onto his chest breathing equally bad heavy but she had drool coming out of her mouth. Naruto looked at her and she was out again. He looked at the clock and it was 7:27. Anko and Kurane won't be up until maybe 11. So we can sleep some more and go over to Anko's house at about 2 p.m. I know Kurane will already be there. He thought before falling asleep. They woke up again at 12:15 p.m. and Samui had to wipe her mouth from her drooling. She looked at Naruto and gave him a big kiss that he returned. I can't believe you fucked me to the point I was drooling with my eyes rolled to the back of my head. She said. I know I wasn't expecting that but it was good as hell. He replied running his hand through her hair. I especially liked it when you stuck your thumb up my ass. I think that's what sent me over the edge. We need to take a shower and wash our sheets before heading out, so come on. She pulled the covers off of her and got out of bed. As soon as she stood up she fell down. Naruto just smiled at his handiwork. Okay, I know I tell you sometimes to fuck me until I can't walk or feel my legs but damn you really did it this time. Carry me. She said lifting her arms up like a baby with a cute face on. You don't have to do the face. I'll carry you all day if you need me to. He said as he picked her up and walked to the bathroom. You're carrying me all day. Well, we only have plans to go to Anko's house but if I have to go to the bathroom you need to carry me. I don't think my legs will work all day. You need to see the twins also Fu might be there as well. She said as they entered the shower. She was grateful that they had a spot to sit down on in the shower. They washed up twice because she decided to give him a blowjob and he returned the favor by eating her pussy. They walked out the shower, while Naruto walked out Samui was being carried. Naruto got dressed in some green boxers, gray sweatpants, and a black muscle shirt. Samui put on a black bra. She had a red shirt that she tied into a knot behind her and some red panties and black spandex shorts. Naruto put the sheets in the washer and made them some breakfast. After eating he put the sheets in the dryer before he scooped Samui up in his arms and left for Anko's house. They arrived at Anko's house and Samui knocked on the door. They waited for 5 minutes until the door opened revealing Iruka who looked like he was about to leave. Naruto? When did you get back? He asked. I got back yesterday and just spent the day with Samui-chan. He said. Yeah, we're here to see the kids since we know they're all here. Samui said. Iruka just sighed. They're in the living room. I'm heading to work. I'll see you both around. He said walking away. Well, let's go surprise everybody. He said kissing her on the cheek. They walk inside and take their shoes off. He silently walks to the living room and sees Fu with Hoshi, Kurane has Mirai with her and Anko has her twins. Well, isn't this a pretty sight? My goddaughter and nieces all in one room. Along with my precious sisters. Makes me want to wipe away my tears if only I wasn't holding an angel in my arms. Naruto said, making Samui blush and everybody in the room looked at him in shock. Naruto! Fu, Anko, and Kurane yelled. He could have swore he heard a kid say his name but played it off as his imagination. He sat Samui down on the couch and was immediately tackled into a group hug. Naruto, it's so good to see you. Fu said. Yeah, we missed our slapping buddy. Anko said as she slapped him in the back of his head hugging him. When did you get back? Kurane asked. I got back yesterday. Didn't you see the welcome committee? He asked suddenly. He was being slapped by two ladies that were previously hugging him. He was thankful that Kurane and Fu stopped slapping him. It was beginning to hurt. He was not prepared for Anko to start choking him. The kids thought it was funny cause he started to turn blue. After a while he stopped moving and his soul left his body. He was staring at himself laying on the floor lifeless when Anko grabbed his soul and shoved it back down his throat and he woke up with a deep breath. What the fuck, Anko? He yelled and she backed away. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you would die. She said she really was sorry. Sorry isn't going to cut it. Now where are my nieces and goddaughter? He said, walking away. He secretly touched Anko's spot on the couch. He had a little surprise for her. Samui saw this and could only hold in her laughter. He did this to her before. As soon as he sat down, Mirai and Hoshi immediately crawled over to him and he picked them up, making the giggle. "Oh, I know these two cuties. How are the two oldest doing?" he asked, tickling their stomachs, making them squeal in laughter. "Naa," Mirai said. "Naa naa." Hoshi said. Fu and Kurane were shocked by their daughter's first words, and it had to be Naruto's name. "Ah, my baby can speak. Come on, Mirai, say mama. Can you say mama?" Kurane asked as she took Mirai away from Naruto. "Come on, Hoshi, say mama. Come on, say mama," Fu said as she took Hoshi from Naruto. The two girls just looked at their mothers with a confused look on their faces until they spoke up at the same time. "Naa," they said at the same time, making Fu and Kurane hang their heads down. Suddenly Anko's children began to cry. "Well, it seems Akira and Akari need to be changed." Anko said she went to pick them up, but Naruto beat her to it. "I'll do it, Anko, you can just sit down and relax," he said, and picked up the two girls and went to change them. "The diapers are in their room next to the crib," she said. Naruto walked to their room and began changing them. A large explosion was heard and a crashing sound was heard. Naruto finished changing Akira and Akari and made his way back to the living room and sat the twins down on the floor. He looked up and saw the hole in the ceiling. He instantly started to laugh. "Naruto, when is she coming down?" Kurane asked while laughing. "She's coming back now." Sure enough, Anko came falling screaming back into the room, but Naruto caught her. She was shaking with a terrified look on her face. He removed the seal from her spot and sat her down. Akira and Akari were immediately picked up by Anko and she held onto them for dear life. "Naruto, what was that?" Kurane asked. "Oh, it's just a pressure seal containing air. When a certain weight is put on it, it will unleash a huge amount of air, sending someone flying into the air. The height depends on how much chakra I add to the seal. That's what you get for killing me. Never do that again," he said, and Anko nodded. A few minutes later she was back to normal and the kids were playing. "Naruto, why were you carrying Samui around today?" Fu asked. "Oh, she can't use her legs right now," he replied, getting a huge blush from Samui. "So how good was it, Samui?" Anko asked, and Samui got a faraway look on her face with blood coming out of her nose. "Okay, Naruto, you answer. How good was it?" Kurane asked. "Well, during it her eyes were rolled to the back of her head and her body went limp, but she was still up. After she passed out and was drooling," he said. "What the hell, dude, I wish Iruka would do that to me. I mean, he makes me pass out sometimes, but I've never had my eyes roll to the back of my head without me doing it myself, and my body never goes limp and I never drool. Tell me your secret," Anko yelled. "Nope," he said, and Anko pouted. "Come on, Naruto, we're practically family." Kurane said she wanted that kind of sex too. "Nope, not telling. Samui, if you tell them I'll cut you off for a month," he said, and Samui instantly shut her mouth. She was about to tell Fu. Naruto went and got some drinks from the kitchen for them and came back to see Anko pissed off. "What's wrong, Koko-chan?" he asked her. "Who the fuck is going to fix the big asshole in my ceiling and roof?" she asked. "What hole?" Naruto said. "The hole that is right above us." She trailed off as the holes were already fixed. "What the fuck?" she said. "Fuck," Mirai and Hoshi said, earning Anko a glare from Fu and Kurane. "Hee sorry," Anko said sheepishly, rubbing her head. "How is the hole already fixed, Naruto?" Fu asked. "Oh, all the houses have repair seals on everything except for the TVs. I took them off because I have gifts for you all that I got from Spring Country but forgot to give them to you before I left for the front lines," he said, and unsealed 3 large scrolls from his hands. "What's in the scrolls?" Kurane asked. "In these scrolls are TVs that are all 32 to 50 inches long. Koyuki gave these to me as gifts for the houses after I told her about the compound. She gave you each a photographed picture of herself once I told her about you all." He unseals one of the scrolls and out pops some TVs and a couple of wall mounts. "Anko, make some clones and I'll do the same, and the clones can set up the TVs where you want them." He said Anko made 6 clones for each TV and Naruto made the same amount and the clones got to work. Wow, Naruto, can you have your clones set ours up too? Fu asked. Sure. Naruto said and created 12 clones while Kurane and Fu made 6 each to take clones to their houses to set up the TVs. Well, that was nice of Koyuki to do. I'm surprised you didn't sleep with her when you had the chance. Anko said and Naruto turned around slowly as he felt the hairs on his neck stand up. He saw Samui with a certain smile on his face that he did not like. Naruto, when did you have the opportunity to sleep with Koyuki? She asked sweetly. He looked to Anko, Fu, and Kurane for help but they were just looking away at nothing. It was before I met you again. I saved her country from her uncle on an S-ranked mission. After it was over she offered and I declined as tempting as it was. She has a husband now so there's nothing to worry about. He replies. She stared at him for 2 minutes. Okay. But can you at least try to look ugly so no girls would want you? Samui asked and he just laughed. Sorry, I guess good looks just run in the family. He said and kissed her cheek. Speaking of family, you will never guess who I heard is having a baby. Anko said. Who? Naruto asked and started to drink his tea. Sakura and Kiba. She said and Naruto started to choke on his tea and he wound up choking to death and his soul left his body. This time Samui grabbed it and shoved it back down his throat and then slapped him. He woke up and instantly held his face. Who slapped me? Everybody just shrugged. Kiba and Sakura, how did that happen? Kurane asked. Oh Nai-chan, do we really have to explain how it happened? You should know, I mean that's how Mirai was born. Naruto said and got slapped by Kurane. I know how. I mean how, like I've never seen them around each other. Kurane said. Oh, a quickie turned into a lot of quickies which turned into them fucking like every day. Kiba was kicked out of the clan since they know how Haranos are. They're just after money and fame. Only thing his mother did was buy him a house, paid it off and gave him 10 million ryo. Tsum was pissed because her first grandchild will be born in 6 months and she can't even claim it because that would mean she has to bring Kiba back into the clan and by extension the entire Harano family. Anko said. Well, that's what happens when you roll around strays. Fu said. Well, at least she still has Hana, who by what I'm feeling from her right now is currently in her heat cycle so she may get pregnant. By the way, are you two going to be active shinobi again? He asked Kurane and Anko. Yeah, we are, but Tsunade will only send us on C and B rank missions after the war is over. She doesn't trust us to leave 3 kids alone with Asuma and Irika so she's going to send us out separately. Kurane said. Well, after the war you can leave your kids with me if you want to do a mission together. I mean by now you both should be borderline cage level kunoichi. So you can handle any mission together. I'll even take them when you all want to have a girls' night out. He said. Seriously? You would do that for us? Anko said. Yeah, sure, I plan on taking a break after the war anyway. I want to focus on me and Samui building our relationship. I can handle 4 kids, it's no big deal for me. He said. Okay, sure, after the war is over Uncle Naruto will be on baby duty. Anko said they talked about the war and just regular things for the rest of the day. By the time they all left it was almost midnight. Naruto picked Samui as she had fallen asleep an hour ago and went home. He tucked her in and went to the backyard to practice his Raisin Shuriken. He wanted to be able to do it by himself to speed up the process. He practiced for 2 hours before he got it down. He could make it himself but he couldn't throw it yet. He went in the house and began to make plans for tomorrow. He was taking Samui out on a nice fancy date. He was thinking on the couch when Samui came stumbling down the stairs. Her legs were still weak. She made it to the couch and sat on his lap cuddling into his chest. When are you coming to bed? It's cold up there by myself. She said. I was actually on my way up there until you came stumbling down the stairs. You wanna head back up now? He asked and she nodded. He picked her up and they made it to their room and Naruto laid her down before taking off his pants. He took a shower and just put on some boxers after and climbed in bed. She snuggled her back into his chest and he wrapped his hands around her waist and pulled her closer. She let out a happy sigh and they both fell asleep. Naruto woke up early the next day to plan his surprise. He used a seal to drain some of Samui's chakra, but he placed a medical seal on her to heal her chakra loss and the pain in her legs. He got dressed in some black shinobi pants and a white t-shirt. He left the house and made it to Ichiraku's. He entered and made it to Ayam's office where she was working. He opened the door and she turned around and his jaw dropped. Ayam was pregnant. "Naruto, it's so good to see you," she said, standing up, giving him a big hug. "When did you get back?" she asked, and he looked around first and noticed her ladle was in the kitchen on the counter, so he answered, "I've been back for 2 days now," he said, and he was hit upside the head with her ladle. So what she said was true. It does just appear out of nowhere, he thought as he rubbed his head. "You've been back for 2 days and you didn't come see me? What the hell have you been doing? Am I not that important anymore?" she asked. "No, that's not it. It's just I had to spend time with Samui and then we went to see all of the kids. I had to meet Akira and Akari. I already knew Hoshi and Mirai, but I had to meet them again. Speaking of which, look at you. You're having a baby of your own. I thought you weren't ready yet," he said. "I wasn't, but I guess Kami had other plans for me. I mean, Kodasu pulls out and I even use the contraceptive jutsu, so it was a shock to both of us that I got pregnant. I'm not mad though, I'm as happy as I can be. My business has taken off so much that before the war started the spring daimyo wanted me to open a restaurant over there. I guess the daimyo heard about me through a diplomat. I just can't get into contact right now," Ayam said. "I can send a message to Koyuki for you if you want me to. My messenger fox loves the land of spring," he offered. "Really? Thank you so much. Here is my letter I wrote for her," she said as she pulled out a scroll from her drawer. Naruto bit his thumb and went through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Kinto appeared. "Yo Naruto, what's up, man?" Kinto asked. "I need you to take a message to Koyuki for me. It's from Ayam," he said. "I can do that. I like her, she gives me treats, and when she scratches behind my ear, I just melt in her hands," Kinto said, taking the scroll and disappearing in a puff of smoke. "He'll be back in like a week. Now as for why I'm here. Is the rooftop area ready yet?" he asked. "Yeah, it's been ready for a few months. It's just so expensive that nobody wants to rent it out. I'm starting to think it was a bad idea," she said. "Well, I want to reserve the entire rooftop for a date with Samui tonight. How much does it cost for the entire rooftop to be reserved?" he asked. "Well, it's 26,000 ryo an hour for a table, but you want the entire rooftop, so it will be triple the amount. How long do you need it for?" she asked. I was thinking for about 3 hours. I'll be here at 9. He said. Well, for 3 hours the entire thing will cost you 234,000 ryo, not including the food and drinks. She said. Alright, put the reserve down for Namikaze at 9 p.m. He said and paid her the money. So why are you doing this if you don't mind me asking? She asked. Well, I've been gone for 7 months and I missed her birthday. So I'm doing this as a makeup gift. She said she was okay with me missing her birthday, but I still need to do something for her. He said. Alright then, Namikaze at 9 p.m. tonight. I'll let the waiter at the door know. She said, and he hugged her and left. He went home and noticed it was only 8 a.m. so he got back in bed with Samui and she instantly clung to him. He smiles and kisses her on the head before going back to sleep. They both woke up later and they must have been really tired because it was after 5 p.m. when they woke up. Damn, didn't realize I was so tired. Samui said. That would be my fault. I needed some of your chakra but you wouldn't wake up, so I had to drain some from you, but I placed a medical seal on you to heal you. Naruto said. What did you need my chakra for? She asked. That is a surprise for later. Now we have dinner reservations at Ichiraku's on the rooftop at 9 p.m. tonight, so be ready by 8:30, okay? He said. Why are we having dinner there? I thought we were going to stay in the house all day. She said. We were, but I just want to do something nice for you. It's been 7 months since I saw you. Just be ready by 8:30. He said. He smacked her on the ass and left out of the room. He went to his father's office that was in the house and pulled out a certain scroll. He checked to make sure what he needed was in there, and it was. He started to place some more seals on his Hirashin now since he would be using them in the war against IWA. He was working so much that when he took a glance at the clock it said 7:30. He only had an hour to get ready. He went up to his room to shower, but Samui was in the shower. He decided against joining her and went to the closet, pulled out his clothes and went to the bathroom down the hall. An hour later he was ready to go. He wore a nice black three-piece black suit with the suit jacket having 2 buttons which he left the bottom one unbuttoned. He wore a white dress shirt underneath with an all-black straight tie. His father had silver cuff links with diamonds in them, so he had those on. To top it off he had on what looked like black snakeskin shoes. He waited for Samui to come down and was not disappointed. She wore a strapless black dress that hugged her body, showing off her figure. It showed a lot of cleavage, but she couldn't help it. Her breasts were almost the size of Tsunade's. The dress had a split that went down her left leg starting at her knee. The dress was made of material that would sparkle when the light reflected off of it. She wore a diamond necklace that stopped just above her breasts and wore diamond earrings. She didn't really like makeup, but Naruto could tell she had a little bit on. She finishes it off with some dark red lipstick, almost burgundy, but not a lot, just enough to cover her lips. She wore open-toed 5-inch black heels where the heel was thick and had an ankle strap as well as a trap over where the toes connected to her feet. "Wow, you look beautiful," he said to her, and she blushed. "I can say the same about you, handsome," she said, and he walked to her and gave her a kiss on the cheek. He offered her his arm. "Well then, shall we go?" he asked, and she grabbed his arm and nodded. "We shall." They both laughed and left the house. They were walking towards Ichiraku's and a lot of men and women passed out from how good they looked, but they didn't pay attention to them. They were too busy talking and laughing. Naruto felt people following him, but he knew it was some civilians from the front lines he worked with, making sure him and Samui got there safely. As they were walking, Naruto felt a foreign chakra signature in the village following him as well, and the way the chakra was fluctuating, it was anger and rage. He discreetly made hand signs to the civilians and they nodded. Samui and Naruto kept walking until they heard a fight and somebody yelled out Samui's name. They turned around and Samui spoke first, noticing who this person was. "Atsui, what the hell are you doing here?" she asked in a cold voice. "I'm here to claim what's mine. I won you in a fight the Raikage held. He offered you as the prize, so now I'm here to bring you back and force you to push out babies for Kumo, you stupid bitch." He said the wrong words. A civilian who was holding him down kicked him in the face, breaking his nose, then slammed his face into the ground, making matters worse. "You do not disrespect Lady Samui and Lord Namikaze in our presence. Something like that will get you killed," the civilian said. "Please, I can kill this Namikaze scum without even trying. His bitch belongs to me and I will have her," Atsui said. Then a female who was a medic during the war walked up to him and ripped his eye out, making him scream in pain. "You were already warned to not insult Lady Samui and Lord Namikaze," she said. "What shall we do with him, Naruto-sama?" the civilian asked. Naruto sighed. He wished they would stop calling him that. "Take him to Ibiki in the TNI department. I heard he is lonely at this time of night," he said, and the civilians knocked Atsui out and took him to Ibiki. "Well, let's go, we have 10 minutes to make our reservation," Naruto said. Samui nodded and grabbed his arm again, and they walked to Ichiraku's Namikaze for the rooftop area. Naruto said. "Of course, Naru-chan," the lady said, making Naruto look at her. "What the hell? Mina, why are you working here? I thought you worked at the hospital," Naruto said. "I do, but I'm suspended because a civilian tried to get a bit too touchy with me, so I beat him into a coma. Today's my last day here. This must be Samui you've told me about. She's really beautiful like you said, Naru-chan," Mina said, extending her hand to Samui. "Nice to meet you, ma'am, and thank you for the compliment," Samui said. "Oh, you don't have to call me ma'am, just call me Mina. Now if the two lovebirds will follow me, I will take you to the rooftop," she said, and they followed her. They made it upstairs and were amazed by how it looked at night. Lights were all around and it was even rose petals leading to their table. Naruto pulled out the chair for Samui, who thanked him, and he went and sat down himself. Now I will be your waiter for the day. I asked Ayam to personally do this since it's not every day Naruto went on dates. Now what can I get you to drink besides the sake that's already here? Mina asked. I'll take water with a slice of lemon in it. Naruto said. I'll take the same. Samui said. Okay then. Now would you like to order now or wait until I come back with the drinks? Mina asked. I'll order now. I'll take the filet mignon medium well with mashed potatoes and green beans. Samui said. I'll take the Cajun chicken pasta. Naruto said. Mina nodded and left. How do you know her? Samui asked. When I was little she was one of the nicest people to me. When I would come to the old man's office she would give me candy, or if he was in a meeting she would take a break and we would go out for a walk in the park. Naruto said. She's nice. Not like a guilty nice but a more genuine lovable nice. She said. Yeah, I know. So what have you been doing when I was on the front lines? He asked. Well, I've been guarding the Hyuga clan since Hayashi and Lady Tsunade agreed that it would be best if they didn't participate in this war. Their eyes can't be stolen but they could still be taken hostage and raped. We found some spies from Kumo that were sent to kidnap Hyuga women and me, but the idiots were hiding by the Hyuga compound and we found them, then sent them to Ibiki and they were later executed. I was with Karen and Teiwa a lot. They told me you wanted them to check up on me, which was nice. I went to the sex shop and got a sex toy, but as I told you yesterday it wasn't as big as you are, so I had to suffer with pleasuring myself but not having an orgasm. She said. Oh yeah, I meant to ask you about that. How big was it? He asked. It was only 6 inches long and 1 inch thick. The average penis size in Konoha is 6 to 7 inches. You are well above average, I'd say 10 to 11 inches long and maybe 3 inches thick. I was suffering with that thing and wound up throwing it away. I almost had to beat up Kiba. He tried to hit on me and get in my pants, but I was saved when Sakura dragged him away. By the way, Kiba talks a big game, but Hinata said he's less than average. She accidentally looked at him one day using her Byakugan. But anyway, Sakura tried to get me to have a threesome with her, but I declined. I'm not having a threesome. That dick of yours belongs to me and me alone. Tsunade taught me some medical ninjutsu while you were away. I spent time with Fu, Anko, and Kurane getting to know them. We couldn't do much due to Fu and Kurane having kids and Anko being pregnant, so we just settled for picnics at the park. Samui said. That's good, sounds like you've had some fun. I was just training civilians until they were called back. A lot of bandits tried to rob us, but the civilians stopped them. We had the war sluts, as you and Yoshino call them, but I sent them to all civilians and shinobi that were single. Naruto said. What, the shinobi didn't try to get with the medics since women were the only ones who took the courses? I thought some of them would have at least tried. Samui said. Actually they did. 3 medics had to be sent home because they got pregnant. They thought we were mad at them, but me and Shikaku explained to them that we would rather have them safe in Konoha than risk them getting hurt and losing their child. He said, and that's when Mina returned with their food and drinks. Okay, 1 pitcher of water as well as 2 glasses with lemon slices. She said as she placed the glasses of water on the table, followed by the pitcher of water, then the lemon slices. Now here is the filet mignon medium well with mashed potatoes and green beans for Samui. The Cajun chicken pasta for Naru-chan. She said and placed the food on the table. She left and let them have their privacy. This looks delicious. Samui said and took a bite of her food. Oh my goodness, it's great. She said and took another bite. Yaoyam mostly prepares the fancy meals herself because she said they have to taste a certain way. Believe it or not, she's been able to cook like this since the day I met her. It's just before the shop was just selling ramen, dango, and red bean soup. Her and her father are the ones who taught me how to cook. He said. She nodded, too busy eating her food. He started to eat as well. I'm sorry Naruto, but this food is just too good, I wasn't really paying attention. This has been a really nice date, thank you. She said as she finished her food and let out a content sigh. You're welcome. We have about 10 minutes left here and I have one more surprise for you. He said. What is it? She asked. A surprise, now let's go. He said. He left money on the table for the meal and left Mina a tip that was more than what the meal cost. He helped Samui to her feet and they left the restaurant saying bye to Mina and Ayam. Alright, where we are going now is a bit of a walk, so I'm going to teleport us there instead. He told her and she nodded and held on to him as they teleported away. They arrived at the Hokage personal training ground in front of a large pond that had a dock on it. Samui looked around and saw baby foxes playing and some deer drinking water. The deer looked up and went back to drinking. They didn't run away like she thought they would. She noticed the fireflies as well and heard the crickets chirping. It's beautiful. Where are we? She asked. We're at the Hokage's personal training ground. This is where my uncle Shisui trained me with the Hokage's permission. The only way to get in is if the barrier has your chakra signature. That's the reason I took your chakra this morning. Naruto said and reached in his pocket. It's so nice and peaceful here. No wonder why the Hokage chose this place, but why are we here? She asked looking around. For your finals surprise. He said and cleared his throat. He got on one knee and began to talk. Samui, we've been together for almost a year, but if we had to choose personally we would say 12 years. For the day you met me in that alley after I was beaten, to when we first played in the forest, to getting those necklaces, to being each other's first kiss, and to when you left the village, you were all I could think about. In my mind you were the woman I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. I looked for you on every mission I went on, and even when I was away for 2.5 years. When you came back after the pain invasion, I was at a loss for words on how beautiful you grew up to be. You can ask anyone in the village, I turned down every girl that offered me marriage, sex, and even just a simple date. My response was always the same. I would tell them I already have a wife. I just need to find her. While I was away for the last 7 months I thought about you every day. I was even tempted to come see you after I brought Kurui and Amwa back, but I had to fight it. I've been in love with you since the day we first met, and since we've gotten back together that love has grown even more. Will you make me the happiest man alive and marry me? He asked and showed her the ring. She was crying so much that she didn't respond right away. Yes. Yes, I will marry you. She said she was still crying, and Naruto placed the ring on her finger. He stood up and wiped her eyes, and she gave him the biggest kiss she has ever given him. After they stopped kissing, she looked at the ring and was amazed at how big it was and it looked. Naruto, this ring is amazing. How much did you spend on it? How long have you had it? She asked. Well, I didn't pay for it. My dad bought it for my mom and he never got the chance to use it. So I kept it, and while you slept I had to make sure it fit, and it was a perfect fit. I've had it since I got the compound. I know I didn't buy it, but I can always get another one if you don't like it. He said. No, I love it. It's perfect. This has been the best night of my life so far. The next will be when I give birth to our children, when we have some. I would seriously have sex with you, but Mother Nature decided to come this morning. She said. That's all right. He said, and all the animals came back that she never knew left, and they all had expecting looks on their faces. She said, yes, everyone. He said, and the animals started to make noises that sounded like cheering. Come on, let's go home. He said, and she nodded. Naruto teleported them home and they changed into their sleep clothes. Samui was in a t-shirt, some panties and spandex shorts. She usually just wears a t-shirt and panties, but Mother Nature came. Naruto was just in his boxers. They laid down and Samui snuggled into his chest and he pulled the covers over them. Samui namikaze, I like the sound of that. She said. Me too. He replies and kisses her, falling asleep. Next day they woke up at 1 p.m. and headed to Anko's house and saw Kurane, Fu, and Tsunade in her living room. Hey, you're all here, this makes it easier to tell you. Naruto said. Tell us what? Tsunade asked. We're engaged. Samui exclaimed, and she was immediately wrapped up in hugs from the girls. Well, show us the ring. Anko said. Yeah, I know he had to give you something amazing. Tsunade said. Samui showed them the ring and their jaw fell to the ground. Holy shit, that's one hell of a ring. Fu said. That thing must cost a fortune. Kurane said. How much did it cost, Naruto? Tsunade asked. Well, I didn't buy it because my dad had it for my mom, but he never got the chance to give it to her. but if I had to guess I'd say about 1.7 million ryo. He said. Wow, your father must have loved your mother a lot to spend that kind of money on a ring. Fu said. He did. So where are the kids? Naruto asked. They're upstairs in the room sleeping. None of them slept last night. Fu said. Yeah, me and Irika couldn't have sex last night because the twins wanted to stay up all night yelling. Anko said. Me and Asuma had to stop in the middle of it when it was getting good. Mirai suddenly ran a fever last night but we got it under control. Kurane said. Me and Shivuki finished right before Hoshi started crying. She had a gas bubble and I had to try and burp her for almost 3 hours before it came out both ends. Fu said. Man, I feel bad for Asuma. He's walking around today with blue balls. Unless you gave him a blowjob last night or this morning. Naruto said. I didn't. I was tired last night and he left before me this morning. I could tell he was mad because he was grumbling under his breath. Kurane said. Well, looks like you all need a break from the kids so you can get laid. How long has it been since you last had sex? Tsunade asked. Well, me and Irika haven't had any since the twins were born. I had to heal up for 6 weeks from the damage they did coming out. Then they were crying all the time and when they're asleep he's tired from work and comes home and goes right to sleep. So it's been a while. Anko said. It's been about 3 months for me and Asuma too. He started going on missions more and more so we have no time together really. Kurane said. Wow, I can't believe you never just did a quickie. Samui said. Oh, don't act like you've never left Naruto hanging. Fu said. Never have. Only time we don't have sex is when he is on a mission or Mother Nature comes calling. But even when it's that time of the month I still give him blowjobs at least 3 times during the week. Samui said. Well, how about this? I'll take the kids tonight so you can all spend the day with your husbands. You can go out, eat, come home and fuck all night if you want. Naruto said. Really? Kurane asked. Sure, why not? I mean, I need the practice for when I have kids in the future, so I'll do it. Naruto said. Okay, he can take them. Anko said. Fu and Kurane agreed as well. So Samui, are you still using your toy you bought? Tsunade said. Nope, I threw that thing out a few months ago. It wasn't close to Naruto's size, length and girth wise, so I suffered until he came back. Then I had him fuck me until I was drooling, my body went limp and until I couldn't walk. From what Kurane, Anko, and Fu saw 2 days ago he actually did all of that. Samui said with a nosebleed and a faraway look on her face. Okay, I'll ask. How big is he? Anko asked. The hell, Anko? We're basically family. Naruto said and Anko shrugged. Ah, is Naru-chan said because little Naruto is still little. Kurane asked teasingly. Don't worry Naruto, it's not the size that counts, it's all about how you use it. Even if it is small. Fu said laughing. It's not small, I can assure you that. Samui said. Then how big is little Naruto? Kurane asked and Samui mumbled under breath. I'm sorry, we didn't hear you. Speak up. Fu said. I said about 10 to 11 inches long and 3 inches thick. Samui said with a blush. The room went quiet and all laughing stopped immediately. Are you serious? That's bigger than the average in Konoha. Anko said. Samui just nodded. Now leave me alone, you big meanies. Now me and Samui are taking the kids to our house so you all can have the night alone with your husbands. Naruto said as he and Samui picked up the kids' diaper bags and got some clothes for Akira and Akari before heading back to their house. When they arrived at their house they put the kids in the bedroom next to theirs since they were still sleeping. Naruto, do you think we can do this? Samui asked. Of course we can. Besides, we can use shadow clones to make things easier. I don't know why they didn't think of doing that. He said. You're right, but I have to tell you something. She said. What's up? He asked. All that talk about sex got to me. So next week when this is over with, I want you to shove the dick in me and make sure I can't use my legs for a week. Do you understand me? She asked. Of course, all you had to do was say so. He said he kissed her, then the kids woke up. Well, duty calls. Samui said, and they both created a shadow clone since it was 4 kids. They went into the room and smelled the problem. Okay, so I'll change the diapers while you two can go and get their bottles and food ready. Naruto said to Samui and her clone. They both nodded and Naruto created 2 more clones. After all the babies were changed, Naruto and his clones brought them downstairs to be fed. Samui and her clone fed the twins while Naruto and one of his clones fed Mirai and Hoshi. This isn't as bad as I thought it would be since we're using shadow clones to help us out. Samui said. Yeah, I know the worst part for you would be having them inside you for 9 months and then giving birth. I'll be there to try and make it easier on you though. I helped make it so I can help ease the pain. Naruto said. Thank you, but we need to settle the diaper changing and night shift schedule. Samui said. I'll take the night shift so you can sleep during the night. You can have the day shift, but I'll still change the diapers if you want me to. He said. Are you sure? I can take the night shift, it's not a big deal. Samui said. No, I got it. Besides, the first couple weeks you might need to heal up, so I'll be taking the night shift and the diapers. While you will have to feed them. With those huge tits of yours, you'll have enough to feed the baby all day if it's that hungry. Naruto said, joking. Yeah, keep it up and the baby will be the only one sucking on them. She said, laughing with him. Well, that won't be fair. I had them first. He said and kissed her. The twins started fussing. They had to be burped, so Naruto handed her a burping cloth for Akira and he took Akari. He could tell the difference because Akira had purple hair like her mom, but with Iruka's black-eyed, but they were Anko's shape. Akari had black hair like Iruka with Anko's eye color but Iruka's eye shape. They were patting the twins on the back when they both let out loud burps. Akira threw up on her burp and it got on Samui and in her hair. Akari was smooth and as soon as she burped went to sleep while Akira started to cry. Yeah, Akira is going to be just like her mother. Samui said. Here, I'll take her, you go take a shower to get that off of you. He said, and she handed him Akira so she could go shower. After she went to the shower, he started to play with all the kids and used their toys as props. He even showed them jutsus. They liked the miniature dragon he made out of water. Akira liked the Raise-Non because she threw a toy at it and it exploded. She laughed, but Naruto could hear the sadistic nature in it a little bit. He would have to fix that when she got older. Konoha did not need another Anko running around. Samui came downstairs 45 minutes later and joined in on the fun. They played with the kids for almost 4 hours straight. They looked at the clock and it was 7 p.m. so they gave the kids some food, changed their diapers, and by 9 p.m. all of them were in the bed sleeping. That wasn't so bad. It went better than I thought it would. Naruto said. Yeah, I know, but now is the night shift. We'll have to see who wakes up during the night and who doesn't. Samui said. I guarantee it's going to be Akira that wakes up. She's the fussy one. If we don't get to her in time, then she'll wake the others up. Naruto said. Yeah, I know, I guess we're sleeping with the door open tonight. She said. No, I put some seals in their room. If any of them cry, we can hear it through the one I placed on our wall. Now let's go to sleep unless you want to watch the new Princess Gale movie. Naruto said. Yeah, I want to watch the new movie. I still can't believe she gave you a copy before it even hit theaters. Samui said. Well, she thinks of me as one of her close friends, so I got one. Naruto said as he turned on the movie. It was a good movie. It was basically a reenactment of the mission he went on when they saved Spring. Everything was spot on except the sex scene that came up. Naruto had to explain to Samui that they weren't really having sex, just mimicking the movements, and some of the sounds were edited in. How do you know that they aren't really having sex? She asked. Because I had to travel with the world's greatest pervert for almost 2 years. I had to go in a set for one of his books that was turned into a porno. Naruto said. Do you have it? Samui asked. No, I don't. I threw it out once he gave it to me. Naruto said. Good, because I would have had you throw it out and then sleep on the couch tonight. She said. He just laughed at her and then he played the movie. The sex scene was still on, and even though it was fake, Samui was turned on. She reached into his boxers and pulled his dick out and jerked it while licking the tip of it. I can't help myself. I just want it in my mouth, Naruto-kun. Is that okay? She asked and started to suck on the head of his dick. Yeah, that's okay, Samui-chan. Stick in your dirty little mouth. He said, and she obeyed. She took him all the way down her throat in one motion and used her tongue to lick his balls. Oh shit, that feels good. He moaned out. She came up and started sucking him at a steady pace, bobbing her head up and down while she twisted both her hands up and down on his dick. She stopped sucking and went to suck on his balls while she was jerking him off. Shit, Samui-chan, that feels good. Put my dick in your mouth again. He said, and she put it back in her mouth and was sucking it fast. She took her shirt off and placed her breasts on the sides of his dick, smashing it in between them. Fuck my tits, baby. Fuck these nice juicy tits. She said, and he started to thrust his hips up and down. Every time he thrusted up, she would suck on the head of his dick. He sped up, feeling himself about to come. I'm about to come, baby. It's almost there. He said as he picked up speed. Okay, I want it in my mouth. Fuck my throat until bust down my throat. She moved her breasts out the way and put his dick back in her mouth. He grabbed the back of her head and began fucking her throat at a fast pace. She was making gurgling noise and gagging, but that was making him go faster, and she loved every second of it. Oh shit, here it comes. He said, and the last thrust he went all the way down her throat, and as he came he held her head so she couldn't back away. After he was done, he pulled out and she was breathing heavily but cleaned his dick off with her mouth. She finished with a kiss to the tip of his dick before placing it back into his boxers. Holy shit, that great, Samui-chan. He said. Yeah, it was. I should have you fuck my throat more often, I liked how rough you were with me. She said as she cuddled up into him. The movie was over and an hour later they were both asleep. They woke up the next morning surprised that the kids didn't cry though the night. They went to the room and they were still sleeping. A knock on the door was heard and Samui went to answer it. She opened the door and Kurane, Fu, and Anko were there. So how were they? Kurane asked. They were pretty good. They didn't wake up crying in the middle of the night. Samui said. Seriously, how the hell did you both manage to get them to sleep? Anko said. Nothing really, we played with them for like 4 hours, they ate, and by the time 9 p.m. hit they were asleep. Naruto even put a baby monitor seal in the room so we could hear if one of them woke up. We thought it would be Akira, but she slept through the night. Where are they? Kurane said. Naruto's upstairs getting them ready, he felt you all coming towards the house. So how was last night? Did you all get laid? Samui asked. I did. Irika tore this pussy up last night. I mean, he pinned my legs back so my feet were near my head and just went to work. I never had an orgasm so strong before. I passed out when we were done. He didn't leave me in the condition Naruto leaves you in, but it was still good. Anko said. Okay, in a less vulgar way than what Anko explained. Asuma and I went at it for about 3 hours before we collapsed. Kurane said. I was fine. I didn't need any, but he did get some. He put in the doggy style position and it was all over. I was like a waterfall down there. I just kept coming until he finally reached his limit and came as well. Fu said. So basically all of you might get pregnant again. Samui said and got 3 nods. That's when Naruto came downstairs with Mirai and Hoshi while a clone came down holding the twins. The clone handed the twins to Anko and dispelled while Naruto held back with Mirai and Hoshi. Naruto, aren't you going to give us our kids? Kurane asked. Of course, but they both have a surprise for you. He said, confusing everyone, even Samui. He sat them down on the floor and he went to stand near Kurane and Fu and knelt down. Come on Hoshi, come on Mirai, show your mommies the surprise. Come to Uncle Naruto. He said in a cheerful voice. They laughed and put their hands on the ground. Kurane and Fu already knew they could crawl. Naruto, we know they can crawl already, it's not a big surprise. Fu said. Just wait. Come on Hoshi. Come on Mirai, come to Uncle Naruto. He said again, and then to everyone's shock they stood up and each took 3 steps before falling down and trying again. This time they took 2 steps and fell, but that was enough to make Kurane and Fu cry and pick their babies up. I'll look at mommy's little princess. Fu said. Naruto, when did this happen? Kurane asked. It happened yesterday while we were playing before Samui joined us. I would have recorded it for you but I couldn't find the camera. He said. That's okay. Did they eat anything? Kurane asked. No, they just woke up right after you knocked. Naruto said. Okay, that's fine. Thank you again, Naruto. We really needed that. Kurane said. Anko and Fu agreed, and after hugs and more talking, Samui and Naruto were left in the house. That was nice. I enjoyed it. Naruto said. Yeah, I did too, but I think I can wait to have a baby still. I'm not in any rush. Samui said. Yeah, me too. Now you go lay down and I'll get started on breakfast. He said, and Samui nodded and gave him a kiss. She walked upstairs but had a bit more sway of her hips when she did. You know you can't do that when Mother Nature comes. Naruto said. I know, but it just gives you a reminder of what's waiting for you when she leaves. Samui said and continued up the stairs. I can't believe I'm actually marrying that girl. I'm really lucky. Naruto said to himself. After this war is over we are definitely getting married. Maybe have kids by the time I become Hokage. I wonder if Granny will actually give me the hat. He thought and went into the kitchen. What he didn't know was that Tsunade had a long talk with Shikaku and the council about passing him the hat. If this war goes in their favor he will become the youngest Hokage in Konoha history. Gaara already has the title of youngest Kage, he was awarded the title at 15. One thing was certain though, Naruto and Samui had a bright future ahead of them. Chapter 21, Crumbling Stone. 1 month later. A month after returning, Naruto is sitting in Tsunade's office with his grandparents discussing the upcoming fight against IWA and Kumo. So Naruto, we know you have to fight the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, but what about everything else? The Raikage and Tsuchikage will also be on the battlefield. How do we deal with them? Tsunade asked. She was going to leave the planning up to Naruto. She decided after the war was over she would hand over the title of Hokage to him. She's had the hat for 4 years now, but she wanted kids and a family. Jiraiya was already retiring after the war, so she figured she should retire as well. Well, I was thinking that you and Gaara should take on the Tsuchikage. With Gaara's sand and your wood style, I figured out you two can counteract his particle style. Jiraiya should take on the Raikage. His lightning armor makes him fast, but, with your Sage mode from how you described it, should be able to let you react faster to it. I recommend you head back to Mount Miyaboku to continue your Sage training. Use Shadow Clones to help, but only use 4, that's how I mastered Sage mode. Naruto said. I can already use Sage mode, Naruto. You've seen me use it. Why should I go back to train in it? Jiraiya asked. Because, you may be a sage but it's incomplete. You still need to summon Fukazaku and that other toad to enter Sage mode. You need to learn how to do it yourself. In a battle against the Raikage, speed is crucial and you need to take time to enter Sage mode by summoning them. You complete your Sage training and with the use of Shadow Clones, you can just dispel one and instantly enter Sage mode. I don't know if you'll be able to enter Sage mode instantly like Hashirama did, but the use of clones will make up for it. Naruto said. He's right, Jiraiya. But now that we have our matchups, what about everybody else? We still have to worry about their bodyguards who are most likely stronger than an elite Jonin. Tsunade said. No, their bodyguards are not that strong. The only one we should worry about is Darui. I recommend putting Asuma and Yojeo against him. Yojeo is our best Kenjutsu user after me, and Asuma with his wind use can cancel out Darui's black lightning. As for Kuratsuka, she has the lava Kekii Genkai, so she uses fire and earth jutsus. I would recommend we use Fu, but she retired, so the next best thing is Karui. She has a strong water and lightning affinity, not strong like Fu but it's close. As for Akatsuki, we can let Amwa handle him. Akatsuki is an earth user, Amwa can cancel him out with his lightning jutsus. We don't have to worry about C, I already killed him after the third wave against Orochimaru's forces. He was sent to gather information on who was defeating the army so quickly and easily. I tracked him down and killed him. Which reminds me, the attack won't happen until March. I guess Kiri stopping the ships did more damage than I expected. Naruto said. Okay, this gives us something to work with. I'll still have Genin, Chunin, Jonin and Umbu guard the village. I was thinking about putting Izumo and Katetsu in charge of their own post. The Hyuga clan have agreed to guard the village by putting 3 Hyuga members at weak points in the village. The Inyazuka have offered to have some of their tracker dogs join them on the patrols to sniff out anything foreign. The Abarame clan has decided to come to the front lines and fight. Tsunade said. That's good. What about the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans? Jiraiya asked. They will also be on the front lines fighting. The Inyazuka clan was split, half will stay back and half will go out to fight. Now when you fight the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, how will you deal with the tailed beast bomb? From what I've heard, that's the only tailed beast that can supercharge one. Tsunade said. I can just teleport it away with the Hiraishin, Dure. I can send anything away with it, so a tailed beast bomb won't be a problem. The difficult thing is me fighting him without killing him. I need to remove the 8 tails from him. After I remove it, I need to see how he feels about Kumo starting the war. His answer will determine if he lives or not. Naruto said. Then you will most likely have to kill him. Despite his weird way of talking and easygoing attitude, he supports whatever A does and doesn't see anything wrong with it. But anyway, Naruto and I have something to do. I'll be back later, Tsunade. Jiraiya said as he and Naruto left her office. What the hell do they have to do? Tsunade asked herself. Hyuga compound. Jiraiya and Naruto arrived at the Hyuga compound and were greeted by the gate guards. Jiraiya-sama, Naruto, how may we help you? The left guard asked. We don't really have an appointment. It's more of a surprise for my little firecracker. Naruto said. Sorry, but we saw her enter the compound, but we don't know where she went. She just disappears for about 2 hours every day. The right guard said. Don't worry, I know where she is. May we enter? Naruto asked. Of course. The guards said and let them into the compound. They entered and they ran into Neji, Hinata and Hayashi. Naruto, what are you doing here? I didn't know you were back. Hinata asked and hugged him. Naruto was scared because if he remembered correctly, all the slapping started with Hinata. Well, the thing is, I've been back for a month now. But we're here to see Hanabi. He said and hid behind Jiraiya. Hinata has a sweet smile on her face and Neji and Hayashi backed away. Naruto, can you come here please? She asked sweetly and he shook his head. So Hinata tackles Jiraiya to the ground, causing Naruto to fall. She jumped on him and started smacking him and yelling at him. While this was going on, Jiraiya made his way to Hayashi and Neji. She's going to be disappointed when he stands up. Jiraiya said. Why would you say that? Hayashi asked. Yeah, I can tell she's adding chakra to those slaps of hers. Neji said. You'll see. Just wait. Jiraiya said. 5 minutes of non-stop slapping. Hinata stood up. Now next time you come back you'll tell me, right? She asked threateningly and Naruto could only nod and groan. Good. She said happily. So why are you here for Hanabi? She asked him. Hayashi, Neji and everyone watching what just happened were shocked. Naruto just stood up like nothing happened to him. I know I added chakra to those hits. Why the hell isn't he hurt? Hinata thought. Actually, it would be better if I showed you. Now everyone grab onto me and we can go get Hanabi. Naruto said. Neji, Hinata, Hayashi, and Jiraiya grabbed his shoulders and he teleported to the Hiraishin marker he had Midnight Place when he sent him to spy on her. That's how he knew she was playing and taking care of toads. Secret Pond. Hanabi was sitting around playing with the toads and talking to them. Tatsu, you need to slow down on eating, you might choke. Kichi, you need to stop acting so mean to Tatsu, no more stealing his food. She said. Jiraiya standing behind her was shocked because he knew these toads were the kids of Gamabunta, the toad boss. Naruto decided to speak up. Well, isn't this a nice sight, my little firecracker? I thought you said you didn't like toads. He said with a smile. Hanabi froze. How did you find me? She asked as she turned around and saw them behind her. I've always known you were back here. I had Midnight Spy on you one day when you were acting like you were in a rush. I had him place a hydration marker back here. Now me and Jiraiya have something for you. He said. Hanabi, I've known you liked toads for a while now. When I asked you back in the office a few months ago how you felt about toads, I noticed you freeze before lying, saying you didn't like them. Now I understand why you don't want people to know you like them. You're a Hyuga, the daughter of the clan head, and people would look down on you for liking toads. It's understandable. Now I should let you know those aren't ordinary toads. Those are the kids of the road boss Gamabuntat, who will be pissed that his kids keep leaving home without telling him. Isn't that right, Gamakaki and Gamatatsu? Jiraiya asked, and Hanabi looked at the toads, who now have sheepish looks on their face. Now as for why we are here. I would like for you to become the successor for the road contract. Jiraiya said. Hayashi, Niji, and Hinata were shocked. Jiraiya-sama, are you sure? I mean, it's an honor to be rewarded with such a contract. But that means she would have to train under you. Niji said. No, she will train with the toads like I did. After this war is over, I will be retiring. Now will you accept this, Hanabi? Jiraiya asked, and Hanabi stood there frozen. I can become the new toad summoner. What about Naruto? He trained under Jiraiya-sama already. Hanabi thought. What about big brother Naruto? He trained under you, he should get the contract, not me. Hanabi said. He would have had the contract, but he signed with the foxes and he can't take the contract of two rival clans. Now the decision is yours. If you want to sign the contract, prick your finger and sign your name in blood. Make sure blood is on all of your fingertips. You need to place them underneath your name to complete the signing. Jiraiya said as he pulled out the toad summoning contract and unrolled it. Hanabi and everyone looked at the scroll and only saw two names. Jiraiya was on there and Minato Namikaze was on it as well, but they had their names in the second and third block. Jiraiya-sama, you said Hanabi would be the fourth person to sign the contract. But I only see two names on it. Hinata said. That's because the first name is only shown to those who sign the contract. Jiraiya said. Hanabi thought about it and then signed the contract like Jiraiya said. When she finished signing, the first name on the contract was shown to her. No way. She said. What is it, Lady Hanabi? Niji asked. The first name on the contract. Naruto told me about this person before, but I thought he was making stuff up. Hanabi said. Who is it? Hayashi asked. She can't tell you. The only people who can know are the people that signed the contract. I was told by somebody extremely close to the first summoner, so I'm the exception. Naruto said. Now Hanabi, I need you to bite your thumb and do the hand signs I show you to summon your familiar. Jiraiya said, and Hanabi did as told. Summoning jutsu. She slammed her hand on the ground and a puff of smoke appeared. After it was gone, she saw the same orange toad with purple markings around his eyes, mouth, and stomach that she was playing with. Yo, the name is Gamakaki. Nice to properly meet you, Hanabi. Gamakaki said. You can talk? Why the hell haven't you been talking to me? Hanabi asked. Unless a summons was specifically sent to the human world to get a new summoner, we are not allowed to talk to humans. Kichi said. Okay, I guess. So now what? Hanabi asked. Well, I'm going to the Toad Realm to train in perfecting Sage Mode, and I want to know if it's okay for you to come with me to meet the boss summon and train with some of them. Jiraiya said. She may go, Jiraiya-sama. When will you be leaving? Hayashi asked. I'm heading there tomorrow. I'll stop by to pick her up. Jiraiya said. That is fine. Now Hanabi, congratulations on becoming the newest Toad Summoner. I know you wanted to challenge Hinata to become the next clan head, but with you becoming a Toad Summoner, you have essentially become the next person for the legendary Sunin group that is to be made. You will be sent on high-ranked missions sometimes that may keep you away for a few months at a time. So I have no choice but to make her clan head by disqualification. Hayashi said. I can careless about the clan head position in a freaking Sunin in training. I get to travel whenever I want. That's like unlimited vacation time. Yeah, I'll have missions, but I can deal with those. Maybe I can bring Yuki-kun with me sometimes. She said, daydreaming. Yuki-kun, Hanabi. Well, I didn't realize you and Yukimaru were dating already. Naruto said. Hanabi snapped out of her trance and looked at her father and Niji, who had a glare on her. She paled and tried to come up with a solution. Hanabi, you're 15 now. You grew up into a beautiful young lady and even filled out due to puberty. However, it is my job as your big sister to tease you and give you the talk. Now come with me, we have some talking to do. Hinata said with a smile. Iwawi, you gotta go by. She stuttered and yelled out, taking off with the 3 Hyuga members right on her heels. Well, that was interesting. Naruto said. Yeah, it was. Well, I'm off to bang your grandmother, I'll see you in a few months. Jiraiya said and left in a puff of smoke. I seriously don't need to know that. Naruto said and teleported to his house. So I guess introductions are over with. I can't believe they forgot about me. Gamakaki said. He was about to go home but was suddenly scooped up. Sorry Kichi, but I had to leave quickly. They're still chasing me. Hanabi yelled, and sure enough, when Gamakaki looked back, Hinata, Niji, and Hayashi were gaining on her. Run faster, I'm guilty by association. Gamakaki yelled and Hanabi nodded and sped up. Naruto made it home and he noticed Samui was sleeping on the couch in an uncomfortable way. He shook his head and picked her up bridal style. She snuggled into his chest as he carried her to the bed. She already had her pajamas on, so he went and took a shower before coming back to the bed. He tried to not wake Samui but failed as she yawned and turned to look at him. Hey, where were you all day? She asked sleepily. I was with Granny Tsunade and Pervy Sage discussing plans to face the Raikage, Tsuchikage, and the Jinchuriki. I'll be fighting the Jinchuriki, Granny, and Gaara will face the Tsuchikage, and Pervy Sage will fight the Raikage using Sage mode when he uses his lightning armor. Naruto said, getting in bed. What about me? What am I doing? She asked. You weren't discussed, however you will most likely come fight with me until the Jinchuriki transforms, then I want you to get back because that's when the battle will actually begin. You can assist me with some long-range water and lightning jutsus. Jayaki informed me that B has a lightning, wind, and fire affinity, so we can cancel out all of his jutsus. Naruto said. Watch out for his Kenjutsu style. He uses 7 swords and can channel lightning chakra through them. My Tonto had to keep getting fixed due to him constantly breaking it when the Raikage forced me to spar with him. She said. Don't bring your Tonto. Me and the dragons have a new sword for you. When I fought Orochimaru at the Tenchi Bridge, I stole his sword and gave it to the dragons. We destroyed it and used the materials and bones from the previous Elder Dragon before he lost to make a new sword for you. He said and unseals a sword with a white handle. The sword was wrapped in a blue cloth as he handed it to Samui. She removed the cloth and was amazed at how it looked. The handle was white but the sword blade itself started off as a dark blue, but the color changed into a lighter shade until the tip was a nice blue color. It's so beautiful. Why did you do this for me? She asked. I did it because it was supposed to be your birthday gift, but I was sent to fight Orochimaru's army. I was going to give it to you when we had our date, but I figured a proposal would be better. Now that sword is indestructible, it can absorb fire and lightning chakra, and if you swing the sword at your opponent you can redirect it like I do. If you ever drop it in battle you can send a mental command to the sword and it will return to your hand. The last and most important thing is if you stab it into the ground and channel a small amount of chakra, it can create a barrier that will protect you from anything, even a tailed beast bomb. That is why I mainly gave it to you now. Also, if you place your blood on it, there is a seal that will absorb the blood and then disappear. When that happens, only you and somebody you allow can pick up the sword. He said. I love it. Thank you so much. She said as she put the sword down. She climbed on his lap and kissed him passionately. I knew you would love it. The color was actually Sushishi's idea. She said it needed a woman's touch to it, and I have to admit she was right. Naruto said. I really do love it. I guess I can save my Tonto for our kids if they decide to become a ninja and take up Kenjutsu. Now I'm still sleepy, so hold me and I can go back to sleep. She said as she got off her lap and laid to her side for their usual cuddling position. After his arms were wrapped around her, she let out a happy sigh. I love you, Naruto-kun. She said as sleep claimed her. I love you too, Samui-chan. He said and went to sleep as well. 3 months later. 3 months have passed and it was March 2nd. Nothing major really happened. Only big news that happened was Ayame gave birth 2 weeks ago and had a boy who she named Tuki after her father. Naruto was sitting on top of the Hokage monument with Samui and they were just meditating. They've been doing this for about 3 hours now. It was just a little bit after 8 when the alarm sounded. It was time for Suna and Konoha to fight off Iwa and Kyumo's army. The sand was being protected by Shikaka, who Naruto removed from Gaara, and like Kurama, Shikaka gave him a healing factor. Shikaka surprised Gaara by giving him the power to use iron sand. Konoha was being protected by Komei, who was removed 2 months ago from Fu. He gave Fu the same healing ability and his power to control any bug that she wanted. Neither of them could be sealed because Naruto came up with his seal to counter a sealing process for a tailed beast. "Are you ready to go?" Naruto asked Samui, still in their meditation pose. "Yeah, let's go," she said. They stood up and gave each other a passion-filled kiss. She got so into it she wrapped her legs around his waist and deepened the kiss. They broke apart, breathing heavy. "After this war is over, I'm putting a baby in you," Naruto said. "That's good because I was going to stop using the contraceptive jutsu and have you come deep inside me. Now let's go before I get horny and rip your clothes off," Samui said, and Naruto chuckled but nodded. He teleported them to where all of the fighting would be at. Over the past 4 months he created 20,000 tri-pronged kunai with the help of shadow clones and gave them to the Leaf Ninja. He noticed them scattered around the battlefield. "Good job on scattering them out. I should be able to take out a good chunk of their forces," he said. Nobody responded, but he could feel the pride rise in the shinobi. 5 minutes later Suna joined and Gaara stood next to Tsunade and Jiraiya, who decided to put on their gear from the second shinobi war and it still fit. Naruto and Tsunade walked a couple feet ahead of the army and stood there. "You look nice, Granny," Naruto said, not looking at her. "Thank you. I'm surprised it still fits. I thought it wouldn't since the girls grew since then. But Jiraiya told me he placed seals on the outfit so it would adjust to my body," she said. "So when's the wedding?" he asked. Jiraiya asked her to marry him a month ago and she said yes. "I'm thinking about having it in June or July. What about you?" she asked. "Me and Samui decided to just have you do the ceremony. She doesn't want a big wedding or anything," he said. "If you have the rings I can do it now," Tsunade offered. "I'll go ask her," he said and walked to Samui. She spoke before he could open his mouth. "I'll do it. I was listening to the conversation," she said. "Okay, let's go," he said, and they walked to Tsunade. "Okay, let's get this over with. They are 10 minutes away. Get out the rings." They did as told. "We are gathered here today for the wedding of Naruto Namikaze and his fiancée Samui. If anyone objects to this, please speak now." No one spoke up. "Now Naruto, do you swear to take care of and love Samui in sickness and in health? To stand by her side until the end of time?" she asked. "I do," he said, and placed her matching wedding band on her finger. It had a line of sparkling round diamonds that were set in 14K white gold. The band has a total diamond weight of 3/8 carat. "Damn, that's a nice ass ring," Tsunade said. "Samui, do you promise to do the same for Naruto?" she asked. "I do," Samui said with tears on her face as she placed Naruto's ring on his finger. It was a 14K white gold band with bold round diamonds across the band to create an unforgettable look, totaling the diamond weight to 1 carat. "Now by the power vested in me I now pronounce you Mr. and Mrs. Namikaze, you may kiss your bride," Tsunade said, and boy did they kiss. It was so intense that Tsunade was almost turned on. "All right, that's enough, we have an army coming," Tsunade said. "Sorry, Granny," Naruto said. He went through hand signs and tapped Samui's wedding ring and his own. They began to glow blue for 5 seconds before stopping. "What was that?" Samui asked. "It's a tiny seal. This ring can't come off or be damaged. You can only take it off by channeling chakra to the seal, deactivating it. It will automatically activate when you put it on," he said, and she nodded and went to walk away, but Tsunade stopped her. "You stay up here with us, Samui, you are his wife after all. You'll be up here with me, Naruto, Jiraiya and Gaara," she said as both Jiraiya and Gaara joined them. Congratulations Naruto. Gaara said, looking forward. Yeah, congrats kid. Your parents would be proud that you found a nice girl. Jiraiya said, looking forward. They're here. Naruto said, and sure enough the Raikage came speeding into the clearing with his lightning armor activated and only one arm. The Tsuchikage followed, but he was floating. Following them were the bodyguards of the cages, followed by the Kumo and Iwa shinobi. Naruto felt the Kumo army's emotions and he could tell some of them didn't want to be here. Most likely they were forced to fight in this war. The Iwa shinobi completely wanted to be there. They were all filled with anger and malice. So look at this. The Kazekage and Hokage can't even stand in front of their own army alone. That signifies weakness. You've made my job easier by bringing Samui to the battlefield. After this is over she will become my personal sex slave. I said. I'll keep this simple. It's time for the Namikaze line to end. That damn yellow flash ruined our life and has haunted us for the past 18 years. It is time for us to pay him back by killing his son. Onaki said. This is where you die, leaf scum, none of you are leaving here alive. Kurotsuka said. Tsunade was going to speak up but Naruto beat her to it. I gave you a warning last time by taking your arm that I don't take too kindly to threats. Naruto said, pulling out a tri-pronged kunai, holding it up. He saw terrified looks on all of the Iwa shinobi's faces. I see you recognize this kunai and you fear for your life. Fear is good, it means you're human. Humans make mistakes. For example, you barged into our territory not even taking a good look at your surroundings. The second example, you pissed me off and insulted my Hokage who also happens to be my grandmother. Now don't blink or you'll miss all of the fun. He said in the blink of an eye he was already done with his work. To them it looked like he just put his kunai away. Ha, what a bluff, your father wouldn't make threats and not act on them. You tell us to not blink yet all you did was put your kunai away. Typical leaf scum, all you do is flaunt power you don't have. Kurotsuka said. You blinked so you missed it. As soon as he said that, 30,000 Iwa shinobi fell to the ground dead. Oh shit. Was heard from a random Iwa jonin. The Tsuchikage was even shocked and terrified. How is that possible? His father only took out 1,000 of our troops with that jutsu. Onaki thought. Holy shit, he's faster than Minato-sama was. A leaf shinobi said. That means he's faster than the Raikage. A sand shinobi said. I took offense to this and activated his lightning armor. Lariat. He charged at Naruto, but before he got 2 feet Naruto had his fist in his gut coated with wind chakra, easily getting through his armor. Now do you see why you shouldn't have declared war on the leaf? We may be outnumbered but we make up for it with skill. Tsunade said. You picked a war you can't even win. Konoha has won 2 of the great shinobi wars. Do you really think you stand a chance? Jiraiya asked. This is your last chance, surrender now or we will kill you. As you see, Naruto has taken out 30,000 of your shinobi already. He can easily do it again. So will you leave and drop this petty reasoning or will we have to fight? Gaara asked. His iron sand came to life around him. We fight. And Onaki yelled at the same time. Very well then. You all have your orders, those with a specific opponent separate them from the fight, everyone else pick somebody. We may be outnumbered but we make up for it in skill, just like Tsunade said. Now watch your allies back, and like I told the civilian troops, a well-timed substitution can save an ally's life. Now charge. Naruto said, and all the leaf and sand shinobi charged Iwa and then all hell broke loose. You could hear the clashing of kunai and swords clanging together. Naruto saw Asuma and Yojao take Darui away from the chaos. Mogi and Karui took on Kurotsuki and Amwa took on Akatsuki. Tsunade charged at Onaki, who was too focused on the ongoing chaos, and punched him right in the face, sending him flying away. Naruto felt his chakra signature land 3 miles away from the fight and both Gaara and Tsunade chased after him. Jiraiya and A were fighting in a taijutsu battle, but he could tell Jiraiya was holding back a lot. That just left one person. I take it you're the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto said, not even looking at the man standing in front of him. That's right, fool. I'm really cool and ready to school you, ya fool. I'm the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, they call me the rapping Killer Bee. Killer Bee said. What the fuck? Naruto said. Yeah, he's known as Killer Bee, really annoying with his rapping. But he's really strong, especially in Kenjutsu. They say in Kumo the only one able to beat him is the Raikage, but that's only if he doesn't transform into his full-tailed beast. Samui said. That doesn't really worry me. I'm far stronger than the Raikage. If I wanted to I could beat the Kyuubi in a fight, but we're friends so it's pointless. Naruto said. Killer Bee, seeing Samui, became utterly serious. Samui, you have become a traitor to Kumo, abandoning the pledge you took. That's a big no-no in Killer Bee's book. I'm supposed to bring you back to Kumo, but I'm offering you the chance to come peacefully or I'll have to kill you, you know. He said. Seriously, even when he's serious his horrible rapping doesn't go away. Naruto thought. I technically was never a part of Kumo. I've always been a leaf shinobi. I can't believe you, someone who is Jinchuriki, who has been treated horribly until he took you under his wing, would be able to sit by as the Raikage tried to order women to have sex with him. Or when they don't, either kill them or rape them then kill them. I bet you don't even know what happened to Mabi. Samui said. She was a traitor and had to be dealt with accordingly. Taking her out made the village better. B said. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Less rapping, more seriousness. Naruto thought. No, the Raikage ordered her to sleep with him, but Mabi wasn't going to do that. She refused and the Raikage said she was a traitor as a cover-up. He had the Umbu kill her because she refused to sleep with him. I'm not coming back, you'll have to kill me. She said, pulling out her Dragon Fang sword. Very well then. B said seriously. He took out his 7 swords and threw them in the air. He holds 7 blades in between his left armpit, both elbows, right leg, stomach, the right side of his neck, and in his mouth. What the hell kind of stance is that? Naruto asked. It's his very own Kenjutsu style. He combines it with his disturbance taijutsu style. All of his attacks are hard to dodge and unpredictable, even a Sharingan user can't see them coming. Samui said. Impossible to dodge and unpredictable, huh? I've got just the thing. He sealed his cubic Araibasho and then unsealed 2 custom-made Tanto swords made with chakra metal. He had these made because he couldn't channel wind chakra into a regular Tanto, it would always get destroyed. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Samui asked. I'm doing something that even his tailed beast will be shocked to see. Something I haven't shown you. Something the Sage of 6 Paths couldn't master. Naruto said. Inside the seal on Killer Bee, Jayaki was looking on curiously. What does he know that even father couldn't master? Jayaki thought. On the outside, Naruto held both Tantos in a reverse grip. He took a deep breath and Samui noticed his body relaxed and his eyes were silver, but his Sharingan and Rinnegan were active. Her and everyone else felt a calming and relaxed pressure come over them. She looked at him again and his hair turned white. No way, he actually did it. He's mastered Ultra Instinct. B is way out of his league. I just know I'll be sore after this fight is over with. Jayaki thought as he looked on from the seal. Stay out of it for now, Samui-chan. Naruto said. Samui nodded and jumped back but kept her sword out. Tsunade and Gaara vs Oniki. Oniki landed finally and his back was giving him problems. He stood up and cracked his back. That damn woman. When I see her again she will pay for that. He said to himself. Well, you don't need to wait. I'm standing right here. Oniki looked up and there stood Tsunade and Gaara. We gave you a chance to turn around and leave. Now we have to take you down. Gaara said with his iron sand swirling around him. Oh please, I've been alive through all 3 wars. I've tangled with Madara Uchiha. What do you think you can do to me? I've fought legends and now I'm forced to fight a Senju who hasn't even come close to her grandfather's strength. You don't even possess anything outside of your super strength and medical ninjutsu, so you're essentially useless in this fight with me since you can't get close due to my particle release. This is what happens when a village lets a woman run things. A weak woman at that. In IWA you would be nothing more than a medic or lousy excuse for a jonin. Then they have me against a brat who just finished puberty and has daddy and mommy issues. This is a waste of my time. I'm ending this now so I can kill the Namikaze boy. Onaki said. Earth style, stone fist jutsu. Onaki covered his fist in rock and flew towards Tsunade and tried to punch her. Iron style, iron fist jutsu. Gaara created a giant fist of sand and it collided with Onaki's jutsu. It tore through the rock fist and Onaki was sent flying away. As he was flying away, Tsunade was going through hand signs. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. She sent waves of lightning from her hands towards Onaki, who barely had time to dodge and was caught in the end of the jutsu, so he took little damage. Pesky brats. You just don't know when you're out of your league, he said. Earth style, bullet rock jutsu. Onaki sent a huge rock towards Tsunade and Gaara at an extremely fast pace. Tsunade jumped in front of Gaara and simply used her super strength to punch through the rock, shattering it. Earth style, fissure. A large fissure appeared under Gaara and Tsunade. They began to fall, but Gaara used his sand to keep them in the air. It's time I got serious, Tsunade said and went through 3 hand signs. Water style, water dragon jutsu. To Onaki and Gaara's surprise, she created a water dragon made from water in the atmosphere and sent it towards Onaki. Earth style, mud wall. He created a wall made of earth to protect him, however Tsunade was expecting this. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. She sent the waves of lighting from her hands again and it joined the water dragon. The dragon destroyed the wall, and due to the water having a lightning jutsu added onto it, shocked Onaki, making his yell out in pain. Gaara, I'm more suited to fight him right now. He's only using earth jutsus. You should save your chakra for when he uses his particle release. We will need a strong defense and your iron sand will come in handy, Tsunade said. Very well, Gaara said and hung back. You made a mistake thinking you can take me on by myself, you stupid little girl, Onaki said. Tsunade didn't reply, she just rushed at him to take him on in a taijutsu fight. Earth style, mud bullet barrage. Onaki created a pool of mud and began sending small but extremely dense balls of mud at Tsunade. She tried her best to dodge them and didn't see his next jutsu coming. Earth style, earth dragon jutsu. A dragon head rose from the pool of mud he created and fired out a huge concentrated ball of mud at Tsunade, who was too busy dodging to see it coming. She was hit in the stomach and was sent flying back. The impact from her hitting the ground created a ditch in the ground and you could see how far she went. She stood up and he went through more hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The fireball combined with his wind jutsu created an even bigger fireball and the color was almost white from the amount of chakra he used. Water style, water wall. Tsunade created a giant wall of water and the fireball collided with the water and created a huge amount of steam covering the fighting area. Tsunade used this to create a shadow clone and then hid underground. Wind style, great breakthrough. Onaki blew away and saw the Tsunade clone standing there. You see, now I haven't even used my particle style. You're struggling now, you wouldn't even stand a chance at my best, Onaki said. We'll see about that, the clone said and charged at Onaki, who got ready for his next jutsu but was unable to do it. Earth style, double suicide decapitation. He was dragged into the earth with only his head showing and the Tsunade in front of him pooped away. A shadow clone, he thought, and the real Tsunade rose from the ground. What was that about me struggling against you? She asked with a smirk and went through hand signs. Earth style, devouring earth. She started to control stones and rocks in the area to attack Onaki while forming several enormous jaws made out of the earth that would swallow and crush him. She jumped back towards Gaara and watched this all happen. He was almost done for, but he got out of it by using his particle style. Particle style, particle bomb. He began to mold chakra into a small sphere and fired it. It destroyed all one of the jaws trying to swallow him into the earth and he floated back above ground. He reached up and Tsunade noticed him breathing heavy. Looks like you had to use your particle style after all, Tsunade said. That was a lucky shot. It's time I send you to where your grandfather is, Onaki said. Earth style, giant earth golem jutsu. Onaki created a golem of earth that was easily 20 feet tall and stood on its shoulder. Tsunade countered with her own golem. Wood style, wood golem jutsu. She created a humanoid creature made of wood with a full body and an oni-like face as usually created with a wooden dragon wrapped around its torso. It easily towered over Onaki's earth golem. She can use the wood style of Hashirama Senju. This just got even more difficult. Onaki thought as he channeled more chakra into his earth golem, making it grow in size. Interesting, you are able to use wood ninjutsu just like your grandfather. That's cute, but I'm not worried. You aren't on his level when it comes to ninjutsu. Onaki said. I may not be on his level, but that's because I was mostly self-taught after he died. Almost everything I know was learned from scrolls. You claim you aren't worried, yet you have drops of sweat coming down your face. Now enough talk, let's get started. She said. Early style, mud bomb jutsu. Onaki has his golem shoot out a large amount of mud from its mouth towards Tsunade. The amount of chakra inside of it could easily blow a hole through her golem. Iron Sand Shield. Gaara used his sand to form a protective shield around Tsunade, keeping it from doing any damage. During all of this, Onaki created an earth clone underground and had it sneak up behind Gaara. The clone moved to stab Gaara, but his ultimate defense kicked in and the sand wrapped around the clone and crushed it. Wood style, Wood Dragon Jutsu. The wood dragon wrapped around her wood golem extended out and wrapped around Onaki's earth golem and started siphoning the chakra out of it, making it shrink down in size. Particle style, Particle Bomb. Onaki used this to destroy the dragon and free his earth golem. Tsunade channeled her chakra into her golem and another dragon grew and wrapped around it. She commanded her golem to grab Onaki's and it picked up his golem and slammed it to the ground. She finished off the earth golem with an overhead hammer fist, shattering it, and Onaki was sent flying away. Damn it, I didn't think she would be this good at her wood-style jutsus. Onaki thought. It's a good thing Naruto made sure to spar with me every other day since we met. If he hadn't, I don't think I would be able to use these jutsus without struggling. Tsunade thought. I have a feeling I should join this fight now. He's recognized your abilities with your wood jutsus and we can cancel out his regular ninjutsu. He will begin using his particle style now. Gaara said as he used his sand to float up to Tsunade. Particle style, Atomic Halting Jutsu. Onaki shot a three-dimensional cube at Gaara and Tsunade. Gaara used his sand to protect them, but that was just a distraction. They used the Shunshin to get away and the wood golem was trapped inside the cube. Particle style, Particle Bomb. He added the bomb inside of the cube and let it explode. He didn't know that Tsunade and Tsunade escaped, so he was caught off guard when he was punched to the ground by a fist made of sand, creating a crater on the ground. Heaven Kick of Pain. Onaki looked up and saw Tsunade coming down towards him with her leg lifted in the air at a fast rate. She swung her heel down and Onaki just managed to move out of the way and she struck the ground, making the crater even bigger. Particle style, Particle Bomb. Tsunade was stuck with the bomb and she disintegrated, making Onaki smirk and feel proud of himself. 1 down, 1 to go. I told her I was way out of her league, he said arrogantly. He let his guard down and was punched away, but didn't get far because somebody appeared behind him and kicked him into the sky. He managed to turn around in the air and looked down below him but saw nobody there. What the hell is going on? I know somebody kicked me, he thought. Heaven Kick of Pain. Next thing he knew, a heel was slammed into his back, making a cracking sound, and he was sent into the ground, forming another crater. He tried to stand up but his back was in so much pain. Earth style, Lightweight Boulder Jutsu. Onaki used this so he could float again. His body was in pain, his clothes were ripped and he was coughing up blood with cuts on his body. He was about to speak but Kuratsuka came flying into the area they were in and she wasn't looking any better. Her clothes were ripped up. She had cuts that looked like it came from a sword all over her and she had 2 nasty cuts on her stomach and forehead that were bleeding badly. She stood up and used a small medical jutsu to heal the big cuts. It didn't do much but it was enough. She stood next to Onaki as Kurui calmly walked into the clearing. So you made it to your set excuse of a leader. It doesn't matter, I guess you both can fall in battle together. Kurui said, pointing her sword at Kuratsuka. IWA will never fall to leaf scum. We were always stronger. We will win this war and we will kill the Namikaze line. Kuratsuka said arrogantly. Kuratsuka, stop. Onaki said. Why, Gramps? We can win this war. she said. No, we can't. Look around, all our forces have been wiped out besides 1,000 of us. It's impossible for us to win. We've already lost. He said. It's still me, you, Akatsuki and Dad. We can still do something, right? She asked. No, we can't. Akatsuki and Kitsuki have already been defeated. They lost the battle but not their lives. He said, pointing to their bodies being carried by Amwa and the Inoshikacho trio of Shikaku, Inoichi, and Choza. This war has already been lost, as I've already stated. I was a fool for letting the Raikage talk me into this, feeding on my hatred of the Yellow Flash that I should have let go after we lost the Third Shinobi War. A war that we started. A wise Kage will know when the battle is lost and when to retreat. As your Kage, I am ordering you to stand down. Take Akatsuki and Kitsuki away from this area but remain close enough to grab my body after I fall. I will not live past today. This is my final battle. I know you may hate me for saying this, but I'm glad it's against a member of the Senju clan. Lady Tsunade, will you honor me the request of a one-on-one fight? I have called off my remaining shinobi. Onaki said. By this time the remaining 1,000 IWA shinobi have stood behind Onaki. Tsunade nodded. I can do that. Amwa, Karui, Shikaku, Inoichi, and Choza, stand down. Go join in the fight with the Kumo shinobi and spare anybody that doesn't want to fight. She said. They nodded and left. I will not join in the fight, however, I am staying by just in case somebody tries to interfere. Gaara said. That is fine with me. Kuratsuke, I'm proud of how strong you've become. I just wish you hadn't inherited the older generation's hatred of the Leaf Village. You're still young and have a lot to learn in life, so you can change your ways. Starting now, I'm making you the 4th Tsuchikage. Try to lead IWA into peace and prosperity and not war. I'm sure the 6th Hokage would not mind an alliance with IWA. If he's anything like his father, he wants peace in the world as well. He said. Then he pulls out a scroll and unseals the hat only to be worn by the Tsuchikage. He places it on her head and bows to her. I know you'll do the right thing leading the village, Tsuchikage-sama. Onaki said. Kuratsuka just knelt down and hugged her grandfather. I won't let you down, Grandpa. I promise, she stated with tears in her eyes. I know you won't. Now get back, it's time for me to fight. He and she nodded. Onaki went through hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth style, Iron Fist Prison. He created a circular arena surrounded by tall walls of stone so nobody can interfere in his fight with Tsunade. All of the IWA shinobi jumped on top of the surrounding prison and one IWA shinobi spoke up. I'm jumping in when he is about to lose. IWA will not be defeated by Konoha again. He said. Yeah, you're right, I'm joining you. Another said. Then in a matter of minutes 100 shinobi were going to join in, but Kuratsuka spoke up. Nobody is doing anything. He wanted his last fight one-on-one and that's what it will be. She said. You would let your own grandfather die in battle. You're a disgrace to the IWA shinobi name and a horrible Tsuchikage. Useless brat, I'm helping whether you like it or not. The Jonin said. Kuratsuka simply melted his face with a lava jutsu, killing him. Does anyone else want to disobey my order? As I've said, nobody is joining in the fight. You jump in and you are disrespecting him. You fail to remember that the Kaze Kage is there as well, and with his sand he can kill all of you in an instant. So do you all still want to interfere, or do you want to honor his last wish and let him fight? She asked threateningly, and everyone stood down. Inside the dome, Tsunade and Onaki stared each other down. Nobody moved for 5 minutes until Onaki made the first move. Earth style, tearing earth turning palm. Onaki placed his hand on the ground and twisted it. He caused the ground surrounding Tsunade to spiral inwards on itself, trying to bury her alive. Tsunade, seeing this, jumped up to avoid the jutsu and landed further back. Wood style, underground roots. She used the roots underground and sent them at Onaki, intending to drain him of his chakra. Earth style, mud wall. He created a wall of earth to protect him, but the roots went right through the wall. Particle style, particle blast. The blast he sent towards the roots destroyed them completely. He had to jump out of the way because Tsunade was coming down on him with her fist cocked back ready to strike. She punched the ground and debris went flying everywhere. She picked up a huge boulder and threw it at him as he was trying to dodge the debris. He didn't see the large boulder coming and it connected, sending him flying into the wall of the arena he made. Water style, Great Cannonball Jutsu. She shot a large blast of water from her mouth towards Oniki, who was hit but was revealed to be an earth clone. Earth style, Rock Fist Jutsu. She was punched from behind with a hand covered in rocks from Oniki and was sent flying away. Particle style, Particle Blast. He sent his jutsu at Tsunade, who recovered in time to counter. Earth style, Uprooting Spikes. Spikes of earth rose from the ground and made contact with the blast, causing an explosion. They both had the same idea of charging in through the smoke. He covers himself in rock armor, but Tsunade was faster. She did a quick shunshin and appeared behind him. Lightning style, Lightning Palm. She covered her hand in lightning chakra and punched him out of the armor and shocking him in the process. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. The dragon made of water crashed into Oniki, who was still recovering from her lightning palm, and sent him flying away. He hit the ground hard and began to cough up blood. Tsunade was going to ask him to give up, but he wasn't going to do that. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bomb. Oniki sent out flames that went to attack from the left, right, and right in the center. Tsunade, seeing this, acted quickly. Earth style, Rock Shelter Jutsu. Sections of earth around her gathered, making a shelter all around her, protecting her from the jutsu on all three sides. She felt the heat coming from the jutsu. Damn, this old man is good. But I'm not a legendary Sunin for nothing, she thought. I must say, Tsunade, you've had me on my heels almost this entire fight. From the rumors I've heard, everyone thought you slacked off in your training after the second shinobi war. It seems I was mistaken, Oniki said, trying to catch his breath. This fight will end soon. I can feel my body starting to give up, he thought. I did slack off for almost 13 years, however I was given a wake-up call that training could be beneficial to me and all those I've cared about. I kept my training secret, only my apprentice knew, Tsunade responded. I can tell he's dying while he is standing. The medic in me wants to stop the fight, but I can't. He wants to die fighting. He probably knew he would die soon for a while now and just wanted to go out in battle, she thought. She charged him. His body was too sore, so she caught him with a punch to the face and he was sent flying away like a rag doll. She chased after him and caught him by the neck and slammed him into the ground. He wanted to die fighting, so she was not going to let him down, as she already said she would honor his request. She slammed him so hard that her elbow was in the ground. She brought him out of the ground and tossed him to the side like he was a piece of trash. Aren't you going to do something, Tsuchikage-sama? She's going to kill him, a female jonin said. No, I'm not, and she isn't going to kill him. He's going to kill himself. I can feel him gathering up as much chakra as he can for one final jutsu. He's going out on his own terms like he wanted to, Kuratsuka told her, and everybody looked on to the fight. I hope you know what he's doing, Tsunade. The beating you are giving him is allowing him to gather his chakra, Gaara thought as he watched from above floating on his sand. I know what you're doing, Oniki, and I already have a plan for it, Tsunade thought. Oniki stood up, and the next thing he knew was he had a knee in his gut. He felt his ribs break and he coughed up a large amount of blood. Seeing this made Kuratsuka shed a tear. She didn't like seeing her grandfather get beat like this. She knew he wanted to go out fighting, but this wasn't a fight. It turned into a one-sided ass-kicking. Tsunade leapt back when she felt his chakra spike and knew this was his last and final move. I have to thank you, Lady Tsunade, for honoring my request for a one-on-one fight. I have to say you've earned my respect, and so has the Namikaze boy, Oniki said, shocking all of the IWA shinobi present. How has he earned your respect? Tsunade asked. He hasn't bad-mouthed IWA, even though I've said some hurtful things about his family and mainly you. He's even given us a chance to leave this fight, yet I decided on staying. If the nations are to ever live in a time of peace, he will be a key figure in it all. Now I believe it is time to finish up so this old man can finally rest, he said as he released a huge amount of chakra for his jutsu. I believe it is, Tsunade replies as she does the same. Particle style, Atomic Dismantling Jutsu. His jutsu was so big that all of the IWA shinobi and Gaara had to jump away. Wood style, top transformed Buddha. She created a large wooden statue that had hundreds of hands, maybe 300 if you count them, and sent them towards Onaki's jutsu, punching it in rapid blows. Onaki was charging up his jutsu, and as more and more punches came he lost his focus for a split second and the jutsu exploded, destroying Tsunade's jutsu and sending her and Onaki flying away in different directions. On the battlefield the remaining Kyumo shinobi all heard the explosion and looked to see a huge mushroom cloud in the sky. All of the Leaf and Ninja grew worried that was where Tsunade was at, but they knew she was strong and would find a way to survive. Gaara returned to where Tsunade and Onaki fought and only saw a huge cloud of smoke. He created huge hands from his iron sand and clapped them together, creating a huge gust of wind that blew away the smoke. He saw half of the arena gone. The side where Onaki was standing looked like it was cut out by some cube and his body was inside of a ditch, but Gaara knew he was already dead. He heard rocks falling behind him and saw Tsunade pushing herself out of a pile of rubble. He took a closer look at her and she was all cut up and her uniform was messed up. "Are you alright?" Gaara asked. "Yeah, I'll be fine. My clothes should fix themselves and I can heal myself," Tsunade said as she concentrated chakra into a seal on her uniform and it began to repair itself. She focused her healing chakra through her body and her cuts began healing. After 30 seconds her wounds were healed and her clothes looked brand new. They walked over to Onaki's body and knew he was dead. His eyes were open but he was not breathing anymore and he had a smile on his face. Tsunade knelt down and closed his eyes. Kuratsuka landed next to her grandfather's body and started crying. "I'm sorry," Tsunade said. "It's fine, he wanted to go out like this. Look at me, I'm a cage and I'm crying, I look pathetic right now, weak," Kuratsuka said, wiping away tears. "You're a cage, yes, but you are also human. Crying does not mean you are weak. It means you have been strong for too long. You think you're the only cage that cries. I cry as well. I cried when I discovered I had a grandson 4 years ago. I cried when the man I loved came back from fighting the Akatsuki leader an inch away from death and his arm missing. I had to reattach his arm myself. I even cried when I returned to the village after IWA and Kyumo declared war on us. The shinobi nations were on the right path until this all happened. Your grandfather chose you personally because he believes you will be the one to make IWA be talked about in a positive manner. Do not call yourself weak or pathetic, look at it, you are the first female Tsuchikage. I'm sure you are the only girl in your village that wanted to become the leader. It's up to you now to give the next generation dreams as such. I inspired many women to become medics since I've set up a medical program. I wonder what the record books will say after your time is up," Tsunade said as she gave Kuratsuka a hug, making her cry even more. "Do you think I'll be a good cage? I'm ready to lead the village yet. I wasn't expecting this until I was about 25. Kuratsuka said. "Nobody is truly ready when they become a cage. You learn as your time leading the village progresses. Now what is your first order as Tsuchikage?" Tsunade asked. "All IWA shinobi are to head back home. Like grandfather said, we've lost this war and shouldn't have been involved in it," Kuratsuka said. "I'm not running from a fight. I can take this bitch on myself. You women have no right ruling a village, that's a job only for men," said an arrogant IWA shinobi. He pulled out his kunai and charged at Tsunade. He didn't make it halfway, she appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye with a certain smile on her face. "So I'm a bitch, huh?" she said, and the jonin paled and tried to apologize, but Tsunade wasn't hearing it. She just punched him high in the air, sending him towards IWA. "Where is he? Is he coming down anytime soon? I need to punish him as well." "That comment included me too," Kuratsuka said. "Oh, don't worry, he'll be waiting for you at the gates of IWA when you return. If you leave now and go as fast as possible, you might beat him there," Tsunade said. Kuratsuka nodded and unsealed a body bag for her grandfather and handed it to Tsunade. "Can you do this for me?" "I can't do it. Not to him, it doesn't feel right," Kuratsuka asked. "Sure, I'll do it," Tsunade said as she took the bag and placed Onaki inside of it. She sealed him back in a scroll to make it easier for travel. "Thank you. Tell your grandson he should expect an alliance from IWA in a few years. Kuratsuka said. I will. Tsunade said. Kuratsuka was about to leave when she and everyone else felt an overwhelming pressure that radiated calmness and warmth as if saying everything is okay. What is that? She asked. That would be my grandson. He's taking on the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, so I guess he thought this was the best way to do it. Tsunade said. What is this pressure though, it feels lovely? Kuratsuki asked. It's called Ultra Instinct. Tsunade said. It's actually real, I thought that was just a myth. Kitsuka said. What do you mean, Dad? Kuratsuki asked. Ultra Instinct is a technique that allows your body to attack and dodge on its own, but to do that your mind must be completely empty and just let your body take over your motions. The Sage of Six Paths said that it should be easier to dodge without thinking, but attacking will be difficult since everyone thinks about their attacks and if they will work. It's stated in a scroll written by the Sage of Six Paths that not even he could master it. The scroll was destroyed by a leaf ninja, never to be found again. I know you said we are to return home, but this is something I cannot miss. Do I have your permission to watch him fight Tsuchikage-sama? Kitsuki asked. You and Akatsuki will be with me. I want to see this ultimate technique for myself. The rest of you head back to IWA. Kuratsuka said. The IWA ninja nodded and took off towards IWA. So shall we get going? Tsunade asked, and everyone nodded and they ran off towards Naruto's fight. It took them 20 minutes to get there and they saw the man known as Killer Bee standing in an awkward stance holding 7 swords. They saw Naruto standing with 2 tantos in his hands holding them in a reverse grip, but his hair and eye color is what got them. It wasn't black, it was white, and his eyes were silver despite having his Sharingan and Rinnegan being activated. Samui, seeing them land, jumped to Tsunade's side with her sword ready to strike. Relax, Samui, they surrendered. Akatsuki and the new Tsuchikage wanted to see Ultra Instinct for themselves. Tsunade asked. Yeah, just listen to your cage and stand down. I wouldn't want to beat your ass to show you where you stand. Kuratsuka said. Her arrogance showed. She suddenly tensed when she had a sword at her neck and a kunai pressed against her spine. You should watch who you talk to. I may just be a jonin, but I'm almost as strong as Gaara and you can't beat him, so shut up. Samui said coldly. Okay Samui, you've proved your point. How long have they been standing like that? Tsunade asked. They've been like that for over an hour. I'm getting bored, but Naruto-kun wants me to stay out of it for now. Samui said. Hokage-sama, I think I've come up with a way to get our villages allied. Kuratsuka said. How? Tsunade asked. An arranged marriage. Kuratsuka said. Who do you have in mind? Tsunade asked. Me and him. She said, pointing at Naruto. Yeah, that's not going to work. Tsunade said. Why not? Kuratsuki asked. Because he's already married and he hated arranged marriages or marriage contracts. He believes that if someone should get Madrid, it should be through love and not for power. Tsunade said. Who did he marry? Kuratsuki asked. Me. Samui said. Well, since I can't marry him, how about a 3-Siomi? Kuratsuki asked. Not interested. Samui immediately replied. Seriously? That was quick. Why not? Kuratsuki asked. Because he is mine and mine alone. I don't share, and even if you asked he would decline. He's been offered that before and declined all of them. Samui said. Fine, but answer me this. How big is he and would I be able to handle him? Kuratsuki asked. Are you still a virgin? Samui asked and Kuratsuki nodded. Yeah, it's hard to get a date for myself since everyone was scared of my grandfather being the Tsuchikage. Kuratsuka said. Then you would not be able to handle him. I've been sleeping with him for almost a year. He's taken my virginity, and when we have sex it feels like I'm still a virgin. He would utterly destroy you. I can barely handle him. You have no chance. Samui said. Well, damn. But how big is he? Kuratsuki asked. She needed something to think about during her alone time. None of your business, and before you open your mouth, no, it isn't little. Even when it's soft, it's still big. Samui said. Can we change the subject? Kitsuki asked. Who do you think will win this fight? Akatsuki asked. Naruto would win easily if he was trying to kill the tailed beast. So he's fighting to subdue and free the 8 tails. He's fixing the mistake of Hashirama Senju. He's freeing all of the tailed beasts and will place a seal on them so they can't be sealed again. He already placed them on the 1 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails. Samui said. Why would he free them? They caused havoc and destroyed multiple homes and killed many people. Kuratsuka said. No, they only did that when Hashirama decided to act out and capture the tailed beasts and give them a way to create peace. The idea of a Jinchuriki came from him and Mito Uzumaki. When they fought Madara Uchiha, the Kyuubi was under a genjutsu. They broke the genjutsu, and even though the Kyuubi stopped attacking, Hashirama captured it and Mito sealed it into herself. How would you feel if you were resting and somebody places you in a genjutsu, then you get sealed away, being labeled as a danger to the world when you've been around long before ninjas even existed? Mito sealed the beast inside of herself and never bothered to learn his side of the story. She told the second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi that you had to treat a Jinchuriki with love to overcome the hatred of the tailed beasts, yet at the same time they both treated him like shit. They were hypocrites. Hashirama was a fool and the cause of all of this war. It's his mistakes that Naruto is fixing. Essentially, Hashirama was not a hero to the world, he almost caused its destruction. Samui said. I'm not even a leaf shinobi and I wouldn't even disrespect Hashirama Senju like that. Why are you not mad at this Hokage-sama? Aren't you a Senju? Kitsuki asked. I'm not saying anything because I've talked to the Kyuubi and got his side of the story. He couldn't lie because Naruto was there and he's a human lie detector. What they are saying about my grandfather and grandmother is harsh, but sadly it's true. Tsunade said. So where are the other tailed beasts? Kuratsuki asked. The Kyuubi is in the summoning realm with the foxes. He's the boss summons and Naruto can summon him. The Nanabi is in the forest of Konoha but moves around the land of fire. The Ichibai is in Suna since it loves the desert. The rest are sealed away. We don't know where they are going, but it's not up to us to decide. They choose where they want to go. Tsunade said. I have no problem with that. Kuratsuka said. I think they're about to start. Gaara said. BVS Naruto. They were standing there and nobody moved until B spoke up. I would hate to fight a fellow Jinchuriki. Why don't you just hand over the girl and I'll let you be free? B said. Not going to happen. Jayaki is coming out of that seal. Naruto said. How do you know Jayaki? He's been sealed inside of me. B asked. He was shocked Naruto knew his name. Doesn't matter how I know. Naruto said. You want to take Jayaki away? That reminds me of what the Akatsuki would say. You messed up challenging me the 8 tails rapping killer B, now you're in for a very bad day. B said. He had enough of the talking. He tensed up and charged at Naruto, who also charged in. But when Naruto charged, chunks of the earth were kicked up, they met in the middle and a loud clanging sound was heard, signaling the start of the most important fight in this war. Chapter 22, Lightning Gets Shocked. Killer B and Naruto were stuck in a deadlock with Tsunade, Samui, Gaara, Kuratsuki, Akatsuki, and Kitsuki watching on. Whoa, they're fast. Kuratsuka said. They are, but that was Killer B at his fastest. Naruto was holding back. Samui said. How do you know he's holding back? Kitsuki asked. Because we were able to see him move. If he moved his fastest, B wouldn't have made it 4 inches from his spot and he would have cuts on him already. Naruto's trying to get some of those swords out of the way. He knows I want to join in and fight until B uses his tailed beast chakra. On our way here I told him he better give me a chance to fight or he's sleeping in one of the other rooms for a month. Samui said. So you threatened him with sex? With the size of your tits I'd imagine he wouldn't want to miss out. Kuratsuka said. I never said we wouldn't have sex. We would still have sex. The reason he doesn't want to sleep in the other rooms is because he doesn't find the beds comfortable and because they don't have a bathroom inside of the room. He would have to walk down the hallway and he hates doing that. Samui said. So he's letting you fight so he can have a closer bathroom and a comfortable bed. Kuratsuka said. Yeah, pretty much. Samui answered. Wow. Was all Kuratsuka said as they turned back to the fight. Naruto vs Killer Bee. Killer Bee grew tired of the stalemate and began his unorthodox way of sword fighting, spinning, and doing flips trying to throw Naruto off guard. Naruto using Ultra Instinct was able to block and dodge everything Bee threw at him. I don't know how he's doing it, but if I lose this fight bro's going to have a fit. Bee thought. Naruto using his Sharingan cast a small genjutsu on Bee and knocked away 2 of his swords and threw them to Samui. Bee broke out of the genjutsu and noticed the swords on his legs were gone. Hey bro, where did Killer Bee's other 2 swords go? Bee asked. Naruto said nothing to him and just swung his tantos at his head, and Bee had to switch his swords from between his elbows to his hands to block the swords from cutting his head off. When he blocked, one of his swords had gotten cut in half due to Naruto channeling wind chakra through one of his tantos, and Killer Bee had no choice but to drop the sword in his right hand and drop the one from the right side of his neck to his hand. He was down to 4 swords and Naruto needed him at 3, so Samui can join in. Tsunade and Co. He's making him look like an amateur, and I've heard about Killer Bee when it comes to Kenjutsu. They said he was the best Kenjutsu user in Kumo, with Samui being the next best. How is he doing that? Kuratsuki asked. Naruto was just naturally good at basically all aspects of being a ninja except medical ninjutsu due to him having way too much chakra to control properly for it and how dense his chakra is. The tantos he's using aren't his usual swords. He wields the Kyubikarei Basho as you saw at the cage summit. This fight was over before it even started. If he didn't have to let Samui fight or free the 8 tails, then Bee would be dead right now. Tsunade said. Wait, so you're telling me that he's stronger than Bee? Is he stronger than you as well? Kuratsuki asked. Yes, he is. I think he was stronger than me before Jiraiya took him out to train for the Akatsuki, but I'm not sure. We never went all out during our sparring matches. Tsunade said. Well, I can see why you were so calm about the war now, sheesh. Kuratsuka said they saw Samui get ready to move and Tsunade spoke up. So I guess it's your first fight together, huh? Tsunade asked. Yeah, it is. Samui said and took off towards the fight. I believe this will be interesting to watch as well. Naruto hasn't really teamed up with anybody in a fight except Fu from the waterfall mission he told me about. I wonder if he and Samui will have an instant connection when it comes to teaming up. Gaara said, and the others just nodded. Naruto vs Killer Bee. Naruto meanwhile went on the offensive and Bee was having a hard time keeping up. Bee thought his movements were random, but Naruto's couldn't even be predicted, so he never knew when to block. All of a sudden his leg was kicked from underneath him and 2 more swords were taken from him. Naruto dropped his Ultra Instinct and spoke up. Now that you're down to 2 swords, someone would like to have a word with you. As soon as he said that, Bee was kicked away by Samui, who just entered the fight. He stood up and looked at Samui. You fool, you messed up the flow and it was just getting good too. I'll have to jack you up since you're his backup. That's whack how you just joined in like that, ya fool. Bee said. Does he ever get tired of talking like that? Naruto thought as he sealed his tantos away and unsealed the Kyubikarei Basho. Shut up, Bee. Samui said and dashed towards him with her sword drawn while Naruto was right behind her. Bee easily saw Samui coming and channeled lightning chakra into his sword and clashed it with Samui's, and the chakra was absorbed. She jumped back and pointed the sword at him, and the lightning chakra shot out right back at him, and he had no choice but to dodge it. As he jumped to the side, he immediately had to block a strike from Naruto aiming to cut his arm off. He tried to cut through Naruto's sword, but Naruto reinforced it with chakra so no damage was done. He kicked Bee away and performed a jutsu. Fire style, Dragon Rain Jutsu. He shot out his large blast of fire and soon the fire started to send dragons made of fire down towards Bee, who was having a hard time dodging them because they were coming down at a rapid pace. He went through a series of quick hand signs. Water style, Water Wall. He created a large wall of water and held it until Naruto's jutsu ended. He dropped the water wall and had to jump out of the way of Samui's jutsu. Wind style, Air Cutter Jutsu. He jumped out of the way from her crescent made of wind but was kicked in the back by Samui. He looked and saw the one in front of him go up in smoke. He landed with a crash and got up. He stared them both down and then spat out ink at them due to the ability he got from Jayaki. Naruto went towards Samui and called out his own jutsu. Wind style, air dome. He created a dome of spinning chakra that went in multiple ways. It was like the rotation of the Hyuga clan but with the Raise-Non's rotating pattern and was made of wind chakra. This was an offensive and defensive jutsu because somebody came in at close range he could send crescent blades at his opponent. B noticing the jutsu decided to add something else to his ink. Fire style, flamethrower jutsu. He shot out a huge flame at the ink that was being spun around by the dome and it eventually turned into a flaming tornado before exploding. Wind style, great breakthrough. B cleared the smoke and they were nowhere to be seen. Then a swirling vortex appeared in front of him and Naruto came out of it. That was a good shot but not good enough. Naruto said. You stand before me but I don't see Samui. B said. Don't worry, she's around. Naruto said he activated his Kamui again. This time a swirling vortex appeared above B and before he could react, Samui came crashing down on his shoulder with a Raise-Non. She jumped back to Naruto's side and he gave her a smirk. And you said you would never be able to use it in a fight. He said and she just nudged him in the side. Shut up. She said. B stood up and his shoulder was healed due to Jyaki's chakra healing him. Naruto and Samui didn't give him time to react, they rushed at him in a zigzag pattern trying to throw him off but he saw it and was not worried one bit. Naruto reaches him first and B throws a punch at Naruto but the punch went right through Naruto. What the? He was cut off from an elbow to the gut by Naruto and a spinning heel kick from Samui sending him away. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. Scorch style, great blaze ball jutsu. The combined jutsu from both Samui and Naruto shot out at B whose left arm was caught in the jutsu and badly burned. He felt his arm healing but it was still causing him pain. Naruto and Samui didn't let up on him though. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Lightning style, lightning dragon jutsu. The combined jutsus raced towards B who didn't have time to dodge and was hit with the jutsu. The water made his arm feel better but he was electrocuted by lighting part of the jutsu causing him to yell out in pain. After a while he stood up and although you couldn't tell he was pissed and his skin started to peel off as he entered his version 2 cloak. Naruto looked at Samui who nodded and jumped back towards Tsunade and the rest of the group. Tsunade and Co. That was some good teamwork, Samui. Tsunade said. Yeah, for your first time fighting together you two didn't even have to plan your attacks. You just moved in perfect synchronization. Kuratsuka said. It's true that this is our first time actually fighting together. But those moves came from something we would do as kids. It's just fitting that we could do them as we grew up. However, we have a lot more attack combinations we can do but they mainly work against multiple opponents. Samui said. Sheesh, he has a habit of doing that. During his Chunin exams he got into a fight with Sasuke and Tenten said he caught his fireball and made it evaporate. Tsunade said, shocking the IWA shinobi. He can do that? Who the hell trained him? Kitsuki asked. Yeah, whoever it was must have been quite the person. Akatsuka said. He was trained by his uncle Shisui Uchiha for 2 years before he died. A lot of Naruto's training he did by himself. Tsunade said. Wow, I would love to fight him now. Kuratsuka said. He would be the worst person for you to fight. Samui said. How so? Kuratsuki asked. Simple, from the files we have on you, you use water, earth, and fire type jutsus as well as lava. Naruto can cancel out your fire and earth jutsus and with his mastery over water I wouldn't be surprised if he could take control of your jutsu and use it against you. For your lava style he can simply harden it with his water jutsus. You seem quite skilled in taijutsu but Naruto can beat Might Guy in a taijutsu fight even if he uses the 8 inner gates. By the age of 13 he was able to beat Rock Lee, Guy's prized student, and he was using the 5 inner gates and he uses nothing but taijutsu. Kenjutsu, you saw what he did to Killer Bee, you wouldn't stand a chance. As for Genjutsu, he could have you trapped in one and before you can break it you're already defeated. Samui said. She's right, my sand defense is automatic and the only person able to get through it was Naruto. That was when I still had Shukaku sealed inside of me. Gaara said. Dad, Akatsuka, do you think I would last long against him? Kuratsuki asked. No. They answered at the same time. If you can't beat Gaara or Lady Tsunade, you definitely can't beat Naruto-kun. Samui said. They turn back to watch the fight as B finishes his version 2 cloak with 7 tails and bones that were made out of chakra. Naruto vs Killer B. So you've decided to use your tailed beast chakra, it took you long enough. Naruto said as he reset his Kyubikurei Basho. B didn't reply and charged at Naruto with enhanced speed that nobody could see, however to Naruto he was moving in slow motion. He activated his 6-path sage mode and sped towards B, leaving a yellow trail behind him and kicked him away through some rubble that was piled up. B quickly recovers and charges back at Naruto. Tailed Beast Lariat. He charged at Naruto with his arm out at his side, intending to punch a hole in his chest. However, Naruto has other plans and he activated his Kamui, so the attack went straight through him. He turned around and grabbed one of B's tails and threw him through some trees. He ran at B to continue his assault but was unprepared for a massive roar filled with chakra to send him flying back. He landed near everyone and calmly stood there. He knew what was coming next and dropped his 6-path sage mode. Tsunade and Co. Why aren't you attacking him, Naruto? Tsunade asked. He's creating a tailed beast bomb. Not a supercharged one, but it's still a tailed beast bomb nonetheless. Naruto said. So how are you going to stop it? Kuratsuki asked. I'm not. Samui-chan will be stopping it. Naruto said. How? Kitsuki asked. Just watch. Naruto said. Tailed beast bomb. B fired off his tailed beast bomb towards the area Naruto was standing and Kuratsuka started to freak out. Fucking do something. I was just made Tsuchikage, I don't want to die yet. She yelled. Samui-chan. Naruto said and she just nodded. She stabbed her sword into the ground and a blue barrier formed around all of them. The attack made contact with the barrier and he heard Kuratsuka scream and only smirked at this. After 5 minutes Samui dropped the barrier and Naruto spoke up. I didn't realize the new Tsuchikage could scream so loud. Makes me wonder what other noises can come out of your mouth. He said and Kuratsuka blushed and passed out from a nosebleed. Hey, remember who you're married to. I'll cut you off for a month. Samui said playfully, slapping his arm. Don't worry, I was just kidding. Now I have to get back. He said and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Naruto vs Killer B. He flew up into the sky thanks to an ability from his 6-path sage mode being activated and raised both of his hands in the sky, creating a huge thin bubble of chakra and 5 giant raisins formed inside of it. B was so focused on the smoke that he didn't notice him in the air. Massive orbiting raisin. He threw his hands in a downward motion and the raisin went flying towards B extremely fast and B only noticed right before it hit and exploded. He was sent flying back and crashed through some trees. He stood up after a while and kept back into the clearing where Naruto was. That's it, playtime is over, alright. It's time to bring 8-0 into this fight. B said as he began to transform, and in a matter of moments Naruto was face to face with the 8 tails in all its might. Should I summon Kurama or use the Susanoo? I guess I'll use the Susanoo. Naruto thought. It's time for you to go down, ya fool. You managed to defeat the version 2, that was sweet, but get a taste of the almighty 8 tails Jayaki. We never lost one time and we won't start now. Our teamwork and fighting skills are just like my rhymes. You won't touch us because we're so sublime. B said. Seriously, I feel bad for Jayaki. His rhymes are horrible. Naruto thought. Naruto, you better get me out of here before I snap. I can't take this rapping anymore. Jayaki thought. Tsunade and Co. What the hell did he just say? Kitsuki asked. Honestly, how can anyone even talk like that and think it's cool? Kuratsuki asked. I don't know, I find them quite catchy. Akatsuka said. It's his weird way of talking and rapping. He developed it as a kid to drown out all of the hate he received due to him being a Jinchuriki. It helps him cope with a lot of stuff, but it's extremely annoying. Samui said. Does he ever talk like a normal person? Tsunade asked. Yes, but it's very rare. Even when he does, it still has some rhyming to it. Samui answered. Naruto vs Killer B. 8-tailed beast twister. In his full 8 tails form, Killer Bee coiled the beast's tails around himself, then started extending them with an enormous amount of physical strength, causing him to spin rapidly. The result of this created tremendous gusts of wind that destroyed everything in the surrounding area. Naruto used the Hiraishin marker on Samui to teleport to her, and she once again activated her barrier, protecting everyone from the attack. Killer Bee kept the jutsu going for 10 minutes before stopping, and everything was destroyed. No more trees or giant boulders were around. He turned the area from a forest to a giant wasteland. Samui dropped the barrier and everyone looked around as the smoke cleared. Tsunade and Co. Shit. Tsunade said as she looked at the damage. That was interesting. I never would have thought the 8 tails could do that. Gaara said. I don't think you can win this one, Naruto. You're way out of your league. Kitsuka said. Actually, I've been waiting for him to transform. I needed him to bring out Jayaki so he could use his supercharged tailed beast ball. After he does that, you get to see me destroy a tailed beast and then remove it. Naruto said. How are you going to do that? Kurotsuki asked. You'll see. He said and disappeared. I'm starting to hate him for a whole nother reason. What do you see in him, Samui? I can imagine that he does this to you. Kurotsuki said. He does, but I just go with it. Usually it's something good, so I don't get too worried about it. Samui said and turned back towards the fight. Naruto vs Killer Bee. That was quite the attack, Bee. That one caught me by surprise. Naruto said, looking up at him. Well, this next one won't catch you by surprise. After this, my chances of victory will arise. Bee said, and he began to gather positive and negative chakra into his mouth for his tailed beast bomb. It grew to a huge purple sphere and kept growing. Naruto knew what was coming and pulled out a tri-pronged kunai, gathering chakra for his jutsu. Tailed beast bomb. Bee fired his attack, but instead of it coming out like a normal tailed beast bomb, this one was shot out like some type of wave. Naruto quickly went through some hand signs. Hiraishin. He created a barrier using his Hiraishin formula, and the tailed beast bomb made contact with the barrier, but it was being absorbed. After it was absorbed, Naruto flicked his hands out with his thumb and index fingers touching. His tri-pronged kunai was being balanced on his thumbs by one of the prongs. Everyone looked around for where it went, but Bee noticed a kunai on the ground in front of him. He quickly wrapped himself with the tails, and before anybody could move, his own attack appeared in front of him, exploding, sending him flying back, and even in his fully transformed state. Tsunade and Co. Fuck, that was awesome. Kurotsuki said, jumping up and down. Acting like a complete child. You know, for a Kage you act immature sometimes. Although I must agree with you, that was cool, Samui said. It's a space-time barrier created by his father. It can be used to teleport anything to another marked location. Tsunade said. Naruto vs Killer Bee. Bee was still on the ground and struggled to get up even in his tailed beast stage. He finally stood up and gathered chakra to his mouth again. Tailed beast bomb barrage. He fired off about 7 tailed beasts bombs at Naruto, who didn't even make an attempt to move. He just let the bombs hit in his area. Tsunade and Co. Naruto. Tsunade yelled. Don't worry, he's fine. Samui said. He was just hit with 7 tailed beast bombs, there's no way he's fine. Kurotsuki said. He's fine, he didn't take any damage. Gaara said. How do you know? Kurotsuki asked. Because like me, Naruto also has an ultimate defense. I have a feeling we're all about to see it at its fullest. Gaara replied. We are. Samui said and pointed at the smoke. Naruto vs Killer Bee. So that is the power of the 8 tails Jinchuriki. I must say, I'm not really impressed. However, I believe it is time for me to show you what power looks like. Naruto said from inside the smoke. All of a sudden, Bee could see a humanoid figure with gold eyes inside of the smoke. It continued to grow until it towered over Jayaki. Everyone was in shock at Naruto's complete Susanoo. It was completely black with golden eyes, had long tengu nose, its head had a headband that had 2 curved spikes that looked like they were broken off at the top, and it seemed to have hair that resembled the flames of Amaterasu. It looked like it wore samurai armor, and in its hands was the Susanoo version of the Kubikuri Basho, but in the left hand was a drill sword covered in flames. On its back were two huge wings Naruto could use to fly. Samui was in shock with everyone else, she has never seen his Susanoo. But the way he talked before he used it turned her on and she grew wet. Tsunade and Co. That thing is huge. Kurotsuka said. Yeah, I know. I'm using it after this war is over. Samui said, not even thinking. Samui. Tsunade said, snapping her fingers in her face. Huh. Was all she said. What are you talking about? Kurotsuki asked. Oh, nothing, don't worry about it. Samui said and Tsunade smirked. Okay, let's just watch the fight. Tsunade said. Naruto vs Killer Bee. Naruto was inside of a grey pentagon that was on the forehead of his Susanoo. I gave you the chance to show your strength and I was disappointed. You have full control over the 8 tails yet you struggled to land an attack on me. You may control it, however you will never be able to use its powers how he can. Now, it's my turn. Naruto said, and with that his Susanoo sped towards Bee and grabbed him by the neck and just choke slammed him to the ground. Bee used the tentacles to push Naruto's Susanoo away, but they were grabbed and he was swung into the air. Naruto's Susanoo spread its wings and flew up towards Bee. He flew up high above him and made the Susanoo perform an overhead heel kick similar to Tsunade's heavenly kick of pain. Bee was sent crashing to the ground, and before he could get up Naruto flew down at him with his Susanoo and created a huge Rasengan in its hand. Naruto came crashing down with the Rasengan hitting Jayaki in his gut, making him roar out in pain. Bee's consciousness was gone as he was knocked out and Jayaki had taken over. The Rasengan making contact created a huge explosion and smoke and dust was everywhere. Damn it, Naruto. That one hurt a lot. Jayaki thought. Tsunade and Co. Damn it, I can't see. Kurotsuka said inside the barrier Samui had created once the explosion happened. Nobody can, you just have to wait until the smoke and dust clear out. Tsunade said. Naruto's about to clear the area. Samui said. How do you know? Tsunade asked. I just have a feeling. Samui said. Naruto vs Killer Bee. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto used the wings on his Susanoo to create a huge gust of wind, blowing away the smoke and dust so everybody could see again. Once the smoke cleared, the IWA shinobi were in shock at what they saw. There on the ground defeated laid Killer Bee. He was considered the perfect Jinchuriki due to him having full control over his tailed beast. But here he was, on the ground knocked out by an 18-year-old who wasn't even trying against him. Naruto walked up to his body and placed a paralyzing seal on him and a chakra suppressing seal. He located the seal holding Jayaki inside and went through 100 hand signs in less than a minute. Uzumaki sealing, tailed beast removal. As soon as he said that, Jayaki started to appear from inside of the seal into the real world. Jayaki was weaker than Kurama, so it took only 15 seconds for him to be removed completely. Naruto removed the chakra suppression seal from Bee but not the paralyzing seal. Naruto, you have my thanks for keeping your word on removing me. However, I believe there is one more seal you need to do. Jayaki said. Naruto went through more hand signs and touched Jayaki on his tentacle. Uzumaki sealing, tailed beast blocker seal. He placed the seal on Jayaki and immediately disappeared into his skin. That seal prevents you from ever being sealed again. It also will cancel out any genjutsu somebody tries to put you under. I've tested it out on Shukaku, Komei, and Kurama. Naruto said. Once again you have my thanks, Naruto. Now where will I go? Jayaki asked. That is completely up to you. Kurama decided to become the boss summons for the foxes. Komei is wandering around in Fire Country's forests and Shukaku is in Suna since he loves the desert. Naruto said. I'll return to Kumo and stay on Turtle Island. However, if still the wreckage, then I will head over to Kiri. Jayaki said and disappeared in a puff of smoke. 4 down, 5 more to go. Naruto said. He felt Samui's chakra signature closing in fast and at the last second he spun around and caught her in his arms. She gave him a kiss filled with passion and he felt the wetness coming from her right now. Samui, I never knew seeing me fight turned you on. However, we have one more fight to go watch before we do that. Naruto said. Please, can we just do a quickie? I can feel my juices running down my legs. she said, and to emphasize her point she took her index and middle finger and wiped the inside of her legs and showed Naruto that she wasn't lying. I know baby, but we can't. I promise you, as soon as this is all over, the instant we get home, I'm all yours. Can you wait for me? He asked. Yeah, I guess I can. She said she was depressed, but Naruto had an idea to hold her over. How about I give you a privacy barrier and henge a clone into a dildo the same size as me, and you can pleasure yourself since nobody can see into the barrier or hear you. I'll tell Tsunade you're going to look around for any stragglers since technically you aren't needed anymore, no offense. He said. I'll do it. She said, and he handed her a barrier and hung a clone to look like his penis, and she took off after giving him another kiss. Where is she going? Tsunade asked. She's looking for stragglers since she isn't needed anymore. Naruto said. Tsunade knew he was lying, but Gaara was there and she didn't want to ask him while he was around. Kuratsuki has left back to Iwa with her father and Akatsuki. She says it was nice seeing you fight and you aren't bad for a leaf scum. Now let's head over to see how Jiraiya is doing against the Raikage. Gaara said, and took off with his sand carrying him. He could have at least offered us a ride. Naruto said, about to leave, but Tsunade stopped him. Naruto, where is she really going? She looked too happy to be going after stragglers. She said, and he sighed but answered. She has an extremely high sex drive, so once she gets in the mood it's a done deal. So I gave her a privacy barrier and a hunged clone and she went to take care of her business. It's not much, but hopefully it'll last until we get home. It's the best thing I could do. Naruto said. Okay, that's fine. I had to do the same thing during the Second Shinobi War. I just got so turned on watching Jiraiya fight and lead us, I just had to take a few minutes to myself. At the time I was with Dan, so I couldn't have my way with Jiraiya. Tsunade said with a faraway look. Okay, too much information. Let's go see how the perv is doing and if he needs any help. Naruto said as he picked up the body of Killer Bee and they ran towards Jiraiya's fight. They arrived quickly and noticed Jiraiya was fighting two people. He was of course fighting the Raikage, but the second person should be in blood prison right now. Standing next to the Raikage was Kakashi Hatake. But what got them mad was he had a Byakugan eye in his left eye socket. Naruto, seeing this, dropped Killer Bee and went to join the fight. Jiraiya vs Kakashi and A. Jiraiya was breathing heavily standing across from Kakashi and A. His Sage mode had just run out and his clones on Mount Myoboku haven't gathered enough nature chakra yet. He was doing just fine against the Raikage, but Kakashi joining in the fight and having the Byakugan made things hard for him. Well, look at this, looks like the strongest Sunin is out of his precious Sage mode. Looks like your death will come quicker than you thought. I said, activating his lightning armor. Sorry Jiraiya, but I chose to join the winning side and grab me a souvenir. Kakashi said, pointing to his eye. Too bad I couldn't grab both eyes. Oh well, that baby won't need both of them. He said. Enough talk, time to die Jiraiya. Tell the yellow flash I said hi. I said and sped towards Jiraiya with his lightning armor on at its strongest. He was about half of the way before he was kicked back towards Kakashi, who immediately activated the Byakugan. So I see you somehow managed to escape blood prison. However, I have a feeling you never even made it. Now I'm going to ask you one time, who did you steal that eye from? Naruto asked in a cold tone. Oh, I got this from Natsu Hyuga's baby. You know, for a clan with a Byakugan that can see through anything, they sure have horrible security. A simple henge was all it took. I would have had both eyes, but the baby woke up crying. Kakashi said in a proud tone. Don't worry about that eye, after the war it's coming with me to Kumo. That eye will take Kumo to new heights. I said. Jiraiya, how long do you need to get into Sage mode? Naruto asked. About 5 minutes. Why? Jiraiya asked. Start gathering nature chakra, I'll hold them off. When you're done, is all yours. Naruto said. He activated his Sharingan and Ultra Instinct, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Kakashi and punched him in the face, breaking his nose. Jiraiya sat down and placed his barrier seal around him so he could gather nature chakra. With Tsunade. I can't believe Kakashi had the nerve to do that to Natsu's child. That was the worst mistake he could have made. Tsunade said. Why do you say that? Gaara asked. Because, before Naruto left on his training trip he grew extremely close with Hanabi Hyuga. Through Hanabi he was introduced to Natsu, her caretaker. They became close almost like a little brother and older sister. A few months ago Natsu gave birth to a baby girl, making Naruto an uncle again. Given that Naruto grew up really with no family until me and Jiraiya came back, he would do anything to protect his family. Kakashi stepped over the line and now he will pay with his life. Tsunade said. Gaara only nodded. Naruto and Jiraiya vs Kakashi and A. Naruto was dodging everything Kakashi and A would throw at him, but then he would attack with triple the power in his attacks. I should be able to see him moving. He's somehow moving faster than my Byakugan can see. Kakashi thought. You won't be able to fight me how you want. You took a Byakugan that isn't fully developed. Even if it was, you would never be able to use it to its full potential. Now since that Byakugan came from my niece, you've just forfeited your life. Naruto said. Kid, you're way out of your league thinking you can take on me and a Byakugan user. I said and activated his lighting armor. Naruto said nothing and charged at a faster than he could see or react and kicked him in the stomach, breaking a few of his ribs, sending him flying back. Now for the wannabe. Before I kill you, I want to share something with you. Your friend Obito never died after that cave collapsed. He was saved by Madara Uchiha and became evil. He was the cause of the Kyuubi attack and the cause of death of my mother, my father, and my godmother. I killed him at the Cage Summit I'm sure you've heard about. Now you will be joining him in hell. Naruto said and charged at Kakashi. He reached Kakashi in less than a second and uppercutted him and kicked his legs from underneath him. As soon as Kakashi hit the ground, a clone of Naruto came flying down with an overhead heel kick to his gut and you could hear his ribs breaking. Fire style, Hellfire Jutsu. Naruto raised his hands up to the air and a column of fire rose around Kakashi and he screamed out in pain from being burned. Naruto dropped his Ultra Instinct and activated his next move. Dance of the Teleporter. He broke out in after images running around Kakashi and they each started to pummel Kakashi. He noticed a slight chance and substituted himself with a rock that was around and got out of the jutsu. He looked horrible, his shirt was ripped and burnt up leaving only the mask part and left side of his shirt attached. His arms had third-degree burns on them and his pants were basically shorts at this point. Kakashi channeled chakra into his legs and ran at Naruto with a kunao in his hand. Naruto was still faster, so before he could make it halfway, he felt himself stop and looked down. Naruto was crouched down with a Rasengan the size of his head right on his stomach. Before he could speak, Naruto kept the Rasengan in its second stage and caused it to explode, sending Kakashi flying back, hitting the ground hard. Kakashi stood up with his entire stomach red, black, and blue from the explosion of the Rasengan. You're going to die, Naruto. You're lucky Killer Bee couldn't fight you. But I'll have to do his job for him. Kakashi said, creating 3 clones and each of them creating his Chidori. You mean the Killer Bee that's knocked out over by Tsunade and Gaara? The same Killer Bee that had his tailed beast ripped out of him by me. Yeah, I'm not worried about him. He was such a letdown. Naruto said. Kakashi gritted his teeth and each clone charged at him and he used his Rinnegan technique. Universal Pull. Kakashi and his clones were pulled to Naruto and he activated his other jutsu that he used along with this move. Inferno Style, Fire Lightning. Each Kakashi was impaled by the black flames and 3 of them disappeared in a puff of smoke. The real Kakashi coughed up blood and Naruto ended the jutsu, letting him fall to the ground. Naruto picked Kakashi up and channeled chakra to his hand and ripped out the Byakugan eye. He placed it in a tube with liquid in it before he sealed it away. He grabbed Kakashi by the neck and choke slammed him into the ground repeatedly before grabbing the back of his head, kneeing him in the face. Kakashi at this point couldn't even move anymore. He looked at Naruto as he was walking towards him and tried to plead with him. Naruto, please don't do this. Your father and mother wouldn't like this. Think about how they would feel. He said, coughing up blood. You're pathetic. You were one of the most respected ninjas in the village, someone I looked up to as a kid. I lost all respect for you when you became my Jonin instructor and I saw what kind of man you became. As for my parents, they already know about everything. My mother and godmother will be waiting for you in the afterlife before you get sent to hell. My father is currently in the stomach of the Shinigami. I met them when I gained control over the Kyuubi chakra during my training trip. They left an imprint of themselves in the seal as well as my godmother. I explained my life and they were pissed at how I was treated. They calmed down after I told them about Pervy Sage and Granny Tsunade. You, however, all three of them were disappointed in you the most. Especially my father, he trained you and pretty much took you in as his own son. Yet you treated his own like dirt and became a disgrace. You drew the line when you harmed my niece. It's time for you to die. Say hello to your father for me, you son of a bitch. Naruto said. He created his lightning javelin and stabbed Kakashi in through his heart. He unsealed the Kyuubi and removed his head from his shoulders. He burned the body and looked up to Cie and Jiraiya in a taijutsu battle. He went back to Tsunade to watch the fight. With Tsunade. Did you get the eye from him? Tsunade asked. Yeah, I did. It sucks that he turned out like that. While I was fighting him I was checking for any seals or genjutsu placed on him and found nothing. Naruto said. It sounds like you didn't want to kill him, Naruto. Gaara said. I didn't. He was close to my parents and godmother. I talked to them during my training trip when I mastered the Kyuubi chakra. I found out a lot about them, like how they all got drunk and had a threesome when they all made jonin. I didn't know it was possible to throw up in my own mind, but it's possible. Anyway, he was too far gone like Sasuke was and I had to take him out. Naruto said. Well, I knew about the threesome but I thought they wouldn't tell anybody. So does that mean you want one now? As for Kakashi, I don't know what happened to him, he just fell off a cliff sometime during his Umbu run, I guess. Tsunade said. Naruto was about to answer when he froze at his clone memories. Huh, so that's what inside there looks like. But to answer your question, no, I don't want a threesome, it's not my kind of thing. For Kakashi, it was long overdue for him to be killed. I wonder how he completed his missions. His skills have dulled a lot over the years, something isn't right. There is no way a Jonin that hasn't trained since I was born is able to complete high A rank missions by himself. Naruto said. I'm looking into it. I've noticed that as well. I just need to hear back from the countries and executives he escorted and had to protect. Tsunade said. Samui's here. Naruto said, and Samui appeared behind him and wrapped her arms around him, leaning into his back. Are you feeling better? Naruto asked. Much better. Samui replies. Alright lovebirds, let's watch the fight between these two. They seem even right about now. Even when A is using his lightning armor. Tsunade said. You're wrong, they aren't even. Pervy Sage is waiting for a certain opening to finish this fight and A hasn't shown it yet. From what I'm feeling, Pervy Sage can use his Sage mode for about 15 more minutes until it runs out. Naruto said. Jiraiya vs A. Jiraiya in his Sage mode saw Naruto finishing off Kakashi. He was interrupted from his thoughts when he suddenly ducked out of the way of an overhead hammer fist from A. After he dodged, he felt his right eye tingle but paid no attention to it. He and A charged at each other in a taijutsu fight, but both of them couldn't land a hit. Every time Jiraiya went for a punch or kick, A would move quickly from his lightning armor being increased. Whenever A would attack Jiraiya, he would dodge it as well. They both jumped back, breathing heavy and covered with cuts and bruises. Jiraiya's clothes looked burnt due to the lightning armor and A was basically wearing shorts at this point. How are you able to dodge me? I know for a fact the only person that should be able to dodge my attacks is the yellow flash. A said. That's for me to know and you to find out. Jiraiya said, pissing A off. A charges blindly at Jiraiya with his lightning armor activated. Jiraiya, due to having his Sage mode active, was able to duck out of the way of the punch and coated his fist in wind chakra, and used it to punch through the lightning armor. A saw this and dodged it but was shocked when something still managed to hit him, sending him crashing to the ground. He deactivated his lightning armor and stood up. What the hell was that? I'm sure I got away from him. He thought he was broken out his thoughts as Jiraiya finished a set of hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Jiraiya in Sage mode sent a huge fireball speeding towards A, who had no time to run, so he had to block it. Earth style, mud wall. A created a large wall of earth to block the fireball coming towards him. Due to the power behind the jutsu, the fireball was able to blast through the wall A created. A was one step ahead. he burrowed himself underground and waited for the jutsu to end. Not bad for an old man. However, it's time we ended this. I'm growing tired of this little charade. Kumo will be victorious. I'll have my Byakugan army and Samui will return home. Instead of her becoming my personal slave, I've decided to place her in the CRA. I can have my doctors figure out how to inject the DNA of the Hyuga clan inside of her. Imagine her daughters looking like her with the Byakugan. They will be the perfect weapons for Kumo and perfect sex slaves. She'll become the ultimate baby factory. I said, charging up his lightning armor. I'm sure Naruto heard that and is waiting to kill him. He might get his chance. I only have about 5 minutes left in Sage mode. I need to finish this fight before he can do anything drastic. Jiraiya thought. A suddenly appears in front of him and punches him in the face, followed up by a clothesline. He grabbed Jiraiya and lifted him up like he was nothing. He went for his certain kill move that never fails. Liger Bomb. Using his extreme strength, he smashed Jiraiya's head onto the ground in a power bomb maneuver. The amount of force he used was enough to shatter the ground itself. He thought he won but was disappointed when Jiraiya turned into a kunai he substituted with. He didn't notice the small yet powerful explosive tag on the kunai and was caught in the explosion. He managed to get away but not without suffering any damage. His skin was covered in second-degree burns and it was starting to peel off. Jiraiya, seeing this, couldn't help but smirk at his work. Old man, my ass. He just fell for a simple genin substitution. But something isn't right. My right eye is blurry and I can't really see him. What happened? Jiraiya thought, then he realized it when he went for that overhead hammer fist. He felt a slight jolt hit his right eye. He ignored it, but now he knew what happened. He figured I would dodge and let out a small current of lightning chakra to my eye. He planned on ruining my eyesight so he could have the advantage. I can still fight, but my chakra is low and I don't have time for Sage mode. The old me who had no family or loved ones would keep fighting, but I have a grandson and a lovely fiancé who would revive me and kill me again if I kept fighting and died. I guess this battle wasn't mine to win after all. Jiraiya thought as he stood up. He discreetly made hand signs to Naruto and Tsunade that he needed to switch out. That eye of yours must be bothering you now. I knew blinding you would come in handy, so whatever opening you were looking for, you can forget about it. I guess I'll go down in history as the man to kill off the strongest of the legendary Sunin. Be glad that you were killed by me. I won't let you suffer though. It will be a quick death and I'll hang your head up in my office. Farewell, Jiraiya of the legendary Sunin. I said and rushed at Jiraiya with his full speed. He was an inch from killing Jiraiya when all of a sudden he was kicked away with a wind-covered foot. He looked up and saw Naruto standing there. Wind style, great breakthrough. Before he could react, he was blasted far away due to the amount of chakra that Naruto used in his jutsu. You alright, pervy sage? What happened? Naruto asked. It's my eye. It's blurry. He sent a pulse of lightning to the eye and I think if I don't get Tsunade to heal me, it might go blind. Can you send me over to her? Jiraiya asked and Naruto nodded and placed his hand on Jiraiya and made him disappear over to where Tsunade was thanks to the mark he had on Samui. I came back to the fighting area and was pissed off. Boy, you have no idea how pissed off I am right now. I'm ending this quickly. No more games, I've had enough. I said as his lightning armor came to life and Naruto activated his Sharingan. I have a feeling but this petty fighting has gone on long enough. You said you wanted Samui to become a baby factory and use her daughters as weapons and sex slaves. You've said enough about her. I was going to give you a chance to surrender but now I'm going to kill you. Naruto said and activated his 6-path Sage mode. Naruto rushed at A, who had no time to react, and punched a hole in the right side of his chest, making him cough up blood. A's lightning armor immediately shut off after that. What's this, you're giving up already? I thought you wanted to kill me. Naruto said and kneed A in the chin, snapping his head back. He proceeded to punish him with a multitude of punches and kicks. To everyone watching it looked like a yellow streak was playing a game of pinball and A was the ball. His body was flopping around in the air and the more he got hit, the more blood he lost. Naruto finished the assault by kicking A in the air and flew up above him. 2 giant hands grew from Naruto's back and smashed into him with a hammer fist. A went flying to the ground at an extremely fast pace. Naruto saw him hit the ground coughing up blood and noticed he tried to get up. He flew down and his E.M.S was activated. Tsukuyomi. I appeared inside of the Tsukuyomi tied to a cross and didn't know where he was. Where am I? What the hell is going on? He demanded. Welcome to my world of Tsukuyomi. In here I am God, I control everything that happens in here. Don't try to break this genjutsu because you can't. Now you said you would turn Samui into a baby factory. In my book that almost classified as rape since any man can just walk into her room and have sex with her against her will. Now you will see what that is like. Naruto said. What do you mean? It's just a genjutsu. I can't feel pain in here even if it's unbreakable. Do your worst, I'm not afraid. I said arrogantly. Foolish, you do not understand what you are in for. Now, I shall grant your wish. Naruto said, and with a snap of his fingers, found himself with his left hand cuffed to his left ankle and his right hand cuffed to his right ankle, and his ass was in the air with no pants on or anything. He tried to close his legs, but there was a pole with cuffs in between his legs cuffing his ankles, keeping them apart. You better let me out of here. I am in no mood for your silly mind games. I said. You still don't understand the situation you're in. In this world all pain you feel is real. Here you will suffer for 3 days, but in the real world only 3 seconds will have passed. Now for your punishment. Naruto said and snapped his fingers. All around were guys that were naked ready for sex. Had a look of realization and fear on his face. I see you understand the situation you're in. However, it is too late. For the next 3 days these men will have their way with you from behind. Have fun. Naruto said. After that the first man lined himself up with A's ass and shoved himself inside, making a scream out in pain and start crying. Please stop. I'm sorry for everything I did and said about Samui and the Hyuga clan. I'll stop the war, just please stop. I begged as another man entered him rather harshly after 15 seconds. No, I already gave you your chance to surrender. Oniki surrendered but decided since he was dying, he wanted to have one last fight. He fell in battle to Tsunade after a hard-fought battle. He gave the title of Tsuchikage to his granddaughter. She agreed to his last request of having peace among the villages. Someone like you would only disturb that peace. Today is the day you fall. Naruto said. When I get out of here and Kumo regroups, we will come back stronger and make things harder for you. I'm going to fucking kill you. I said. All I heard was that you wanted to be fucked harder by these men. Now shut up, your voice is annoying. Naruto said as he snapped his fingers. The men raping A went faster and harder, making him cry, and out of nowhere a cloth appeared around his mouth, muffling his screams. Don't worry, it's not over yet. You still have 2 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Naruto said as A continued to rape. Time goes by and the Tsukuyomi has ended. A screams out, falls to the ground. He feels Samui come up next to him. Would you like to do the honors of finishing him off? Naruto said. She nodded and stabbed him in the heart with her sword, but channeled lightning chakra into the sword, causing his heart to explode. Naruto unsealed the Kubikaribasho and cut his head off. So what did you do to him in the Tsukuyomi, Naruto? Tsunade asked as she arrived with Jiraiya, who had his right eye covered in Gaara. He was raped for 3 days straight in his ass by hundreds of men. He said. Okay. Jiraiya said as he clenched his butt together, and shockingly Gaara did the same. So does this mean the war is over? Samui asked. Don't know, we have to see if the Kumo shinobi still want to fight. Tsunade said. We don't, we never wanted to be here. Darui said, walking up to them with basically every shinobi from Kumo behind him. So you all surrender? Gaara asked. Yeah, we never even fought. All of your shinobi injuries came from IWA shinobi. None of them died though. This war was pointless and has gone on for too long. I'm taking over as Raikage. In a few months or years I'll reach out for an alliance, but for now Kumo will be on lockdown. I need to change a lot of things. Darui said. I'll be waiting. Tsunade said, and Gaara agreed with him. Well, I'm off. Darui said and sped off towards Kumo with the Kumo shinobi following him. Well, the war is over. We won and now we can return home. I don't know about you but I need to get laid so me and Tsunade will be busy for a few days. Jiraiya said, pulling Tsunade close to him. Actually you need to hold off on that, there's something I want to check out. Naruto said. What's that Naruto-kun? Samui asked. I want to check out Sakura. Before you get the wrong idea, it's not like that. I was fighting B and he was being extremely loyal to A even though he knew what he was doing was wrong. I had the idea to check him for any seals on his body and found none other than the seal holding the 8 tails. I want to check Sakura for any kind of seal that would alter her mind to make her act like how she is. I remember meeting Sakura as a child and yes she was annoying and a fangirl, but she was never showing any signs to just randomly sleep with people for money. During our second year in the academy that just changed. She started to wear makeup and would randomly bump into boys mainly Sasuke and grab their ducks but claim it was an accident. I need to check her body for any seals so she's going to have to be naked while I do it. I know she's 7 months pregnant but it has to be done. Naruto said. Okay, I'll order her to come to my office after we return. Jiraiya, you'll have to wait. Besides you're going to need both eyes for what I'm going to be doing. Tsunade said winking at him and taking off towards the Leaf Village with Jiraiya and all of the shinobi following her. Naruto, I will also be returning to my village to check on it. I must congratulate you on your wedding again. As well as ending this pointless war. I wish you both the best. Gaara said and left with his sand shinobi. Well, let's go back, Samui-chan. Naruto said, but Samui just jumped on him, wrapping her legs around his waist and gave him a passionate kiss that lasted for 5 minutes. I needed that. I love you, Naruto-kun. She said, hugging him. I love you too. He said. I'm not wearing panties under my skirt anymore. They got too wet for me to keep on. So after you're done with Sakura I'll be at home waiting for you. Don't forget I'm not using the contraceptive jutsu anymore, she said while rubbing him through his pants. She left in a shunshin. Well, I guess I'm fixing Sakura and banging Samui's lights out today. He said and used the hydration to get back to the village before anybody else. Naruto arrived at the village and walked through the gates. He was met by a crowd of cheers by the civilians guarding the gates. He was lifted into the air and tossed up and down. Can you guys let me down? He asked while laughing. Sorry about that, Naruto. A civilian said. So how did it go? Is it over? Where is everybody? Asked a female civilian who was a medic on the front lines under Naruto against Oto. Yeah, we won. But I have business I need to attend to, so I have to get going. The others will be back within a few hours. He said. The civilians nodded and went back to guarding the gate. He then left for his house but stuck to the rooftops. Naruto arrived at his house and went in to grab his sealing supplies just in case he would need them for Sakura. He took a shower and placed on some regular civilian clothes, a simple t-shirt and some sweatpants. He laid down and took a nap. He felt everyone's chakra signature and could tell they won't be back for 3 hours. He set his alarm to wake him up in 2.5 hours. He quickly fell asleep and had a dream about a statue inside of a cave that had 5 eyes open but the rest of the eyes were closed. He woke up after hearing voices yelling for him. He looked at the clock and noticed he woke up 5 minutes before his alarm went off. Guess I'll go wait in Granny's office, he said to himself. Before he left, he went to the kitchen and quickly made some food for Samui to eat when she came home. He teleported to Tsunade's office and waited for her to arrive. He waited for an hour and a half but he knew she stopped at Sakura and Kiba's house. It feels good to sit down and relax, Tsunade said as she sat down in her chair. Jiraiya went to the couch and he passed out. Sakura was sitting in a chair rubbing her stomach. Lady Tsunade, not that I don't mind, but why am I here? Sakura asked. We have to give you a checkup but we need to wait for Naruto. He should be here any minute now, Tsunade said. I'm already here, Naruto said, sitting on the ceiling. Tsunade looked up and glared at him. Get your ass down here. How long have you been here? She asked him. I've been here for almost 2 hours. I've been in the village for almost 5 hours. Naruto said. Hey Naruto, you ready for me to rock your world? Sakura asked, squishing her breasts together that grew due to her being pregnant. No, I'm here to do the checkup on you. But I need you to get naked for me. I know what it sounds like, but I need you to do it. Naruto said, and Sakura didn't even hesitate to take her clothes off. Okay, before the perv wakes up, I'm placing a small barrier seal around us three for some privacy. Naruto said, and Tsunade nodded as he placed a barrier around him. Okay, Sakura, do you ever find it odd how you always want to have sex with anybody and why you always ask for money afterwards? Naruto asked. No, I just like sex, there's nothing wrong with that. Why? Do you want me to get checked for any diseases before I ride you into the sunrise? She asked. No, I think you have a mind-altering seal on you. It makes you do things and act a certain way. I need to do a full body check on you to see if you have a seal on you. Your actions are questionable, not even the girls in the brothel house that make money by sleeping with people act like this. So can you lay down on your back for me? I'll unseal a comfortable mat for you. Naruto said, and Sakura nodded. He unsealed the mat for her and helped her lay down. She accidentally grabbed his dick while he helped her lay down. Sorry about that, Naruto. But that is one hell of a monster in your pants. I can't wait for my turn with it. She said, and he just rolled his eyes and activated his Sharingan and began looking over her body for any seals. He found nothing on her front side. Sakura, can you roll over to your side so I can check your back? Don't roll onto your stomach. I don't want you to harm your baby. Naruto said. She nodded and turned on her left side. He began checking her body from her feet and made his way up her body. He lifted her hair and noticed her skin was off in that area. It was a genjutsu over her neck. Sakura, has anybody been messing with your neck? Naruto asked. No, my mom only does. She said she had to run my neck every day. She said I was born with a neck problem and it needed to be checked every day. She said, and Naruto knew she was telling the truth. He undid the genjutsu and on her neck was a mind-altering seal, and it was bigger than just a simple seal. It had a mind-altering seal and it was combined with a slave seal and a torture seal. Granny, look at this. He said, and Tsunade looked at her neck and was pissed at what she saw. Naruto, is that what I think it is? Tsunade asked. Yes, it is. Sakura, do you ever get pains in your neck when you try to not have sex with somebody? Naruto asked. Yeah, but that's just my neck pains I was born with, remember? She said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. But I haven't had any problems since I was pregnant. She added. Okay, Sakura, you have 3 seals on your neck. By my guess they've been here for almost 10 years. The first seal is a mind-altering seal set to make you act a certain way. The second seal is a slave seal that makes you do whatever your current partner tells you to do. The last seal is a torture seal that will send a slight jolt of pain to your neck if you decide to not have sex with somebody if they ask you to. He explained. Now she was shocked and scared. Is that why I've always had sex with Kiba even when I didn't want to after I got pregnant? He was forceful, but I was trying to stop him because it was hurting, but something stopped me from acting on it. Who would place that on me? She asked, crying. My best guess would have to be your mother. She's the only one you said that touches your neck. You never noticed it because it was a genjutsu placed over it. I'm going to remove them from you, okay? He said, and she nodded with tears in her eyes. He went through 60 hand signs. Sealing art, multi-seal disintegration. He placed his hands on her neck and she screamed at the burning sensation she was feeling from the seals being removed. After 3 minutes all of the seals were gone and he placed a medical seal on her that he made work quickly due to her having a baby growing in her. Okay, Sakura, the seals were removed. What's the last thing you remember? Tsunade asked. Oh my gosh, you're Tsunade Senjo, I'm a huge fan. I thought you left the leaf. Why am I naked? Sakura yelled as she put her clothes on and noticed they were a lot bigger than what she usually wore. She was unaware of the looks shared between Tsunade and Naruto. Sakura, focus. What's the last thing you remember? Tsunade asked. I remember going home from school telling my mom how me and Naruto, this boy I go to school with, how we were becoming friends. After that everything is a blank. Sakura said honestly. You mean this, Naruto? Tsunade said, point at Naruto, who just waved back. What the hell? Naruto, you're huge. How are you that tall? We're only 10 years old. I mean, I'm still waiting for my breasts to grow. See how small they are? She asked as she felt her breasts, and they were big compared to what she remembered. They were at least a 36C. She then noticed her stomach was big and she felt a kick when she touched her stomach. What the hell is going on? Why are my breasts so big? Why am I pregnant? She asked worriedly. Sakura, you're 19 years old now, not 10. Naruto said. I don't understand. How is that possible? She asked confused. I'll have Inoichi come and restore her memories. I guess removing those seals locked them away. Tsunade said as she sent an Umbu out to get Inoichi. 10 minutes later Inoichi arrived at her office. You wanted to see me, Lady Tsunade? Inoichi asked. Yes, I need you to go into Sakura's mind and unlock all of her memories from the past 9 years. She said, and then explained the situation to him. He nodded and spoke to Sakura. Okay Sakura, I'm going to enter your mind and unlock your memories, okay? He said, and she hesitantly nodded. Mind possession jutsu. Inoichi entered her mind and both of their bodies went limp and Naruto sat them both in chairs. 5 minutes later Inoichi was back and waited for Sakura to wake up. Sakura woke up 10 minutes later and began crying. Naruto, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to treat you like that. I didn't know I was doing it. She said, crying. It's okay Sakura. I forgive you. Naruto said and hugged her. My life and ninja career is over with. I've slept with almost everybody in this village. I was raped by Kiba after I refused to have sex with after I gave him a blowjob. My life is ruined and now I'm pregnant with his child. She said, breaking down. Sakura, would you like me to have Kiba arrested so you can press charges against him? Rape is very frowned upon in this village and is especially frowned upon in the Inyazuka clan. Tsunade said. Yes please. But where will I live now? I can't live with my mother. She did this to me and I can't live with Kiba. He's a rapist and abuser. And I don't want to be associated with the Haranos anymore since they've ruined my life. I just want to be known as Sakura, Sakura said. Well Sakura, would you like a big house or a nice apartment? Naruto asked. I want an apartment. I don't need a house. Sakura said, wiping her tears. Okay, I own plenty of apartment complexes in the red light district. I own a lot of property there and it's not really a bad part of the village anymore. I can set you up in a 4-bedroom apartment. Already furnished and it will only cost you 1,500 ryo a month. Everything is included in that price. Naruto offered. Thank you Naruto. Thank you so much. She said and hugged him. Umbu, bring me Kiba, Tsum and Hana and Yazuka. Tsunade said. Now Sakura, I want you to stand next to Naruto. Tsunade said and Sakura nodded and went to stand near Naruto. Tsunade went to Jiraiya who was still asleep and woke him up. Jiraiya, I need you to leave my office. I have an important meeting about to happen. Can you go to the house and I'll meet you there? She asked. Yeah sure, I'll go. But you better be ready for when you get home. He said as he kissed her on the lips and smacked her on the ass before leaving. I still can't believe you two are dating. Sakura said. Me either. Tsunade said. The door opened and in walked Kiba, Hana, and Tsum and Yazuka. Naruto looked at Hana and she was pregnant. He guessed she was about 3 to 4 months pregnant. Hey Hana, I see you and Genma are adding some more pups to the family. Naruto said. Yeah we are. I've got twins baking in my oven. She said, rubbing her stomach. Yup, my baby girl is giving me some grandkids that I can actually claim since the Harano family managed to get their claws on my son. Tsum said. Actually Tsum, after today you will be able to claim all of your grandkids. Sakura has denounced herself from the Harano clan. I'll explain why soon. Tsunade said, getting a confused look from Kiba, Hana, and Tsum. Sakura, what the hell are you doing here? Come here. Kiba said in a demanding voice. Sakura rapidly shook her head no at him and grabbed her stomach and moved behind Naruto. I said. Get over. Here. Now. He yelled, walking towards her, but was stopped when the cubic Araibisho was pointed at his neck. She said, "No, now back off." Naruto said, activating his Sharingan. "Kiba, stand down. You are brought here under the charges of rape and aggravated assault against one Sakura, formerly known as Sakura Haruno, during your time in the Inuzuka clan." Tsunade said. "I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade, but rape and aggravated is a serious accusation. Especially if somebody is from the Inuzuka clan. We both know how this slut was fucking everything walking, now she accuses him of rape and assault. This is bullshit." Some said. Hana didn't respond, she was busy looking at Sakura, who was terrified. Actually, Sakura didn't know what she was doing. Naruto found a mind-altering seal, a slave seal and torture seal on Sakura, placed on her by her mother when she was 10. Now he removed her seal and everything she went through the past 9 years was sealed away. She was essentially a 10-year-old girl with the body of a pregnant 19-year-old. Now I had Inoichi unseal her memories and they came back. Turns out Kiba raped her after she refused to have sex with him after giving him a blowjob, as well as abused her on multiple occasions while she was pregnant. Now she tried to stop the rape from happening, but the slave seal on her neck would activate and force her to take it. I kept Inoichi here to search her memories. Now, I want to see Kiba's memories to see if they match. If they are proven correct, I'll leave his punishment up to you, since at the time he was a part of the Inuzuka clan and I know how your clan is about this kind of stuff." Tsunade said, and some nodded. "He is not checking my memories. I didn't rape or abuse her. Sakura, get your ass over here now. I'm not going to ask again. Now get your ass over here, let's go." Kiba yelled and Sakura backed into the corner, holding her stomach again, shaking her head rapidly. Hana noticed she kept holding her stomach almost as it was instinctive. "Holy shit," Hana said. "What is it, pup?" Some asked. "He did it. Look at how she's holding her stomach, it's as if she's protecting the baby from getting hit." "He did it," she said. Tsunade walked up to Sakura and placed her hand on her stomach to check for any damage to the baby. She found nothing wrong with the baby, but Sakura had broken ribs that could be dangerous, so she healed them and checked for any signs of abuse, and her body was covered in bruises that she had to heal. Naruto, hold Kiba down. Inoichi, check his memories now. Tsunade ordered. Naruto placed Kiba in a Sharingan Genjutsu, paralyzing him. He knew about Kiba's horrible chakra control and Genjutsu problems. Inoichi then searched his memories and came back 5 minutes later. "He did it. He's been raping her since she turned 16, she just never remembered it until now. He also knew about the seals on her. He got the control seal from her mother after he slept with her. They wanted her to have kids so Kiba could have her forever as a personal slave and her mother would get accepted into the Inuzuka clan. However, when some kicked him out of the clan, their plans went up in smoke and he started to take his anger out on her. He tried to poison her in her sleep as well, but she subconsciously activated her healing chakra and pushed out the poison." Inoichi said, and Kiba woke up after he finished. "Kiba, you have been found guilty of rape and aggravated assault as well as attempted murder. Your punishment will be administered by your mother and sister. Now as for you, Sakura. I need you to sign these papers releasing Kiba from any responsibilities he would have towards your unborn child, as well as the form to have you legally removed from the Haruno clan. Since you're 19, you don't have to have your parents around for this." Tsunade said. Sakura quickly signed the papers and Tsunade put her stamp of approval on both forms. "Sakura, I'm sorry, I had no idea you were going through all of this. It's just the Haruno women are known to go around having sex for money and power. You can keep the house and money for yourself." Some said. "No, you can keep everything. Naruto offered me a 4-bedroom apartment and I'm going to take it." Sakura said. "That's fine, but please take the money and use it for your child. Also, if you need anything, you are more than welcome to stop by the Inuzuka compound. I, as the current clan head, welcome you into the Inuzuka clan." Some said. "Thank you so much." Sakura said. "If I were you, I would go talk to Anko, Kurane, and Fu. They should be able to help you out with anything you need. I'll let them know that you might stop by." Naruto said. "Now Kiba, your punishment will be castration." Some said, and Kiba paled. "No mom, please, anything but that." Kiba pleaded. "You didn't stop when Sakura was pleading and telling you no. So why should I show you mercy? Some asked. Don't worry, it's not like you have a lot to cut off anyway. I've heard about you from the girls you've slept with. They call you Mr. 30 seconds behind your back. Hana said, laughing. Kiba tried to attack her, but Naruto appeared in front of him. Tsukuyomi. 3 seconds later, Kiba screamed and passed out. Naruto, what did you do to him? Tsunade asked. The same thing I did to the Raikage. Naruto answered. What did you do to him, pup? Some asked, and Naruto explained what he did to A during their fight. Wow, I wish I could use that genjutsu. Oh well, let's get Kiba to the compound for his punishment. Some said as she picked Kiba up before leaving with Hana. Some, before you go, Sakura, would you like me to tell you the gender of your baby? Tsunade asked, and Sakura nodded. Okay, I need you to come over to my office medical room set up. Tsunade said, and they all went into the room. Naruto didn't want to go, but Sakura asked him to come with her. Sakura laid down on the bed and Tsunade had her lift her shirt and did the ultrasound. After looking for a few seconds, Tsunade smiled. Well, congratulations, Sakura. You're going to have a baby girl. Tsunade said. Thank you. I hope she comes out looking like me. Even if she didn't, I'll still love her no matter what. Sakura said with tears on her face. I'm getting a granddaughter. Some yelled like a complete fangirl. Everybody just looked at her. You alright, Mom? Hana asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Some replied. Wow, I didn't know the big bad Some of the Inyazuka clan could have a girl side. It's so cute that it warms my heart. Naruto said, placing his hand over his heart. You tell anybody and you're getting castrated next. Some threatened him. You can try, but you might get turned on by what you see down there. Naruto said. Oh please boy, I've had some dick before, I know what it looks like. Some said. Yeah, well, mine is an inch shorter than a ruler. So like I said, you might get turned on if you see it. Naruto said. He's telling the truth. Samui told us, and I've read his medical records from his last physical. The female nurses were extremely thorough with their reports on him. Tsunade said, causing Some and Hana's jaws to drop. Can I see it? Some asked. No. Have you seen my wife? She'll kill me if another girl ever saw it. Naruto said. Wait, you're married? When did this happen? Hana asked. During the war, Naruto and Samui had me do the wedding right then and there before the fighting started. Tsunade asked. We didn't want a huge wedding or anything. Now can I go now? Samui is at home waiting for me and... He didn't finish because voices yelled in his head. Help us, Naruto. The voices yelled, causing him to fall to the ground holding his head. Tsunade rushed to his side to check on him. Naruto, what's wrong? Are you okay? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine. I almost forgot about one last thing I need to do. Can you give me a mission to River Country? Naruto asked. Yes, I can. When do you need to leave? Tsunade asked. Now. Naruto said he left the room in a hurry. What the hell was that about? Sakura asked. He has a promise he intends to keep to a couple of friends. Tsunade said. Alright Mom, let's go castrate Kiba. Sakura, do you want to come? I can take you to the apartment Naruto's giving you. I know which one it is. Hana said. Yeah, I'll come. Thank you again for everything, Lady Tsunade. Sakura said. Don't mention it. Now get out of here, I need to do some work before I head home. Tsunade said. Everyone nodded and left. Tsunade began doing her paperwork before she realized two things. I just finished a war. I'm not doing any paperwork today. I'm going home to get laid, fuck this. Oh yeah, I should probably tell Samui her husband left for River Country. Then again, I do have Jiraiya waiting for me at home, so it looks like Naruto's in trouble when he gets back. She said and left the office. She placed a note on the door saying she would be out for a few days. Meanwhile, Naruto is running full speed heading west for River Country. He would have to sneak in due to the borders being closed. But he didn't care, he was keeping this promise. Don't worry guys, I'm on my way. He thought to himself as he activated his 6-path sage mode and just disappeared. All you could see was a yellow streak of light as he sped by anything. Chapter 23, Promises and Dreams Fulfilled. Naruto made it to River Country in an hour and was looking for the cave where the tailed beasts were sealed. Where the hell could they be? He said to himself. He tried extending his sensing abilities but there was something blocking him. He went to the area where the blocking was coming from and walked around for about 2 hours looking for the hideout. He located the area and found a cave with a barrier seal on it. So this is why I couldn't find them. A barrier seal that requires you to remove 4 other seals before you can take this one off. Child's play for someone like me. He said he created 4 clones and had them search for the other 4 seals. I can simply override this seal but I don't know if it's booby-trapped on the other side and I don't want to risk it. He said. After waiting for 3 hours his clones finally located and removed the other 4 seals and he removed the main seal from the boulder that was blocking the entrance. Universal pole. He used his gravity attraction to remove the boulder from the entrance of the cave and walked in. He looked around and saw the dead bodies of the other 4 Jinchuriki since Isabuya wasn't sealed when he was captured. He noticed the blonde-hair girl that looked about 10 years older than him. That must be Yujito. Samui's former Jonin sensei. Naruto said and he sealed her body into a scroll. He sealed the other bodies as well and sent them all back to their respective villages for a funeral. He walked around some more until he came face to face with a giant statue that had 5 eyes open and 4 closed. You must be the Gedo statue. Too bad you'll never be used again. The era of Jinchuriki is ending today. Your existence will no longer be needed. Naruto said. He got to work by creating a giant sealing circle around the Gedo statue. All of the kanji on the ground were all around the statue and connected to it. After it was done Naruto began going through hand signs. This unsealing will take a while due to me having to remove them basically all at once. I guess I'll take around and see what I find. He said after 5 minutes he was done with his hand signs and placed them on the sealing circle connected to the Gedo statue. Uzumaki sealing, multiple tailed beast removal. He activated the seal and it began to glow a bright red color. The Gedo statue let out a roar as if fighting the ritual but Naruto used his Rinnegan to force it to relax and be quiet. I didn't know I could do that. He said as he walked away to look around the cave. He didn't find much, just some money laying around that he had to guess was from Kakuzu. He found some swords and a golden bow staff. How the hell did they get this? He asked himself. He sealed away the bow staff and walked around some more. He found pictures of Konan, Nagato, and an orange-haired boy who he had to guess was their other friend and creator of the original Akatsuki, Yahiko. He looked through the picture and saw a young Konan about 18 in lingerie and some of them were nude. So she has nipple piercings as well. I'll send these to her. I don't want them getting in the wrong hands. He said as he sealed the pictures in a scroll and summoned a messenger fox to have it take them to her. He walked around some more and found nothing useful, so he went back towards the Gedo statue and waited for the removal process to be over. He looked at the sealing circle and guessed it would take another hour to finish so the tailed beasts would be removed. He unsealed a bento box filled with miso ramen and began eating it. Halfway through the bento he froze after he realized something. I forgot to tell Samui-chan I was leaving again. She's going to be pissed off at me. I know she is. He said but just shrugged his shoulders and went back to eating. She should understand why I left so abruptly. If not then I'll sleep in another room tonight. He thought. He finished the bento box and began to just think about what's been happening lately. I finished off the Akatsuki, fought in a war and killed Orochimaru. That's essentially 3 immortal people I've killed. Kakuzu because of his 5 hearts, Orochimaru because of him sealing pieces of his soul and other curse seal users and Danzo because of him using his Nagi. Married the love of my life and helped out somebody I should have been friends with this entire time. I can't believe Sakura's own mother would do that to her. She was basically her daughter's pimp because of that seal. I can't believe Kiba had been raping her for 3 years either. Castration is better than death, since he has to live with the fact that he no longer has a penis. I wonder if we should have Sakura take therapy lessons with Inoichi. He said. He was interrupted by the Gedo statue letting out another roar and its eyes starting to close. After 5 minutes all of the eyes closed and the statue's mouth opened up. Out of the mouth came all 5 of the tailed beasts that were sealed away. They were all sleeping still, so he made 4 clones and they each put the blocker seal on the tailed beasts. After they woke up they looked and noticed Naruto standing there. "Naruto, you have our eternal thanks for saving us," Madatabi said. "Yes, thank you for saving us. Now, how will you go about not having us sealed again?" Son Goku asked. "I've placed a seal on you that will prevent you from being sealed away again. It automatically activates when someone tries to seal you. It will also protect you from any genjutsu so we don't have situations like when Kurama attacked the Leaf Village," Naruto said. "Good, now where shall we go? We don't exactly blend in with regular animals or anything," Isabu said. "You can go wherever you want to." Kurama decided to join the fox summons at Kitsune Mountain in the summoning world. Shukaku is in Suna roaming around the desert. Komei is wandering the forests around Fire Country, and Jayaki went back to Kumo, who has a new Raikage whose name is Darui. Iwa has a new Tsuchikage by the name of Kuratsuki. Oniki died during the war we just had and named his granddaughter Kuratsuki the new Tsuchikage. Kiri has a new Mizukage named Mei Terumi. Naruto said. "I'll go back to Kumo. Stay in the cave I found and protect Kumo from any threats," Madatabi said and left. "I'll head back to Kiri. I've seen Mei through Yagura's eyes. I like her," Isabu said and left. "I'll head to Iwa. They have mountains large enough to make me look small. I like that kind of environment," Son Goku said as he left. "I'll roam around for a bit before heading back to Iwa. I want to see what other countries look like," Kokuo said and ran off. "I'll head to Kiri as well. I like the waters they have, and Yotakata had an apprentice there. I want to look out for her," Seiken said and left. "Now to make sure you can't be used again," Naruto said. He pulled out his sealing supplies and made a seal to seal away the Gedo statue. He didn't want to use another planetary devastation. Somebody could easily release it again and he didn't want to take that chance. Uzumaki sealing, dimension sealing. He placed the seal on the Gedo statue and it began fighting the sealing process, but Naruto once again used his Rinnegan to control it and forced it to stop fighting the sealing. After the sealing was done, Naruto picked up the piece of paper that the statue was sealed into and looked at it. "Now you will never be used again," he said. Amaterasu. He used his flames to burn the paper, leaving the Gedo statue stuck in the dimension it was sealed into forever. He looked around at the cave and let out a sigh. This shouldn't have happened. To think Danzo was a main cause of the deaths of multiple people because he considered peace among the nations to be a weakness. "I better head back to the village. I need to let Granny know that it's done," he said and teleported away. Naruto arrived in Konoha and headed straight for Tsunade's office. He arrived at her office after getting many cheers and hugs from civilians and kids. He read the note on her door and just left. She's probably getting laid right now, he thought as he looked at the clock on his wall, and it was 7 p.m. I didn't realize I was gone so long. I better get home. But first I need to head over to the Hyuga compound, he thought and teleported to the Hyuga compound. "Hey guys, is it okay I go in? I have something for Natsu," Naruto said to the guards. They activated their Byakugan before nodding. "Sorry about the Byakugan check on you, Naruto. But Hayashi wants us to check everybody. Someone stole the eye of Natsu's daughter before the seal could be placed on her," the left guard said. "That's why I'm here. I got the eye back for her," Naruto said. "Well, hurry up. She'll be happy to have that eye back," the other guard said, and Naruto entered the compound. He searched for Natsu's chakra and found her in the office with Hayashi. He went to the office and knocked. "Enter," Hayashi said from inside, and Naruto walked in. "What are you doing here, Naruto? We don't have anything scheduled," Hayashi said. "I'm here to return something to Natsu. I believe it belongs to my niece," Naruto said, unsealing the tube with the Byakugan eye in it. "Thank you. Thank you so much, Naruto," Natsu said as she gave him a one-armed hug since she was holding her daughter in the other arm. "Who had the eye, Naruto?" Hayashi asked. "Kakashi stole it," He wanted both eyes to give them to Kumo since he sided with them during the war. He didn't make it to blood prison, so I guess he joined up with Kumo long before the war. I took the eye back before killing him myself, he said as he handed the eye over to Natsu. Can you stay while I put her eye back in Naruto? I can use medical ninjutsu, but I'll need a medical seal to fix up anything else that I missed while reattaching the nerves, Natsu said. Yeah, I can stay, Naruto said. You're dismissed, Natsu. You can go heal your baby. I'll let the clan know that the eye has been returned, Hayashi said. Both Naruto and Natsu bow before leaving. Naruto followed Natsu to the medical area and she began the surgery. After 4 hours of reattaching the eye, the surgery was complete and Naruto placed the seal in his niece and noticed all of the chakra into the seal was going to her eye. After about 10 minutes the seal finished working and Naruto removed it. All done, Natsu. Akemi is fully healed now and her eye works just as good as any other eye, Naruto said. Thank you again, Naruto. But shouldn't you be getting home to Samui? I'm sure she's waiting for you. It's almost midnight, Natsu said. Yeah, I'm heading there now. I just came to return Akemi's eye to you. I'll see you later, he said and flashed away. He reached his house and entered but didn't see Samui on the couch like she usually was. He walked upstairs to their room and smiled at what he saw. She was sleeping in one of his shirts with her panties on, but she was cuddled up with his pillow. He took his clothes off, leaving him in his boxers, and climbed into the bed. He used the kamui to get his pillow from her and laid down. After 10 minutes he was asleep. He woke up the next morning at 8 a.m. and he remembered Tsunade wouldn't be in her office until next week, so he laid back down and went to sleep. He woke up again at 11 and Samui was still asleep. He went to take a shower and after 20 minutes he was done. He put on a pair of boxers and laid back down. He turned the TV on and flipped through the channels until he found an old Princess Gale movie about her growing up. 10 minutes into the movie Samui woke up and went to take a shower. She came back out with nothing on and crawled into Naruto's lap. Lemon. She reached her hand down and took his dick out of his boxers and began to stroke it. I need this. I need it badly. Can I have it, baby? She asked and he nodded and began sucking her nipples, making her moan. She lifted herself up before lining him up at her entrance and lowering herself down, taking it all in at once. Shit, that feels good, she said and began bouncing up and down on his dick, moaning as he kept licking and sucking her nipples. He reached a hand down and began to rub her clit with his fingers. She started to go faster and he picked up the pace, adding chakra to his fingers, making it rotate, sending her over the edge. Shit, I'm coming, baby, she yelled as she was squirting all over his lap. Her orgasm was so powerful when she started squirting, his dick was forced out her. He grabbed his dick and shoved it back inside of her and she screamed out from how good it felt. He added chakra to his hips and began thrusting up into her and she loved every second of it. I'm still coming, I'm still coming, she yelled as her juices kept coming out like a waterfall as he was thrusting into her pussy. She reached down and began rubbing her clit, making the orgasm last even longer. Shit, your pussy feels so good, baby. I'm gonna go harder, he said and went faster and harder. Yes, fuck my pussy just like that. Don't stop, don't fucking stop, she yelled and she started bouncing up and down, meeting him thrust for thrust. Naruto then stood up, placing his arm behind her knees and locking his fingers behind her as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Naruto-kun, fuck this pussy like you mean it, she whispered in his ear and started kissing and sucking on his neck. Gladly, was all he said and began to pound into her so hard that she started to come on the very first thrust he did. He thrusted into her fast and hard that her orgasm just never stopped. Like that, just like that. I love it, I love you, Naruto-kun. Beat this pussy up, she yelled as he was thrusting into her fast and hard. He was going so fast and hard that she could feel the vibrations on her ass cheeks. Put me down, I want to suck your dick. Let me suck your dick, she pleaded in his ear. He let her down and she stumbled. He laid down on the bed and spoke to her. Come put that pussy in my face so I can eat it, he said, and she crawled to his face and sat on his face. She leaned forward and took his dick in her mouth. He stuck his tongue into her pussy and added chakra to his tongue, giving her more pleasure than she could handle. He moved his hands to her ass and started to play with it. He used it tongue to thrust in and out of her pussy, making her moan as she had his dick in her mouth. He began to lick her clit, and that sent her over the edge as she moaned loudly and started to come all over his face. Fuck. She yelled out and reached a hand back to rub her clit, making her come even more. She used her free hand to jerk his dick while keeping him in her mouth. She took it all the way down her throat and began to play with his balls. Fuck, that feels so damn good, baby, he said as she came up from deep-throating his dick. She placed the tip in her mouth and began to suck the tip, still playing with his balls. After a while she stopped sucking his tip and got off of him. She was on her hands and knees shaking her ass at him. Come give me that dick, baby. You know you want to. Don't keep me waiting, she said and started rubbing her clit slowly. He came up behind her and in one hard thrust he was fully inside of her and she instantly started to come again. He started thrusting into her hard and fast, not even bothering to go slow to give time to adjust. He was thrusting so hard that her ass was turning red and he could see her pussy gripping his dick every time he would pull out. Fuck. 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 Fuck, it feels so fucking good, she yelled as she could feeling her pussy getting tighter and tighter around his dick. He grabbed her hips and started thrusting into her even harder. Every time he would thrust into her he would pull her back, each time making her scream out in pleasure. She couldn't focus anymore. Her eyes were white from the amount of pleasure she was feeling. Naruto noticed her body going limp and went for the final nail in the coffin. He stuck his thumb in her ass and added chakra to his hips. He was moving so fast that his hips were a blur. Oh shit, I'm coming. Don't fucking stop, it feels so fucking good, she yelled as she started coming again and her body went limp, arching her back. Naruto stood up on his feet, giving himself better leverage and starting thrusting hard into her, and she could only moan into the sheets as her body had given out on her. Her pussy was still dripping and it was swollen from how hard they were going at it. He felt himself getting close and sped up some more. Are you ready to have a baby, Samui-chan? Because I'm about to come deep in this pussy of yours, he said as he was getting closer and closer. Yeah, I'm ready. Fill my pussy with that delicious cum of yours, baby, she said, but it all came out in a mumble as she was on the verge of passing out. He sped up some more and her legs gave out on her. So he readjusted himself and thrusted so hard into her that she started to shake from the orgasm he had given her. Shit, here it comes, he said and gave her one powerful thrust as she felt his warm cum fill her up. His thrust was so hard that her legs locked up and her pussy clenched around his dick, milking him for as much cum possible as she squirted again. This time it was so much a puddle formed underneath her. He did a couple slow thrusts, making them both moan. He pulled out as soon as the tip was about to come out. He started to come inside of her again. She was passed out so she didn't feel it. He pulled all the way out and stood up to put his boxers on. He looked at her passed out body on the bed and picked her up so he could change the sheets that looked like they were dipped in water. Lemon end. He was holding on to Samui, whose body was completely limp, in his arms. If you couldn't see her breathing then you would think she's dead. He created a clone and had it change the sheets. After the clone was done he laid her down and tucked her in. He took a shower and laid down in bed with her. She woke up with a groan. Oh, you were such a beast, baby. I better get pregnant from what we just did. I can't move at all. I want some again, but just slow and sensual. Can you give it to me? She asked. I don't know, baby. You said you can't move right now. You don't know this, but after your body collapsed you had the biggest orgasm and left a puddle in the bed. Your body locked up on you and I came in you twice, but you couldn't feel anything else after you passed out, he said. When she didn't respond he looked at her and she was asleep again. He chuckled and kissed her on her lips and went to sleep right after that. A week later he is in Tsunade's office letting her know what's going on with the tailed beasts. So let me get this straight, you already released the tailed beasts and they are roaming around the countries as they please, Tsunade said. Yup. Isabu and Seiken went back to Kiri. Madatabi went back to Kumo. Son Goku went back to IWA and Kokuo is traveling around before heading back to IWA. All 9 of the tailed beasts have the seals on them so they can't be reseled, and I got rid of the Gado statue forever, Naruto said. Well, that's good, I guess. We need to fix a few things up in the village, starting with the civilian council. But I can have that problem fixed within a few more months. Jiraiya officially retired yesterday, so now you completely run the spy network, and I guess Hanabi and Teiwa are your partners in the new legendary Sunin. The snakes have taken their scroll back to their summoning world. Katsuya told me they have civil war going on. Some snakes want to continue what Manda has done and others want to end that way and live more peacefully to gain respect for the snake summons. Tsunade said. Yeah, I know about the snakes, Helios told me when I visited the Dragon Realm yesterday. But besides that, I came here because I want to buy the land that all of the brothel houses are on. I said I was going to fix up the buildings for them, and since I have the time to do it, I want to get started now. Naruto said. Naruto, that's 4 blocks of land that you want to buy. Are you sure? That's going to cost you about 4 billion ryo. Tsunade said. Yeah, I know. So can I buy them? He asked. Sure. She said and got out the paperwork for the purchases, and they began the transaction. After 2 hours of paperwork and money transferring, Naruto officially owned 10 or 11 blocks in the red light district. Well, what are you going to do with the buildings? Tsunade said. I'm just going to tear them down one at a time and create new ones. I've been inside of these brothel houses as a kid, and trust me, it's disgusting. They raised me, so this is my way of paying them back. I fixed up some apartment complexes for them, and they're all cheap and affordable despite them being as good as, or if not better than, some of the apartments located towards the middle of the village. Naruto said. Well, good luck. By the way, your nieces and goddaughter have been looking for you. You might want to go over to Anko's house. Tsunade said. Yeah, I know, I'm heading there now. I just came to check in with you first. Naruto said. He gave her a hug and left through the window. He'll never stop that. But in 7 months I won't care, as I'm passing on the hat to him as a surprise birthday gift. By that time I should be pregnant. Tsunade thought to herself as she continued doing her paperwork. Naruto went to Anko's house and played with the kids for the entire day. Even Ayam stopped by with Tuki. He went home and saw Samui asleep on the couch as usual. She does realize we have a bed, right? Naruto thought as he picked her up and took her to their room. You're back, she said as she woke up. Yeah, sorry I took so long. I met with Granny this morning about some stuff and I went to visit the kids. I got caught up playing with them that I didn't realize it was so late, he said as he got in bed. It's okay, I understand. Now come here, she said, and he moved closer. She just gave him a kiss filled with love. I love you, Naruto-kun, she said. I love you too, Samui-chan. Naruto replied. She laid her head on his chest and they soon fell asleep together with smiles on their faces. 7 months later. 7 months passed and it's October 10th, Naruto's 19th birthday. He woke up early because Tsunade told everybody in the village that she had an important announcement to make. He was downstairs waiting for Samui to come down. Baby, are you ready yet? The announcement is in 30 minutes. He said. Yeah, I'm coming. Don't forget it takes me a while to get ready now, she said, coming downstairs. She was taking her time because after that first night they had sex after the war, she did in fact get pregnant. She was 7 months pregnant right now with twins, 2 girls. They were going to name them after his mother and godmother. I'm sorry baby, you should have said something. I would have helped you get ready and carry you down the stairs, Naruto said. It's okay, don't worry Naruto, I got it. It's my exercise walking up and down these stairs. After this announcement I'm coming home and sitting on my ass until this pregnancy is over with. My feet are killing me and they feel swollen, she said as Naruto helped her put her shoes on. Don't worry, when this over I'll give you a foot massage and make you dinner. How does that sound? He asked. Sounds heavenly. Can you make me some ramen with chocolate shredded on top of it with some pickles and ice cream on the side? She asked with puppy dog eyes. He just laughed at her. Anything for you, my queen, he said and kissed her on the lips. Okay, now let's go to this announcement. That foot and foot massage is calling my name, she said, and they left the house. Naruto didn't want her to walk since her feet hurt, so he summoned Shadow and had him fly over to the Hokage Tower. He sent Shadow home with a giant pile of fish and they went to the top of the Hokage Tower. He saw Tsunade standing up there with Jiraiya and Shizune. Anko, Kurane, Fu, Ayam, and Sakura were all up there with their kids who wanted to play with Naruto as soon as they saw him. Sakura gave birth to her daughter who looked exactly like her but with Kiba's facial structure. She named her Kairina. Tsunade was also 4 months pregnant with 2 boys who they decided to name Yahiko and Nagato. Shizune was only 4 weeks pregnant so she didn't know what she was having. Naruto, Samui, it's good that you decided to join us. Tsunade said, hugging them both. No problem, Granny. Naruto said. So Samui, how are the girls treating you? Shizune asked. They're actually not that bad. They only kick when Naruto's around so I'm usually relaxed unless I need to get up and walk somewhere. But unless it's the bathroom, this handsome man right here does everything for me. He even gives me baths and shaves me when I get too itchy down there since I can't reach it. Samui said and kissed Naruto on his cheek. That's so sweet. We wish our men took care of us like that when we were pregnant. Anko said, getting nods of agreement from Fu, Ayam, and Kurane. Okay, anyway, it's time for my announcement. Samui, I have a chair for you to sit on. Naruto, you stand next to her. Tsunade said as she walked up to the podium to begin her announcement. Naruto helped Samui sit down in her chair as he stood next to her. People of Konoha. Tsunade said, getting everybody in the crowd to be quiet. As you all know, I have an important announcement to make. This is about the future of this village. I've been your Hokage for 5 years now and time sure has flown by. I remember coming back to the village right after the Oto invasion and you all accepted me with open arms as your first female Hokage. We've had a lot of ups and downs during my time but we always pulled through. We've had somebody walk into the village and destroy it. We've had a lot of bandit attacks on our village over the years and we've just won a war with Kumo and IWA combined. Now I am proud of everyone here today for everything you have done for this village. I stand before you today a year 5th Hokage and I am here to announce that I will be retiring today. She said and the crowd immediately broke out in an uproar. She held her hand up to silence the crowd. The reason I am retiring after only 5 years in office is because I want to raise a family with Jiraiya. He's already retired and passed along the Toad contract to Hanabi Hyuga. His grandson Naruto has taken over the spy network. Now another reason I am retiring is because I am 4 months pregnant. Due to my Uzumaki genes I can still produce children even at my age, which I will not tell you. Now the village will be left in good hands and will lead us into an era of peace and prosperity. This man is well respected amongst both the civilian and ninja sides of the village. Has protected this village multiple times and was able to gain our village many allies and has also guided us to victory in the previous war. I am extremely proud to pass on my title to this man no matter how much he gets on my nerves. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your 6th Hokage, my grandson, Naruto Namikaze. She said. The crowd immediately cheered for him and everybody started clapping and he stood there in shock. He wasn't expecting to become Hokage until his mid to late 20s. A nudge from Samui broke him out of his shock. Congratulations Naruto-kun. Samui said, kissing him on the lips. She broke apart from him and started clapping with tears in her eyes. He walked up to Tsunade and she took the Hokage hat off and handed it to Naruto. He placed it on his head. So how do I look? He asked her. You look like a man that will lead this village in the right direction. I'm counting on you Naruto. Don't let me down. She said and gave him a hug which he returned. I promise I won't let you down. He said and broke the hug. He walked up to the podium and removed his hat making the crowd cheer even louder. I wasn't really expecting this so I don't have a speech or anything. I'm glad I'm able to share this all with you, my closest friends and family. My grandparents Tsunade and Jiraiya. My 3 sister figures Anko, Ayam, and Kurane. Last but not least my beautiful wife and in 2 months the mother of my children, Samui. If it wasn't for any of them I don't think I would be here. Since it's my birthday my first order of business is for all of you to celebrate. Celebrate Tsunade's great 5 years as Hokage and celebrate for me since I will be at home taking care of my wife. I'm placing the village on lockdown so all ninja can party as well. I know it's unusual but I'm the Hokage now so what I say goes. Now next week I'll be in office and I will begin my job. Now as for my assistant, I chose my lifelong friend Shikamaru Nara. Get all the sleep you can because next week we start work. Now everyone go party. He said, and cheers broke out as the crown left to begin partying. He activated the barrier around the village so nothing gets in and nothing gets out. Congratulations Naru-chan, you finally became Hokage. Anko said as she walked up to him, giving him a hug. Yeah, now we can't tease you or we'll risk losing our jobs. Kurane said and hugged him as well. I guess all of your dreams came true, Naruto. You started an era of peace, married the girl of your dreams and became Hokage. Ayam said. Yeah, I guess I did. As for your jobs, Anko and Kurane, why don't you just retire? I doubt you'll both be able to do missions while you're pregnant. Naruto said. But we're not pregnant. Anko said. Yes you are. You both have a second chakra signature inside of you. Don't worry, Fu is pregnant as well, so you won't be alone. He said, and all three of the girls had their jaws on the ground. Tsunade walked up to them and double-checked. Yup, you're all pregnant. I'd say about 4 weeks for each of you. Same as Shizuan. Congratulations. Tsunade said, and then she just left with Jiraiya. Kurane and Anko looked at each other and shared a look before nodding. We retire. They said at the same time. Yeah, I figured you would. Now go home and tell your husbands. I'll be taking Samui home to cater to her every need. Naruto said as he summoned Shadow to take him and Samui home. 12 years later. Naruto, now 30 years old, is sitting behind his desk with his feet kicked up on the desk since he finished his paperwork for the day. He thought about everything he was able to accomplish during his tenure as Hokage so far. He had an alliance with Kumo and IWA, they both reached out 3 years after the war was over. He changed the civilian council up. He got rid of everybody from the old council who would go behind the past Hokage's backs to do what they wanted. He chose Shibuki, Ayam, and Gurin for the civilian council and chose Hayashi, Tsum and Shibuya-Barame as the ninja council. He kept them at 3 on each side to lessen the headaches, and they only had 4 meetings a year unless an emergency happened. He also changed the age of the academy to 12 when you can be enrolled and graduate when you are 16. He and Samui were still going strong and still loved each other as much as they always had. They even were expecting another child in 3 months. It was another girl, and Naruto thought he was cursed since he wanted a boy. He was brought out of his musings when his door opened. Come on Dad, you promised you would train me and Kushina today. You're not doing anything but sitting down. Kiyomi said. Kiyomi had long straight blonde hair like her mother but had her father's facial structure, bright blue eyes and her mother's skin color. Yeah Dad, come on, it's 4 p.m. You said you would be done at 3. Kushina said. She had long black hair, her mother's face, her father's skin color and had her mother's blue eyes. Yeah honey, get up, it's time to go home. I already made your dinner, let's go. Samui said. She looked exactly the same as she did 12 years ago. Only difference is she grew her hair out and it stopped midway down her back. Alright, I'm coming. No need to beat me up. Naruto said as he got up and kissed his wife on the lips. That's gross, you guys. Can't you do that somewhere else? Kushina said. Well, no, we can't. Plus it's not gross at all. If it were so gross, you two wouldn't have been born. This is what started the process of you being born. Naruto said. La la la, we're not listening, la 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 la. Kushina and Kiyomi said at the same time, running out of his office, making Samui giggle. Do you have to do that to them every time? She asked. Yes, I do. Now let's go home so I can train my daughters. Naruto said with an evil chuckle and lightning behind him. Right, just make sure you don't kill my kids. Samui said as they walked out of the office. Arm in arm. Many years later. Many years go by and Naruto has left the village in the care of his children, grandchildren, godchildren, nieces, and nephews. Nobody knows where he and Samui are. One day they just vanished from the Leaf Village. They aren't the only ones who vanished. Anko, Ayam, Kurane, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Fu, Karen, Sakura, Tewa, and their lovers, have also vanished from the Leaf Village, leaving behind children and grandchildren. Nobody knows where they went, but if Kiyomi and Kushina had to guess, they knew where they went but decided to leave it alone. They respected their parents' wishes to vanish without telling anybody. Due to all of their efforts, they were responsible for the peace that the world was currently experiencing. But they both knew one thing: if the world ever needed them again, they would show up and fight to protect what they fought so hard to achieve. Kushina was standing on top of the Hokage mountain on her father's head. She let out a smile at how peaceful the village is. She felt a small gust of wind behind her and turned around but saw nobody. She looked at the ground and it was a piece of paper on the ground. She picked it up and read it. "We'll always be watching over you and your sisters, Kushi-chan. We love you." She stared at the letter before looking up with tears in her eyes. "I love you too, Mom and Dad," she said and walked away. If she would have stayed longer, she would have seen two pairs of eyes looking at her. One pair was blue and the other had a purple left eye with a red right eye with 3 tomo in it. "You ready to go, Naruto-kun?" Samui asked. "Yeah, I am. Let's go," he said, and they walked into the trees, vanishing into nothing while holding hands. The last thing Naruto did before leaving was stab the Kyubikurei Basho in the ground, waiting for the next worthy user to come and claim it to carry on the legacy. Check the description for the links to the author.